Hey, this is Dr. Woode, and I am excited to welcome you to our 24-hour stream that we're doing to celebrate our 4-year anniversary. That's right, 4 years here on YouTube. Now, we're on other platforms, we're on other social media, and we've been there for a while, but those came after YouTube. So our very first place where we did a video was right here on YouTube, and I'm excited that you've decided to come and join us for this time. As we walk through the next 24 hours, we're going to be looking at some of our favorite shows over the course of the last year. We're going to be looking at videos that were sent in by some other creators. As in fact, some people that were on our show, they're going to be giving us some shout outs and giving us some kudos as we walk through this amazing time. It has been wonderful, not just because we've grown, not just because we have seen that our content has gone to lots of different places. It's wonderful because I know that you are getting benefit. As I listen, as I hear from the community, I see the benefits that they're getting in terms of improving their health, reversing their diabetes, getting off of medications, and setting themselves up for success in their metabolic health. You have been a tremendous audience, and I can't tell you how excited I am to have you here with me right now as we walk through this amazing time. So welcome, thank you for coming through, and we will see you as we move through the rest of this 24-hour period. Here we go. And another week. Hey, you've caught me, during one of those weeks. Well, we've been doing that every week. So you didn't catch me. We've just been doing fasting every week. And this week is no exception. I ended a fast of 76 hours last night, right around this time. If you were on the show, you saw as I walked through the process of checking my ketones and looking at my blood sugars and going through my graph, my report. And I've been using, the community has been using fasting as one of those tools to help put our diabetes in remission, to get us off of diabetes medications, to improve our metabolic health, and in fact, to help us reverse our diabetes. One of the questions I get all the time is, how do I get ready for the fast, and how do I set myself up for success? And I've spent some time going through that, but tonight I want to spend some time doing a little bit deeper dive in how to prepare for a fast. Kind of a comprehensive guide, if you will. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, new you. I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes who want to put their diabetes in remission, who want to reverse their diabetes, and we have a bunch of tools that we've been learning, that we've been using in this space to do that. If you're new, go ahead and put new in the comments, because I'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And just let you know how happy we are that you are in this space with us. If you have comments, if you have questions, go ahead and drop those in. With the questions, go ahead and put a Q in front of that so that we know that that's one that we need to get to and answer for you. If you've also been following us, you know that something exciting is about to happen here on the show, or here in the space. We are celebrating we're celebrating 4 years on YouTube, and we're doing that with a 24-hour stream that's going to be starting here in just a little while. So if you've not already done so, go ahead and get yourself set up and get yourself ready. That's going to start at midnight, and we're excited for that as well. Also, this past week, we started our third pillar. Remember, there are three pillars that we talk about in terms of reversing diabetes: decreasing insulin, suppressing the appetite, and reducing sugar. And we started on the first, we did the first show on that third pillar, that is decreasing or reducing the sugar. So if you've not done so, go back and watch that one. And then, of course, go back before that and watch the ones leading up to this, as we dealt with the first two pillars in reversing diabetes. As you know how we do it here, we're also going to be taking a look at my meters, which I have off to the side right here. And so we're going to see what those numbers are here in just a minute. And then, of course, right below me is my Dexcom that we'll take a look at. But before we do that, let's hop over and let's do a check-in. And you know, I always like to check in. Now, I ended my fast last night at 76 hours. And so we'll talk about how I was last night and how I'm feeling today. And I do these three because this is where most people find that they will have issues, right? Because fasting is not just abstaining from food. It is also a physical, mental, and emotional process. So how am I feeling physically? Right now, I'm actually feeling pretty good. Of course, I've been eating. I ate breakfast this morning. So I ended the fast last night, a little bit after this, so maybe 10 o'clock last night. I had a salad. I had a piece of baked chicken. I had some cheese, and I had a box, one of those small bags of Cheez-Its, or Cheez-Its. The little tiny bags, not even the personal size bag. Okay, so that's what I had. This morning, I had some sausage links. For lunch, I had a salad. And then I'm going to show you, I actually have on a plate here next to me what I'm eating here tonight for my supper. So I'm going to share that with you so you can see what it is. What I've been interested in seeing is what my blood sugars are, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But this time when I broke the fast, I actually felt a little bit more queasy, a little bit more nauseated than I normally do. I don't think I did or ate anything differently than I would normally eat. Perhaps it was a little too late for what I ate, but as I broke the fast, I felt a little bit more queasy. Right now, I'm feeling full of energy. I'm not lightheaded, dizzy. I don't have any palpitations. I'm not feeling weak. So physically, actually doing pretty good. During the fast, yesterday and last night, didn't have any of those symptoms either. Mentally, I'm feeling clear. I am a little anxious right now because the platform that we are using to do our live stream or do our 24-hour stream was having some glitches earlier today. And so that caused a little angst. But other than that, I'm feeling pretty good. During the fast, I was not foggy. I was not feeling dull or sluggish. So right now, actually doing pretty good. And then emotionally, of course, I'm pumped. I'm excited because something great is happening here on the show, on the channel. We're celebrating 4 years, and we're doing something new, which is the 24-hour stream that's going to be starting here in just a little while. So all of that is causing some elation, causing some excitement in me. So emotionally, actually feeling pretty good. All right. So let's hop over and let's take a look at blood sugars. And for blood sugars, this one is actually very important or very interesting to me because this is what my Libre is saying right now. So 104, and you'll see for most of the day, the Libre has been, 120s, 130s, and then this afternoon started coming down, and now 104. My Dexcom, on the other hand, I did not want to show you that yet, but that's okay. My Dexcom, on the other hand, showed a big spike there during the day, and then now it's starting to come down. So what I'm interested in seeing is what my Keto Mojo and my Contour meters are saying in comparison. So I did not have these at work today, so I didn't check it, and I didn't check it with any of the stuff we had at work either. But as you know, I have a Contour meter, which will give me, of course, the blood sugar. And then I have a Keto Mojo, which gives me both blood sugar and also give me ketones. So let's go ahead and let's let's hop over and let's go ahead and get a strip, and we'll start putting that in to the contour, and we'll check to see what those are. Okay. If you're out there as we're doing this, let's go ahead and if you think you know what my ketones are going to be, right? So once again, ended the fast last night, and I kind of explained to you what I ate during the day. What do you think my ketones are going to be? And so we're going to start here with the strip for blood sugar. I've got a Lancet. It is one of those spring-loaded ones. Let's go ahead and take the top off. And then let's do this view, and I'm going to use a different finger because my other finger that I use all the time is probably a little callous, and sometimes I don't get a good drop of blood. And so you should have heard that. And let's see if we got a good drop here. Let's see. Yes, looks like we did. Okay, let's go ahead and get that on, and a drop for the contour. Okay. All right. So 124 is what the contour is saying. Not the contour, but the Keto Mojo. And 122 is what the contour is saying. And then the Libre was saying 104, which is the lowest. And then, of course, the Dexcom is saying 138. So it looks like the Dexcom has been more accurate today. If I'm to believe what these guys are saying, the Dexcom is probably more accurate because we're closer to that number than we are to the Libre. Okay, so let's go ahead also and let's get this strip out because we want to get a strip in for the ketone. All right, let's get a drop of blood there, and we'll get that on. Okay, so once again, go ahead and put in what you think it is. And of course, as I always do, I'm going to tease you guys because I'm not going to show you what it turns out to be until later. I know, I'm so bad. All right, so let's go ahead and let's jump into our conversation, right? So preparing for a fast. As I mentioned, fasting is the voluntary abstention from eating. Voluntary abstention from eating. It's not starving, right? Because starvation is not voluntary, but this is. And so we want to go ahead and we're going to talk about several things as we move through the preparing for the fast stage. And really, this is this is our list. Okay, so how to prepare for a fast. And the first thing you want to do is you want to understand your fasting goals. You want to understand your fasting goals. What does that mean? Before you begin to fast, it's important that you define what the goals are for fasting. In this space, we've been doing fasting, and we're using fasting as a tool for putting our diabetes in remission. But as I've mentioned before, not only does fasting help with this disease, but it also helps with lots of other metabolic diseases, right? So if you are diabetic and you are working with us to put your diabetes in remission, then the goal is remission of diabetes. There are shorter, smaller, more compact goals that you may have initially. So the goal may be, hey, my A1C is 10. I want to decrease my A1C to 8 or 9 by the next time my A1C is checked. I want to have my fasting blood sugars lower by 10 points or lower by 20 points or 30 points or whatever the number is. But the goal is something that you've got to define. If you have a weight goal, right? Because remember, all of those are metabolic diseases, and because diabetes is the prototypic disease, then fasting will work for those as well. So if you have a weight goal, then what is the weight goal, right? We did a show several weeks ago on setting SMART goals, right? So SMART goals. And you want to go back and you want to take a look at that. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to understand we want to understand what our fasting goals are, right? So key considerations there are there health goals, right? Are you looking to improve, your metabolic health? Are you looking to improve inflammation? Are you looking to enhance mental clarity, which are all things that can happen with fasting, right? Do you have a weight goal, right? Are you aiming to get to a particular size? Are you aiming to get to a particular BMI? Are you aiming to get to a particular a percent body fat, right? So all of those are things that you can do with fasting. So number one, you want to know what your goals are. You want to be able to establish what those goals are. Number two, we want you to choose the right fasting method. Choose the right fasting method. We've spent some time over the last several weeks talking about various methods for fasting. Each has a different schedule. Each has a different way of doing it. So whether you're doing a 16 or 8 or 16-8 or a 5-2 or 1 meal a day or alternate day fasting or extended fasting as we've been doing here once a week, what is the fasting method that you're going to use, and is it right for you? What does it mean, is it right? They all give benefit, but if you have some significant metabolic disease issues, you may need to do a more extended or deeper or a heavier fast. Okay, if you have other medical issues, right, then you may need to start slow. When we started the year, we told people we wanted them to work their way up to be able to fast for one 24-hour period once a week, right? So wherever you found yourself, the goal was to begin moving in the direction. So if you were sleeping 8 hours and you ate as soon as you woke up, then your fasting started at 8 hours. So now the task was to extend that. So instead of sleeping for 8 hours and eating right away, you wake up in the morning and maybe you add 2 hours. So now you're at 10. And once you got to 10, then you move to 12. And you move from 12, you move to 14 and so forth until you're able to get to 24 hours. So where are you? And does the fasting method you're choosing fit into your schedule? Right? So there's intermittent fasting, as we mentioned before, 16 and 8. There's alternate day fasting, 1 meal a day, extended fasting, time restricted fasting, where you're fasting based on your circadian rhythm, right? So we did shows on all of those. If you've not seen those, go back and make sure you watch those to begin to get an idea of the fasting methods that you can use and begin trying to figure out which one will fit into your schedule. And then gradually adjust your diet, right? Gradually adjust your diet. If you're new to fasting and you are planning to do an extended fast, then you want to gradually do it. Just as I mentioned before, the goal when we first started, one of our challenges was to begin working and extending the fast or extending your ability to fast so that you got to 24 hours once a week. Now, several of our community members, even some of you who are watching right now, several of our community members got to 24 and did longer fasts. So, 48 or 36, 48, 72 hours, 96 hours. One day here on the show, or 1 week, we actually did a 100+ hour fast. Right? So you want to begin adjusting your diet. So if you're planning to do it, if you're planning to fast, you want to do that gradually, right? Begin to reduce the size and frequency of meals. So don't just go from one day eating a huge, 4, 5, 6, 7 course meal, and then you're trying to fast the next day if you've never done that, okay? Right? So reduce the carbohydrates. As we've mentioned before, carbohydrates are the place where we find a big issue, right? So you want to lower your carbohydrates, because if you don't do that and you come right out of a huge carb focused meal process or plan, that's what you normally eat. When you get into the fast, those carbs that were there, that taste, the spike that you had in blood sugar before, the insulin that came out, all of that may make it difficult for you to fast, because it will pull you, right? It'll be a trigger. You'll still have that taste, okay? And you want to do that, you want to reduce it a few days before you get to the fast, so to get your body ready for that transition that's going to be doing. And if you're minimizing the amount of carbs that you're eating, your body can switch, potentially will switch into fat burning a lot sooner. Okay? So you want to also increase your healthy fats, right? Because incorporating healthy fats the days before will help you to feel more satiated, because you'll have that in the system, right? So things like avocado or seeds or nuts or olive oil, okay? You want to make sure you're doing that. And then you want to make sure that you are hydrated. Drink plenty of water as you are preparing to get into the fast, those days coming up to the fast. Now, we went on a camping trip recently, and I was telling all the people to make sure that they were, as we're getting ready to go on the trip, that they were increasing their fiber, increasing their water intake, right? So all those same things work here. Okay? You want to avoid processed foods as you're moving into the days right before the fast, because you want to eliminate the processed foods, which can cause cravings. One of the things that we see with people who drink or eat artificially sweetened foods is that their appetite is stimulated. Right? My wife can tell when I've been drinking artificially sweetened soda or tea, which I use a lot actually during my fasting period, because I am in the refrigerator. And I find sometimes that the cravings are big. The cravings are there. And if I'm not careful, then just drinking that or eating that particular thing right before, as I get into the fast, it takes me a while for that to get out of my system. Okay? So you want to make sure that you're gradually adjusting your diet as you're moving closer to the fast. Next, you want to plan your fasting schedule. This one is so huge, right? So if people often don't succeed with fasting, not because fasting doesn't work, but because the fasting method they chose is not the right one in terms of how it works, and then they don't try to put the fast around into their life. Okay? So planning your fasting schedule in advance can help you stay on track, and it helps you avoid the temptations. So decide when you're going to start the fast, decide when you're going to end the fast, and make adjustments to your day, make adjustments to your other schedule if you need to do that so that you can be successful. But don't also plan a fast during a time that you know that there are other things going on. For example, if you're doing intermittent fasting and your family sits down and eats supper at 5 o'clock, don't plan to start a fast at 4 o'clock, because you're automatically setting up conflict. And our brain does not like conflict. It will default to no conflict. So either you're going to break the fast because it's causing issues with you and your family, and you're going to feel guilty because you broke the fast when you said you were going to fast, or you're going to stick to the fast and remove yourself from community. And that also causes some dissonance in the brain, okay? So choose a fasting plan that works, and then also go ahead and make sure that you're adjusting your schedule. So choose a convenient start time. Start your fast at a time when you're not likely to be triggered by food. So don't pick a fast time at lunch when everybody now is moving and going to lunch. Don't start fast at lunch. Okay? I like to start my fast actually in the evening, right? So consider your daily activities. Avoid scheduling intense physical activity at the time when you're starting the fast. Plan for sleep, because if you're not well rested, then that can cause issues as well. So you want to think of your entire schedule, think of your plan, and how does the fast fit into that, particularly the type of fast that you're going to be doing. Alternate day, intermittent, and so forth. And we've gone through those already, right? So plan your schedule. I like to start my fast at night because by the time I wake up in the morning, I've already slept for 7 to 8 hours, and my fast, that's enough time that's gone. right? Some people like to start in the morning. I don't start in the morning because if I start in the morning all day, I'm thinking, oh my goodness, I've got that whole day to go. Yeah. Next thing you want to do is you want to prepare your environment. And this is a big one because, as we've mentioned before, the things that push us to eat have to do with either habits, emotions, access, and taste. And that access has to do with our environment. If you remember, several weeks ago, we did a show where we talked about cleaning up your home, cleaning up your job, and cleaning up the community in terms of the environment and what things are around. I don't bring cashews, I don't bring almonds into my house anymore. I was actually at the grocery store tonight before I got home here to start this stream, and I walked down the aisle and I picked up a can of cashews. And I looked at it, I turned it around, I looked to see how many carbs there were, I looked to see how many calories there were, and I would put it in the cart, I took it out of the cart, I put it back, because I know if it comes in, guess what? I'm eating it. I'm eating the whole thing. So you have to be aware of yourself, and you want to set your environment up for success to make your fasting experience more achievable and maintainable, right? That includes preparing your loved ones, preparing your home, preparing your workspace, preparing your, right? So all of the places that we've talked about. It also includes telling the people around you what's going on, okay? So remove temptations. Clear your home from snacks or foods that you know that are going to be triggers. If there's something that you know that this is your favorite thing, don't have a lot of it around the house when you're trying to fast. Inform family and colleagues. Let them know what's going on, right? Now, you don't have to you become a big martyr. Oh, I'm fasting, right? So just let the people in your community know, those ones that are close to you, hey, I'm fasting. And so that way they don't plan things that will interrupt or disrupt your fast. And then they can be a support system, right? And create a relaxing space. Set your space up so that, if you have a favorite chair, make sure that the environment is clean and clear and not cluttered. And, sometimes when things are not clear and cluttered or not clean and the space is cluttered, our brain goes into this turmoil, and that begins to create angst, and that angst creates the cortisol, and that angst creates the environment for us to now get triggered. Right? Remember, habits, emotions, access, and taste. And if you do that, that will help you stay on track. And then focus on mental preparation. As I mentioned before during our check-in, that fasting is not just the abstention from food. It also involves mental and emotional issues, right? So fasting is as much a mental challenge as it is a physical challenge and emotional challenge. So preparing your mind for the experience can help you stay on track and help you to be more successful. So set your intentions. Clearly define, clearly state, just as in the first point that we made, what is the fasting for? And what are you hoping to achieve? Write it down so that if you are tempted, if you are having a difficult time, you can look at it and see what the reason was. Because sometimes in the middle of it, when you get that craving, when you get, when you have that feeling of depression or anxiety or whatever, and it's pushing you to break the fast, then it's hard at that time to think. But if you have it written down, you can look at it and say, okay, this is the reason I'm doing that. Right? It's kind of like here on the wall I've mentioned before. Let's see, where is it? Oop, not that one. So right up here, this is a commitment statement that I made, right? Several years ago now, that I was going to be in this space. I was going to show up in this space. And so there are times when I'm tired, I'm things have gone on, and anyway, so you understand. But I can see that, and every time I walk into this room, it's right there on the wall. I come in the door right there, and it's right there on the wall. It reminds me of why I'm doing it. Same thing for fasting. Why are you doing it? So write it down, and it helps you to stick to it, right? So practice mindfulness. Mindfulness has to do with being emotionally intelligent. So emotional intelligence is understanding your feelings, understanding the feelings of people around you, and using that for your benefit. So engage in mindfulness. You've got to understand the reason why you're being pushed for a particular thing. But if you're mindful, if you begin working on understanding yourself, knowing yourself, then that makes the process of fasting simpler. I was going to say easy, not easy, but makes it simpler. Because now you know some of the things that can trigger you, and you can deal with those. They're in your mind, and you have contingencies for them. And that's the thing about mindfulness. So once you begin learning what things are the issues for you, then you begin putting things in place. And remember, we're talking about how do we prepare for the fast. So this is not even during the fast, right? This is leading up to the fast. What are the things I need to be doing and thinking about as I'm moving towards the fast? And then visualize success. Right? Visualize success. We're talking about mental preparation. Visualize the success. Visualize you finishing the fast. Right? See it. See that it's going to be successful. Focus on the benefits that you're going to get. See what those are. Understand what happens when we were doing our coaching, and as I'm talking to clients, one of the things I ask them to do is I want you to visualize what happens if you don't do this. Number one. And then what happens if you do it? What is the success? What does it feel like if I do get through this? Right? So begin working on mindfulness. Once again, we're talking about how do we prepare for the fast. And then gather nutritional support. Gather nutritional support. So while fasting, it's essential to maintain your electrolyte balance and to support your body with necessary nutrients. So you may have to do, and I have some over here. I'm not going to get up and do it to show you, but I have some electrolyte packets that I have there. Okay, so you may need to do that. Consider using an electrolyte supplement to prevent dehydration. Right, so begin using it prior to the fast, and you may even need to use that during the fast, especially for some of the longer fasts. Right? Use herbal teas. So stock up on herbal teas like peppermint and ginger and chamomile. Right? So those are good ones. They can help to soothe your stomach and to help curb your hunger. And then for longer fasts, have some bone broth around. Okay? So we end our fast with bone broth. You can do that. It also provides electrolytes. All right, so this is kind of at the end of the fast, but you can begin using that at the beginning as well because it helps you with electrolytes. And then know how to break the fast. This is the one. This is so important, right? Because your success in what you want to do is not just in the fast itself, but it also is in the preparation and going through the fast. So how are you going to break the fast? Have an idea. Have an idea of what you're going to do. What are you going to eat? What are the things that you're going to bring into your space? Right? And I'm going to show you here in just a little while what I'm eating tonight for my supper. But this what I'm eating now can also be something you'd use to break the fast. Remember, with the fast, you're going to start with something simple and then move into more complicated foods, okay? And if you plan your post-fast meal, if you plan it carefully, you can avoid some digestive discomfort and you can maximize the potential benefits that you're getting from fasting, right? So start small. Begin with a small, easily digestible meal, such as bone broth. That's why I mentioned bone broth. A light salad, steamed vegetables, right? Avoid sugary foods, right? Because once you start eating the sugary foods, the blood sugar spikes up. Blood sugar spikes, insulin comes out, and insulin stimulates appetite, right? So you want to refrain from consuming highly processed, high sugar foods immediately after a fast. This prevents the blood sugar spikes. Incorporate healthy fats and protein. These will help you feel fuller, right, even as you're coming out of the fast, And if you do that, that can help you maintain some of the ketosis that you will have if you're doing the fast. Because remember, ketosis is where the body is using an alternate source of energy and is burning fat now to be able to convert to ketones so that you can function. And that helps with weight loss. Yeah. So know how you're going to break the fast. And then listen to your body. Listen to your body. This is so important. Throughout the fasting process, it is crucial that you are listening to your body and being aware of how you're feeling, both all mentally, physically, mentally, and emotionally. If you experience severe discomfort, dizziness, weakness, it may be necessary to break the fast. And there's no shame in doing that. You can always pick the fast up later. So don't just plow through because say I'm fasting and come hell or high water, I'm doing this. No, that's not what we want. We want you to fast and we want you to be safe as you're fasting. So listen to your body. Stay hydrated, right? Continuously monitor your hydration level, your status. You may, sometimes you pinch the skin, and if it tense, what's tenting? When you pinch it and it takes a while for it to kind of go back flat, that means you're dehydrated. Yeah. Be mindful of hunger signals. Understand the difference between hunger and cravings. Understand the difference between hunger and cravings. If you are someone who doesn't have a lot of body fat, if you're someone who does a great job of diets or your meals on your non-fasting day, you may actually be hungry during the fast. And it may be a legitimate need for nutrition. So go ahead and make sure you end the fast and say, okay, I'm going to do this and then I'll get back to the fast. But understand the difference between hunger and cravings. On our website, we did a blog where we talked about the difference between hunger and appetite. And know when to stop. If you feel unwell, it may be necessary to stop. If you feel excessively fatigued, and I'm not talking about just fatigue where you're doing the transition between burning carbs and burning ketones, right? I'm talking about significantly fatigued. Maybe you didn't sleep well for the last 2-3 days. Maybe you caught a cold. Maybe you have an infection. Maybe something else is going on, but don't just plow through. Make sure that you are spending time listening to yourself because the body is an amazing place, an amazing tool, amazing machine if we do it well. So preparing for the fast is about more than just abstaining from food. It involves careful planning, mental preparation, and listening to your body. So by following the guidelines, by following the things that we just talked about, you can set yourself up. You can ensure that you are being successful, and you can ensure that you are going to be able to execute and get through the fast, get to the fasting experience successfully. Because if you don't do well, not only does that hinder this fast, but it sets you up for poor fasting in the future because your body is going to remember what it was like this time. Remember that fasting is a personal journey. And what works for one person may not work for the other, particularly as it relates to the type of fast and as it relates to your schedule, right? Because your schedule is not like anybody else's. Start slowly. Find the right fasting method. Understand why you're doing it. And enjoy the benefits of fasting. Enjoy the benefits to your health. Enjoy the wellness that comes from the fast. Remember what we're doing. We're talking about using fasting as a tool for reversing diabetes. So, one, understand why you're doing it. Understand what the reason is. Okay? Choose the right fasting method. Gradually adjust your diet. Plan your fasting schedule. Prepare your environment. Focus on mental preparation. Gather nutritional support. Know how to break your fast. And then listen to your body. Right? So that is how you prepare for the fast. And if you follow this, then you set yourself up for tremendous, tremendous success. All right, so let's go ahead and let's take a look at what my report is saying. So there's my meter. We're going to look at the report that's down there at the bottom. So let's hop over and let's take a look at this one. Okay, and so you'll see on the screen, that is my Dexcom report. This is for the last 14 days. And you see my average blood sugar there is 142. I usually tell people I want their average to be between 100 and 120. If we look at my 90-day average, you'll see that that is probably about so 118, so right where we want it. I am in target 89% of the time. I usually tell people that I want it to be 79, so we're there. The target range for this is 70 to 180. And according to this, if I got an A1C right now, then my A1C would be 6.1. Okay, so those are all good numbers for 90 days. Now, what I need to be careful of is, let's go back here and let's look at the last 30 days. Right, so 134. So the last 30 days is creeping up. If you remember, this is June. Starting June, we had birthday, we had anniversary. We just came back from a camping trip. So all those things have impacted what the blood sugars are. Now, let me pause there, because this is a great point to make for everybody. So I was telling someone in the office today that life happens to all of us. And so I don't want you to beat yourself over the head because you went on a trip, that you went on vacation, and you, quote unquote, got off of your eating plan, right? I want you to plan getting off of the eating plan into your trip, okay? So when I went away on the camping trip let's go back even to anniversary. So I knew that we were going away for anniversary and for my son's birthday. So I changed my fasting window so that I fasted days, right? So I knew I was doing a 72-hour fast. And so we were leaving on Thursday. So Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday was when we were gone. And I think Monday as well. And so what I did was I shifted my fasting window, because I normally fast Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. That was going to interfere with the trip. So I shifted it to Sunday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So I still got my 72 hours in, but then I said, hey, I'm going on this trip, and during the trip, I'm going to eat, quote unquote, a normal meal. I'm going to be normal, right? And during that process, we ate, and you saw the result of those blood sugars. So go back and watch that show. Okay, but I want to remind you that fasting during the fasting process, that doesn't mean that you're not going to have times where blood sugars are going up, right? You just now have to say, okay, what do I do to get back on track? So I just came back from the trip on the camping trip, and during that we had blood sugars that were much higher, and so I used my tool, right? So 76 hours of fasting, right? To begin reversing that and to get back where I need to be. All right. And anyway, so those are the numbers. Let's go ahead and look at our daily graph. And we'll see there just a minute. And so, so we started our fast right here. Okay, so 24 hours, 48 hours, 72 hours, and so we ended that fast like 76 hours, so over here somewhere. And you see here as I started eating, so you see that, so we're in the 70s, 80s, and then the blood sugar starts rising, right? So into the 90s, and then of course here the next morning, which was today. So we rose, we went up, and this is the Dexcom, and let's see, the highest we got up was 174, and we kind of stayed there. Now, so this, and let me, let's see, let's go ahead, and I want to show you, the salad. Let's do it this way. So this is the salad that I ate. Okay, so you'll see, you'll see the cheese, cucumbers. You'll see the lettuce in there. You'll see eggs. So and cheese, and then these are pine nuts, right? That you see there. So this is what I ate, and notice that my blood sugar in the morning. So right about here, I ate this. Oh, you can't see. Let me go back to that screen. So right about here, I ate those sausages, and my blood sugar was down 120s, 130s, and I ate sausage, and look at that, it went up to 170. So I'm gonna look back and see what were in those sausage links, okay? And then the blood sugar kind of stayed there, and then during lunch when I ate the salad, I want you to notice that the salad did not do any more than what was already going on with the sausage, right? So in other words, there wasn't a big spike based on the salad. And in fact, as we moved through the rest of the day, the blood sugar started coming down and down and down and down and down. And right now, let's go back to the Dexcom. Right now, the Dexcom is saying 141, okay? Which is why I'm going to eat what I'm going to eat here in just a little while to end this fast. Okay, but those are the numbers. And so let's take a look and see what my ketones are, all right? Because that's one that I want to see. And remember, I am now I've been eating this day, so I'm not fasting. But my ketones, I think when we looked at it last night, let's go ahead and pull that up. So my ketones were 2.2. My blood sugar was 58 at the time. Okay, so let's go ahead and turn this monitor on, and then we'll get this synced, and we should see that. Okay, it says syncing. All right. So 124 is what the Keto Mojo says my blood sugar is, and then you see my ketones there are 0.2. So remember, less than 0.5 considered normal, 0.5 to 1.5 considered nutritional ketosis, and then above 1.5 is considered therapeutic ketosis. Okay, and if we look at the graph, the turquoise line, those are ketones, and the tan line, that is the blood sugar. So as I ate last night, so we were 2.2, as I ate last night, the ketones began dropping and the blood sugar went up. The blood sugar goes up and insulin comes out. And remember, insulin cannot coexist with ketones. So as insulin comes out, ketones are going to go away. Right? And so which is one of the reasons I talk about when you are breaking the fast, you don't want to eat highly processed, high carb, highly sugared foods, because if you do that, what's going to happen is you're going to get a big spike in blood sugar, and when you get a spike in blood sugar, your body has to produce insulin. Okay? And when it produces insulin, not only does it stimulate the appetite, which is the thing we don't want, but it also causes weight gain. Right? So we kind of undermine and undo some of the things that we do during the fasting period. All right, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to pull over. I got a plate right here, so you can see some of what I'm going to eat. And let's see, how do I show that to you? Let's do this one. Okay, there we go. So I've got 2 pieces of baked chicken, and then I've got with some hot sauce on it, by the way. And then I've got a couple of pieces of sharp cheddar cheese, and I love it. And I'm gonna go ahead and take a bite out of that right now. So I'm gonna start here with let's see, let's do this one. Start with some cheese. And remember, the reason that I'm doing this is because I'm trying to maintain as much low carb as possible. Now, the cheese that I'm eating this sharp cheddar, I think the pack that I had that I bought has 1 gram per serving. A serving is a slice, and there are 8 slices, I think. So if I ate the entire packet, I would get 8 grams of carbs. Each slice is 110 calories. So if I ate all of it, then I'd get 880 calories, right? So you can kind of decide what you want to do there. And you'll hear different people tell you different things about how to evaluate foods in terms of carbs. There are some people that would say that you should only eat foods that have less than 15 carbs. Some people say eat foods that are less than 5 carbs. In terms of a ketogenic diet. When we are fasting, by virtue of fasting, particularly if we're doing extended fast, we're going to go into ketosis. And that's one of the beauty of fasting. You don't have to worry about what to eat to be in ketosis, because you're going to be in ketosis because you're not eating. You're not eating anything. So you don't have to worry about which foods you should eat or which foods are not going to put you in ketosis. Fasting takes away all of that information, or takes away all of that concern. Okay, so cheese, oh, that's so good. And then let's see, let's get a piece of this chicken. Now, yeah, it's a little dry. One has been sitting there while I did the show. But it's still good. Still so good. Delicious. And so when you are trying to do a ketogenic diet, this would be perfect. This would be great, right? Because the only carbs that I have there are from the cheese. And then, of course, it depends on how you prepare your, for instance, if you're doing meat, chicken or meat, depends on how you do it. If you bread it and fry it, then guess what? Carbs go up. But in this case, there's no breading. Now, one of the things that I've been using, and I do that because, as I said before, I love nuts. So I've actually been using peanut butter, right? Because peanut butter has a lot of protein. The issue, of course, is that depending on the peanut butter you get, there can be a lot of sugar in it. So the one that we have, actually I have 4 different versions that I'm trying. So I'm trying to see what it does to my blood sugar. So I think each of the ones that we have has between 7 to 8 grams of carbs per serving. And of course I need to go back and see, excuse me, what the, go back and see, not the sugar, but the calories. One thing that I wanted to show you is for the salad that I had, the dressing that I have is this dressing here at the top. And this is the Yuka app, if you remember. The Yuka app gives you a breakdown of things that are in it. So calories, additives, saturated fat, sodium, you'll see that there. It is gluten-free. and sugar. So 1 gram of sugar per serving. Okay. So that's what I wanted to see there. And once again, this is the Yuka app that we've done before. All right. So remember, for you as you're watching, and I want to say to you that you have unlimited potential for making change, for making improvement in your health. You can do that. We do that by educating, empowering, and encouraging. What we do here on the channel. We educate with the shows and the blogs and the podcasts. We encourage, or we empower with the tools that we learn, and we encourage with all of the community that you are a part of. So make sure that you are taking advantage of that. Remember the things that will push you in your direction to get off of your meal plan: the HEAT model, habits, emotions, access, and taste. The call to action is join the challenges. Don't just let the videos happen and they go on the shelf, but join the challenge. Every month we have a new challenge. Join them, get involved. They are your way of implementing the things that we're learning so that you can set yourself up for success. Tell your story. So when you show up, right, tell your story. Say, hey, I'm here. I'm fasting. I'm successful. I'm having improvement in my blood sugar, improvement in my weight, improvement in my A1C, improvement in my blood pressure and my cholesterol. Because when we see that, we know that we can do it because you're doing it. When you have challenges, we can rally around you as the community does, and you know that you're not alone, and we know that we can be helpful and successful in supporting you. And then invite someone. Be a voice for change in your community. There are over 1 billion people with diabetes or pre-diabetes. You can be a voice for change. And then remember our pillars for reversing diabetes. That is decrease insulin, suppress appetite, and then reduce sugar. Reduce sugar. Fasting is a tool. That's the amazing tool that we've been using. One of the tools that we've been using to help us reverse our diabetes. And tonight we talked about how to prepare for the fast. As I always say, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health and your life. We're going to be starting our stream here in just a little while, our anniversary stream that goes for 24 hours. Make sure you get in there, comment, and get involved with the show. Come back for our check-in tomorrow, and then on Sunday this week in review. Glad that you're here. We educate, we empower, and we encourage you to take charge of your health and your life and go to the next level. Good night, everybody. We'll see you.
My name is Choya Wise, and I am excited to celebrate the anniversary of Dwain Woode, MD. It's been exciting, both working with Dr. Woode and also watching this channel grow has been amazing. I've been fasting like crazy. I fasted yesterday. I'm watching my pre-diabetes, and we're going to get the win. I know you all are going to get the win. Check this out. If you have not joined the channel, you need to join. You will get lots and lots of information that will help you with your health experience. Y'all take care now.
I was fed up, y'all. I was fed up. I had been working on my weight. I've been working on controlling my blood sugars. I had done such a great job of getting my numbers under control, and my weight was going down. I was doing exceptionally well. And so I thought. But wouldn't you know it, just when it looks like I was turning that corner and I was getting good control and I was doing all the things that my doctor was telling me to do, I messed up. I don't know. I don't know what happened. Or actually, yes, I do. And if you're out there right now, you're thinking the same thing. Man, I have these ups and I have these downs. Sometimes I'm good, sometimes I'm not. Sometimes my sugars are under control and sometimes they're out of control. My weight goes up, my weight goes down. Why did I mess up again? Why did I? Yeah. So that's what we're going to be talking about tonight. Why do we have these times? Why do we have these occasions when it seems like things are out of control. If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. And here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. We're creating the life we've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. Our goal, our plan is to put our diabetes in remission. Our goal is to get off those diabetes medications. Our goal is to be healthier in 2024. If you've been joining us, you know where we're heading. If you're new, go ahead and put new in the comments because I'd love to welcome you, give you a hand clap, give you some music, and say, I'm glad that you are here in the neighborhood. And you know how we do. You know what we do here on the channel. We will go ahead and we're going to show you some numbers here in just a little while. We'll show you what the blood sugars have been doing. I'll show you what my meter is doing. I have my Libre on. I've got my Dexcom on. And over here, I have my us out of our plan, the things that derail us, the things that sometimes we are not sure what to do. And those are the triggers that we're going to be discussing as we get into the show tonight. If you're out there, go ahead and let us know that you're there. We should be streaming on all the social media platforms, LinkedIn, TikTok, Twitter. I think Instagram, we're probably not streaming right now, but let's get over there and let's see if that's going. But right now, make sure that you are sending this out to your friends, your family. Let them know, hey, we're on a path. We're on the road. We're moving in the direction that we want to go. All right. So over the last several shows, what we've been discussing is what do we do, or how do we go about putting our diabetes in remission? How do we go about getting off some medication? The very first show that we did, y'all, go back and watch it. I'm just going to review those really quickly. The very first show that we did was a show that talked about what are the first steps. What are the first steps that we need to do to take charge of our health? The next one, we introduced the tool, and one of the tools that I've been using over the course of the month, the last actually 2 months now, a month and a half, is a fasting. What does fasting do? How does it work? And you've seen me as I've gone through the process, and we'll continue to do that and share insights as we do in our check-ins and in our shorts. Then we talked about medications that you should get off of as a diabetic. We talked about medications you should probably consider doing or getting on and discussing with your physician. And then last week, we went through an actual example of how to look at your blood sugars, look at your medications, and talk to your doctor about how do we get off of some of this medication, okay? So in the process of putting our diabetes in remission or reversing diabetes, that's another phrase that you will hear people say. How do we reverse our diabetes? One of the big things that happens is as we're moving along this course, as we're going through the process, as you are learning, as you are fasting, as you are getting off medications that are spiking your insulin, one of the hiccups that happens is the food. We got to talk about food, y'all, because as we work on decreasing insulin, it is a big component of what causes the spikes in insulin. Because as the blood sugars rise, your body, as we begin healing from inflammation, as we begin cutting back on medication, your body is now becoming more and more sensitive to the insulin that it makes. And when those blood sugars rise, the body produces insulin. And remember, it is the high insulin that we are trying to avoid. It is the high insulin that we are trying to deal with, because insulin has all of those issues that we talked about, if you remember. And let me go ahead and pop those up again for you so that you remember. Remember, our insulin is responsible for lots of different disease processes, right? You see there high blood pressure, high cholesterol, coronary artery disease, polycystic ovarian syndrome, obesity, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, metabolic syndrome. Insulin has been implicated in, and obesity has been implicated in cancers. So we're talking about a large portion of chronic illnesses that can improve if we're able to get that insulin down. All right. And so as we are moving through the process of getting our diabetes reversed, putting our diabetes in remission, getting off medication, we want our insulin that the body's produced to be used very effectively, and we don't want it to be wasted on other things that it shouldn't be. And so a big component of that is food. I had a lady come to the office, and you can go to our website. You'll see her little blurb that she did for the practice. And her question, we talked about her weight. We talked about, several things. And she said to me, Dr. Woode, if you can get me to control my appetite, then I lose all the weight that you want and all the weight that I want to lose. And so we worked with her, and we were able to get her appetite controlled. And guys, she lost 100 pounds. 100 pounds. This was 5, maybe 6 years ago, I believe. And when I saw her most recently, which was just maybe 6-7 months ago, she is still down 85 pounds. Now, she's put back on 15 pounds, but 100 pounds down to put back on 15 after 6 years, that's unbelievable, and that's unheard of. Most people in the course of their lives go through at least 3, 4, 5 diets. Losing weight is actually not that difficult. Yeah, I know. I said it. Losing weight is not actually that difficult. What is difficult is maintaining the weight once you've lost the weight. And one of the things that happens is that these triggers, these things that push us to eat, are what causes a lot of our issues. And so we're going to spend some time tonight talking about these triggers, and we'll get some insight, and we'll talk about how we can get around some of them, because as we are moving through the fasts, as we are getting off of some medications, as we are using medications, once again, to suppress the appetite, we don't want anything that's going to derail us, right? So why I messed up again, is what we're talking about. And hello, Teresa. Teresa's out there. Hey, glad that you are here. She says, hi, Doctor. Glad that you're here, Teresa. Thank you for stopping by. And so we're moving into our discussion on why I messed up again. Why I messed up again. And let's see. Let's get that. There we go. Okay. And once again, we'll talk about blood sugars and so forth. We'll show you all that information here in a little while. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I can do something here, because it looks like we are not currently on. We're not currently on Instagram. All right. Sorry, guys on Instagram. And Jeff, hey man, thank you for stopping by. Ashley, what is going on, girl? You got my little ladies with you, I hope. Hope they're doing well. All right. Say hey, Ashley. All right. So why I messed up again. So I want to introduce you to a couple of concepts. Right? So I want to talk to you a little bit about food triggers. But let's talk a little bit about triggers themselves. Let's talk a little bit about triggers. So triggers, what are triggers? And I want to define what we mean when we talk about triggers. So triggers are things that occur that produce intense emotional involvement. Triggers typically occur because they transport you, your mind, your thoughts, your memory to a place that's different from where you are currently. What does that mean? That means that something happens in the present, but that thing that happened in the present transports you either by memory, by sound, by taste, by touch, by smell to something that happened previously. And a lot of times people will say, I don't know what happened, right? Because you're not actually responding to the thing that happened right now. You're actually responding to the thing that happened before. Right? So it's an intense emotional response to a situation. That's the official definition of trigger. We're adding some things to it. We're adding this idea that not only, because we're going to talk about emotions in a minute, but we're adding the idea that not only are we having those intense emotional responses, but there are things that occur in our lives that are so routine for us that they basically trigger us into eating. Okay? And specifically here, we're talking about eating. So that's what our triggers, that's what we're discussing. That's what we're talking about as we move through this idea of trigger. Okay. So let's go back over there. The other concept I want you to learn, and this is something you're seeing here for the first time. Okay. This is unique to Dwain Woode, MD, to our channel. What are the food triggers, right? And this acronym that we've come up with, HEAT, right? Get out of the heat. Get out of the heat. And HEAT stands for, the H is for habit, the E is for emotions, the A is for access, and the T is for taste. So these are the categories that all triggers pretty much fall into. HEAT. So we want to get out of the heat. We don't want the heat to get us, right? So HEAT, habit, emotions, access, and taste. Those are the things that cause problems for us as we move through, as we are working on putting our diabetes in remission. So eating. So the question is, what does eating do? And eating has this kind of complicated interaction with us, right? So aside from hunger, we eat for various reasons. We eat for all types of reasons. I remember when we found out that my wife was pregnant, we were having a baby. And we celebrated. And you know how we celebrated, y'all? We went out and we ate. When he was, how old was he when we did the baby blessing? It was, I don't know, he was maybe 6 months or 5 months or something like that. And everybody came to town. And we rented a place and we cooked and we ate. So there's this complex interaction that we have with food that is beyond what we do when we are, beyond what we do when we're hungry, right? So it's not just hunger. It's not just hunger that we do. We eat for lots of different reasons. And one of the reasons that sometimes we will run into trouble as we're dealing with the management of our diabetes is because these triggers occur and they take us down a path. Okay. So that's the HEAT. So complex, it's a complex set of things that happen with us And the acronym provides a framework for you to understand what it is that we're dealing with, right? Exploring these really helps us so that we can begin understanding what we can do as we're managing the food. Because remember, our goal is how do we suppress, how do we decrease the amount of insulin in our body? We've already stopped some of the medication that's producing insulin. We have some medication on board, perhaps that is suppressing our appetite, right? Remember, we had that show. We're now fasting. And by the way, you are working your way up to be able to fast for 24 hours once a week. We're fasting. Well, but during the fasting, these are the things that we've got to be careful of. These are the things that will cause us to have trouble if we're not paying attention. Okay. So eating. So what are some common habits that we have? What are some common habits that we have that will derail us? So one is snacking and eating popcorn while watching TV. And actually, it's not just snacking or eating popcorn, right? It's snacking or eating anything just because we're watching a movie, or just because we're watching TV, just because we're hanging out, we snack, right? We eat things. And the things that we snack on typically are not the thing. It's not usually broccoli, right? It's usually the stuff that will cause a spike in blood sugar and ultimately cause a response in the insulin. And the insulin, after all, is what we're trying to avoid. Okay. How about number 2? Always having dessert after dinner. I had a lady who was in the office and she says, yeah, I just love my sweets because when I was growing up, right. And we'll come to this is hitting 2 points. When I was growing up, that's what we did. We had dessert after dinner. We had something sweet. And a lot of us, we just get into the habit. It's mindless, right? It's okay. We've eaten a meal. And even though we're full, we're going to have dessert because it's what we do. It is just a habit that we've gotten into. How about having a snack or a meal before bedtime? Now, this one has probably been propagated by a lot of misconception. When we talk about patients who are diabetic, a lot of times what we did in the past was if we adjusted the insulin, people who are on insulin, children, we had them have a snack before bed because we didn't want them to go low. We didn't want their blood sugars to drop. Well, that's great, I think. Except that if your blood sugar isn't going down, you don't need to have a snack. But people have gotten into the habit of having a snack before bed. People have gotten into the habit, even if they're not having low blood sugars. Hey, I'm going to bed. I'm going to have a snack. I'm going to have a cookie. I'm going to have some milk. I'm going to have something just because it is bedtime. And that is not right. That is not what we want to do because we are trying to decrease the insulin response. We're trying to decrease the spikes in our insulin, and the spikes in our insulin directly responds to the things that we have, the things that we eat. So if we can minimize the amount of carbohydrates that we're putting in, because the bedtime snack, guess what, is people aren't biting on a piece of meat. I'll tell you that. What they're eating are those things that we're going to see here in just a little while. Okay. All right. So those are some of the common habits that we have. How about associating activities or times of the day with specific foods, right? So we say, hey, it is Tuesday afternoon. So what we're going to do is we're going to, we usually have a sandwich. We play cards. We play dominoes. We go to the gun range. We do whatever we do. And when we do that, this is what we have. Now, I'll tell you it's not bad. One of the things that happens to me is when my son goes to basketball practice. So I'm working all week, and my wife typically takes him to different activities. And so when I pick him up at the end of the week, we go to basketball practice, and when we leave, right, I take him and we stop off and we get something to eat. And I'll say to him, hey, where do you want to go? Now, sometimes that is the meal that we have for that evening, because, right? But sometimes that's just on the way home, and then later on we have something else to eat. But that's an activity that I have associated with doing food, with eating. And we do that a lot. So we associate foods with specific activities or times of the day. Okay, so that's it. All right. So habits. So how do we deal with habits? How do we deal with habits? So what is the problem, first of all, with habits? We eat at specific times or situations due to routine rather than hunger. So that's the issue. So we're not hungry, but because it's the routine, we eat. And when we eat, the blood sugar spike. And when the blood sugar spike, then the insulin comes out. And the insulin is the thing that we're trying to minimize. Okay, so that's the problem. We eat at specific times or in situations due to routine rather than hunger. And the impact, like we said, it can lead to automatic eating without regard for actual hunger or fullness. Your body's telling you, I'm full, I'm full, I'm full. Now, here's the thing. Let me ask you the question. Yeah, you can put this in the chat. Have you ever been at the table or been in a situation where you've eaten and you know you're full, and then somebody says, hey, do you want a piece of pie, or want a piece of cake, or you want a cookie, or want some ice cream? And what do you say? Yes, I do. But you're not hungry, right? Because we're already full. We're already full. Okay. So make sure, right? So this is one of the things. So one of the tools that we're using, remember, is fasting. And the point I'm going to come back and make here in a little while is, as we are using these tools, and let me make it right now. As we're using these tools, during the process of using the tools, we want to be learning what are the things that we need to do that can help us maintain the benefits, the habits that we have done, that we've learned over the long term. Remember, we're not just trying to get you off of medication for next week and for the next week and for a month from now. We want you off of medication forever. That's what we're working on. Okay. So as you're fasting, as you are using the GLPs, right? As you are talking to your doctor about coming off some medications, as you are figuring out your why, all those things, you need to be learning some processes that you put in place that will help. So during the fasting, what are we learning during fasting? We're noticing when you feel the urge to eat just out of habit. And you're using this awareness to question the potential for change, for changing that habit and changing your eating pattern. So that's the strategy. The habit is there. That's what you've been doing. But now that you're fasting, you know, and let me make this point, you know that your body has enough energy to sustain you. Right? Yes, you should. Most of us have enough energy to sustain us. So during the fast, it's not that you are going to die, and it's really not that you're always necessarily hungry. That's another show. But it's a habit. It's 12 o'clock, so it's lunchtime. I'm going to eat. Somebody comes to the office and they bring cookies, candy, whatever. So I'm going to eat. We got together, we're playing cards. We go to the gym, so I'm going to eat. You're not hungry. So one of the strategies that we want to use is, during the process, we want to notice when you feel the urge, y'all, to eat when it's not due to food. Okay? All right. So the next one is, that's the habit. The next one is our emotions. And for the emotions, I'm going to say, let's halt the process. Halt the process. Now, HALT, HALT, stands for, people say you should not be too hungry, too angry, too lonely, too tired. These are some common emotions that people feel. But really, any emotion falls into this category. Any emotion falls into this category. If you're out there, thank you for joining us. Thank you for being here. Let's see, Lashua, hey, welcome. And she says, please remember to hit the like button. Thank you for saying that. And Teresa says, yep. Teresa says, yep. So emotions, y'all. Where was I? Oh yeah, I was in the office. And it was maybe one of the days when I was fasting, right? So I normally fast. If you guys have been watching, I do a fast, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. This week I'm actually doing a different fast, still 72 hours, but because I was on a trip, I did it. I'm doing it now. So I was at the office and I was not hungry. And I had just come out of a room and a situation was going on in the office and I was a little frustrated. And I walked from the patient care area, walked by my work desk, walked into my wife's office and was going into her refrigerator to grab something. And she said, hey, what are you doing? Notice, I was fasting. I knew I was fasting. I was not hungry. But the emotions that occurred, right, almost overrode the thing I knew in my head and was making me go to the refrigerator. Yeah. So that's what emotions do. So halt the process, right? So we stress eat to alleviate feelings of stress and anxiety. That's what was going on with me. We eat out of boredom or lack of activity. Hey, I don't have anything to do. Let's go ahead and we're going to eat. Right? Sometimes we sit and we just grab stuff. We eat as a form of procrastination. Well, I got this project to do. Yeah, let me just run into the refrigerator. Let me run into the kitchen. Let me go to the pantry and I'll grab something and I'll finish this in a little while. We eat foods that remind us of positive memories. Hey, okay. I gotta hop up on this one. I'm from New York. I grew up in Brooklyn. And when I go to New York, like if I flew into New York today, like right now, the three things I would get? I'd get a slice of pizza, I'd get a hot dog, and I'd get some Chinese food. Why? Because the memories that I have of growing up, and those are the things that I ate. Those are the things that remind me of New York. It reminds me of being a kid. It reminds me of being in that space. So we've connected the food to the memory. And it's a positive memory, but it connects us there. And that emotion causes us to eat. It pushes us in the direction of eating. Now, most people think that negative emotions are the only ones that push us in the eating direction. It's not just negative emotions. It is the fact that we really, as humans, a lot of us, we don't really know how to handle emotions. It doesn't have to be a negative emotion. For example, you've had an amazing time hanging out with family and friends. People came together. You guys had a reunion. You had something going on. You, your husband, your wife, children, everybody. You had a great time. And you're just full of joy and happiness, right? And now you're up. And because there's all these emotions kind of twirling around, and we've not really learned how to handle those emotions, we eat because the eating calms us. Notice it's a positive emotion, but because we don't have capacity, we don't have the ability, we don't have the tools to manage it, the eating produces a state in us that calms us. So positive emotions can push us in the eating direction as well. Angry, right? So cortisol comes up. When we're lonely, right? Sadness. When we're tired. I can't tell you the number of times I'm here in this space and I'm doing something. I'm doing a video. Either I'm doing a live, and I'm up late. And when I get off, I eat. Right? Because I got to do one more thing, so I'm not going to go to sleep yet. I'm going to just do this right now. And then we eat comfort foods during sadness, and we eat comfort foods during loneliness. Okay? So we eat. So halt the process. Hungry, angry, lonely, tired, frustrated, all of those emotions will cause us and push us in the direction of eating. So how do we manage the emotions, right? So first of all, what's the problem? Emotional states such as stress, sadness, boredom, or even happiness can prompt eating, as we just described. The impact is emotional eating can lead to consuming foods for comfort rather than nutritional need, often resulting in overeating. So not only are we eating when we're not hungry, but often we overeat. One of the questions I ask people in the office is, if you were not hungry, would you still eat? And often they say yes. And that's an indication that it's not often we think it's a blood sugar problem. We think it's a medication is not working. No, it's that we are eating during a time when we're not hungry. We're causing blood sugars to go up. The blood sugar goes up. The body has to respond with insulin, or you have to give yourself more insulin or take more medications to bring that down. So remember, insulin is the culprit. That's the guy that we're trying to get rid of. That's the guy we're trying to suppress. And so what's our strategy? In the process of fasting, it gives you a chance to identify emotional triggers for eating. So when I walked into my wife's office, I knew I wasn't hungry. So when she says, "Hey, what are you doing?" I had a chance to think. And we recognize these emotions. It allows us, right, to find healthier coping mechanisms. Because that's what eating is. It is a buffering behavior. It is a coping mechanism that we use to deal with the emotions. And then, of course, the next one, it was just there, right? So that was habit, emotions. Now we're talking about access. That is stuff that's just there. You eat just because it's there. I remember when I broke one of my fasts, I had a bowl of almonds and cashews. And I ate, and I just kept eating, right? One here, one there, one here, one there. And I kept eating, and before I knew it, my blood sugars were up to 178, y'all. I wasn't hungry. I had just eaten, but it was just sitting there. So it was just there. So easy accessibility or availability of snacks at the home or in the office. Often, people have candy. I go to church sometimes and I stop by the church office on my way because I work in the media, and I stop off and I grab candy. They have the mints, the peppermints. I don't need it, but it's there. When we attend social events where food is the central focus, coming up here this weekend, we're having an international fair at the church. International food fair. So what's the focus of that fair? The focus is food. So there's going to be food all around, right? It was just there. It's just going to be there. And so we often grab and take things in just because it's there, we get free food at work or social functions. So at our office, and I've told you the story before, I was fasting, and that week, there was so much stuff that came through. I collected all the food. And on Friday, when I was going to break my fast, I brought all the food home because I'm imagining, all this food that I hadn't eaten all day. And it wasn't all free, but a lot of it was. I go down to the cafeteria. I get my badge, right, at the hospital. I can swipe or they scan my badge, and the food is free. I go into the physician's lounge, and the food's free. It's there. So I've actually stopped going to the physician's lounge. I still go to the cafeteria because I got to get, I do unsweetened tea during my fast. So I still go down there. I keep that in my refrigerator at the office. How about shopping when we're hungry? And that leads to impulse buying. And we buy things that we would normally not buy because we're hungry. And then it was just there. And then how about living and working near fast food restaurants or bakeries? I see on Facebook a lot, some people that I follow, people that are friends with me, and they say, hey, I'm waiting for them to get the Krispy Kreme out of the oven or out of the fryer. It was just there. It was just there. And so we eat because we have access to things. And so what's the problem? What's the problem with the access? The problem is the availability of food can significantly influence our eating behavior. With easy access, we often have unplanned eating. Right? The grazing that we talk about, we graze because it's there. We go to the refrigerator, we go to the wherever, and we just eat. The impact is convenient access to unhealthy food options can increase the likelihood of consuming those foods regardless of whether you're hungry or not. And that's what we're talking about, right? These are the things that derail us and make our insulin levels spike and make us have to take more insulin and have to take more medication. So during the fast, it can heighten your awareness of how often you're eating just because the food is there. You become aware. And so then now, okay, let's make healthier food choices. And let's not make the unhealthy things so accessible. Right? So during the times when you're not hungry, when you go shopping, don't pick up the cookies and say, hey, I just need to have some cookies at the house. No, you don't. Or I have to have some ice cream at the house. No, you don't have to have ice cream at the house. Because let me tell you, even though you have decided that you are not going to eat the ice cream, even though you've committed that you're going to put your diabetes in remission, if the ice cream is in the refrigerator, one of those times when you're hungry, angry, lonely, tired, bored, frustrated, happy, guess what? We're going to the refrigerator, and guess what? We're gonna get some of that food. Okay, because it is there. It is there. So, habit, emotions, access, and taste. Now, the taste one, y'all. This is a story you got to hear. You got to hear. And the story is this. The story is this. That how do I start? Let me back up. And let me tell you this. There are some foods or some juices. Like mine is orange juice. And my ice cream is Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream. Those two things. Like right now, if you flash one of those on the screen, I'm going to have a hard time. If somebody walks into my studio right now while I'm on live, you guys might have to excuse me. I'll put a black screen on and I'll say I'll be right back. There are some foods that you like that are just like, What's happened is that we've developed some emotional connection to the food, some memories. We've developed some responses, some physiologic responses to those food. They calm us. But the other thing that's happened is that the food was designed so that it gives you that buzz. And that's called the bliss point. The bliss point is the place that the designers of the food is that combination of sugar, salt, and fat that when you eat it, you cannot just have one. You go back for a second and a third and a fourth and a fifth. And sometimes you eat the whole sleeve of Oreos. You eat the whole pack of cookies. You eat right? So the bliss point, that point at which there's just the right combination. So let's take burgers, for example. right? We got the fatty meat, right? The fat. We got the sweet ketchup, and we got the salty pickles. And they've put it together just so that you're like, this is so good. I'm going back there tomorrow to have another one. Chips and snacks. The perfect mix of salt and fat with the carbs. Right? What's the and I keep asking this guy, I gotta write it down. What's the chips where it says you can't just have one? Right? So ice cream, the creamy texture, the sweetness, and the rich flavors all combined. Right? You go to some places, you can order your own, I was gonna say Blizzard, but I'm not gonna say it. Right? You can put it together just so. You can get the sundae, and it's the cakes, the cookies, the pastries, got that fat, got the sugar, got the little salt in there. The bliss point. And then of course sodas and juice, right? That's my thing. They deliver the optimal level of sweetness. Oh yeah. The bliss point. And so we're fighting against all of these things. Yep. So what's the problem? The problem is the flavors and the palatability of food. It's a strong motivation for eating. And it's beyond the point of hunger. When you sit down to eat some meals, right? Like if you're eating a main meal, right? You're eating a steak and say you're even eating potato. And you're eating a salad. And you are full. You know you're full. You're stuffed. It's Thanksgiving. You've had your second plate of food. When the desserts come out, you still eat it. Right? Because you got to have mama's peach cobbler. You're going to have a piece of that apple pie. You're going to have that pumpkin pie. One of the things that I have to struggle against, and this year I was so good, y'all. I didn't have any. So my dad used to make, when he was alive, my dad used to make eggnog. Right now, I don't have the recipe. I've never tried making it, maybe once. But when I go to the grocery store, starting like right at, I don't know, mid-December, I have to like force myself to walk by the coolers because all the eggnog comes out. I remember one year I went and I bought like four for the quarts of eggnog. I had in the refrigerator. I had to throw them away because yeah. Once again, access, right? So why am I buying 4 quarts? I know I don't need 4 quarts, but it was there. It was just there. Okay. So a preference for highly palatable foods can override satiety. That is the feeling that you're full. And it leads to overconsumption or overeating. So during the fasting period, you're going to use that to reset the preferences. Right? Because during the fast, you may have some of those cravings. And that's one of the reasons I said, hey, let's see if we can get on one of these GLPs. Because they help to suppress the appetite. And in the process, we are working on getting out of the heat, right? The habits, the emotions, the access, the taste. And you can develop an appreciation for natural flavors of whole, nutritious foods. So during the process of fasting, you are retraining your mind, you're retraining your behavior, retraining your habits, you're retraining your tongue. So that we're getting out of the heat. So when we're mindful of the things that will cause us to eat, then we're able to function in a way that allows us to maintain the behaviors that we are learning. Because remember, our goal is not to just do these things for a short time. It is to do them over the long haul, over the long term. So our habits, our emotions, the access to food, and our taste, those are the 4 categories that these triggers fall in. And our goal is to learn how to manage these as we are moving forward, because they are going to be the things that hinder us. And these are going to be the things that will spike our blood sugars. They're going to cause a blood sugar spike. It's going to cause a spiking in our insulin. It's going to cause us to have to take more medication. It's going to cause us to have to take more insulin. And that's not what we want to do. All right, because we're working to put our diabetes in remission. We're working to suppress. We're working to reverse our diabetes. Yep. All right, so let's see. Lab. So Jennifer, hey Jennifer. Jennifer said, howdy y'all. Welcome. Jennifer from Nebraska. Thank you for hanging out and coming to be with us. We'll get you some music and a hand clap. She said, howdy y'all. And Jeff said, Labs, potato chips. Oh, Lay's. Yes, Lay's potato chips. You just can't have one. Isn't that amazing? Right? So this idea of the bliss point, y'all. The idea of the bliss point is the food science people. Let me get that down. The food science people, right? So they create different versions of foods, right? I mean, they have some idea of what tastes good because they're in the lab, and then they send them out, and they get the taste testers, and the taste testers kind of help refine the process. What are, hey, this one was too salty, this one was too sweet, this one was too, right? And then they come back and they put all those together, and that's how we get those foods, because now we know that this one, when people eat this, they're going, I got to come back. So taste. So habit, emotions, access, and taste. Now, we're going to come back and we're going to do an in-depth show on some of these as well. Okay. But I would just want to lay the groundwork. For what we're doing as we move into new year, new you. So let's take a look. I know some of you are out there. You're like, oh, let's see what your blood sugars are. So let's go ahead and let's take a look at that. And remember, I am now, let's see, 71 hours into my fast. And let's see what my Dexcom shows. And then we're going to come back and we're going to do our meter tests over here. So right now, after 71 hours, y'all, almost 71 hours, my blood sugar is 98. So the question that you're asking right now is, why is the blood sugar 98? Right? We're going to talk about that. Let's see. My Libre is actually saying that my blood sugar is 68. Right? So we're a little different between those two. So let's go ahead and let's hop over here. My Libre says. Okay. Let me do this. I'm going to go ahead. I am going to check the ketones because I want the ketones to be right at the time when I check the blood sugar. but I'm going to hold on to that because I'm not going to show you what it says quite yet. Let's see. Teresa says, you said my sound disappeared. Okay. Hold on a second. Let's see. Let me go back there. Can you guys still hear me? You can hear me on this one. I think the one you couldn't hear me on. Let me do this. Okay, yeah, there you go. Okay. So what happened was on one of the scenes I muted because I can mute all the stuff here. So I muted it on one of the scenes, the scene that had you're not supposed to see that yet. But that's okay. That's all right. That's all right. Okay. Because what I wanted to do was I wanted to hop over and also review the actual report from the Dexcom. So I'm going to go ahead and pull that up really quickly and get that all set because I want to move on to do something else here. Okay, let me get that all set up because what happens is it times out. So while I was doing the rest of the show, it timed out. So I got to log back in. All right, so that's all set right there, and it's loading. And I like to do that because I want you to kind of trace along with me. I want you to pay attention as I'm doing this, so that you see where I am. All right, so as I'm getting this up, remember one of the things that we did in the month of January was we were working on one 24-hour period where we were fasting. And during the month of February, the challenge is that you want to work your way up so that you can begin fasting for one 24-hour period once a week. Right? That's what we want to do. One 24-hour period once a week. That is the challenge for this month. We'll do more. Right. We'll do more of that as we get into the year. But that's where I want you to be right now. One 24-hour period that you are fasting once a week as we move into that. All right. Let's see. This is a great place for us to do our thought of the day. So let's go ahead and let's get to that right now. All right, and our thought of the day is this. Our history shapes us, but it doesn't define us. Our history shapes us, but it does not define us. I can't tell you the number of times that I've had people come into the office and they are depressed, they're confused, they're frustrated, and they've actually thrown their hands up. Because they've been working with diabetes, they've been working with their chronic disease, they've been working with their high blood pressure and high cholesterol and PCOS and metabolic syndrome and obesity. They have been fighting the fight and they've given up. They've been sent to me because their doctor says, I don't know what to do. They have been sent to me because they don't know where to go, what to turn to, and they're frustrated. And you're out there right now and you're sitting and you may be frustrated with your blood sugars, with your chronic disease, with your weight. And I want you to know that your history is a part of you, but it doesn't define who you are. Just because you've been unsuccessful in the past doesn't mean you'll be unsuccessful now. Just because something didn't work in the past doesn't mean that it won't work now. Just because you've not been able to get off of diabetes medication or put your diabetes in remission or reverse your diabetes doesn't mean that that won't work now. Your history is a part of you, but it is not what defines you. You can do it. Even now, as you are working on your 24-hour fast, you will begin seeing blood sugar improvement. You will begin seeing improvements in other areas, other aspects of your health. Even if you're not diabetic, this works for you as well. Remember, we're talking about all the metabolic processes that are being affected by blood sugar, that are being affected by insulin. People can have high insulin levels even though they're not diabetic. In fact, your body will do its best to keep your blood sugars under control for a long time. And most people who are diagnosed with diabetes, they've had kind of smoldering blood sugars that have been rising and insulin levels that are going up. They've had that for about 10 years. And the body has been doing an amazing job. But now you get a chance to decide that right now, today, at this moment, you're not going to let what happened in the past define what we do in the future. I invite you to come alongside us. I invite you to join this community. I invite you to take the steps, work along with us, work along with me as we are moving forward, because we're going somewhere, y'all. We're heading in a direction that I think will be successful for you. We're heading in a direction where you can take control of your health, take control of your life, avoid complications, and create the life you've always wanted. So your history is a part of you. Your history shapes you, but it does not define you. And that is the thought for today. All right. So let's take a look at blood sugars. What I want to do is I'm going to hop over here, and this is my Dexcom. This is my Dexcom, and we're going to show you what that looks like. Let's do this view. Okay. And so this is my blood sugar today. Right. You see it's been hanging out in the 80s. And as you know, right here, usually in the morning, I have a spike in my blood sugar, and that is due to the dawn phenomenon. Remember, that's a thing that happens to everybody. And so my dawn phenomenon caused my blood sugar to go from the 80s, and it spiked up to 111. And right here, I had to change my Dexcom because it fell off. And so my blood sugars, when I came back, had come down, and it's been hanging in the 80s and 90s. Right, according to this guy, 80s, 90s, 100s, right, up until this is 742. Let me do one thing. I'm gonna bring you back to this view because I want to also pull up the Libre report, and of course Dexcom Libre. There are different CGMs. I have one on one arm, I have the other one on the other arm. And let's see what the Libre has been showing, because the Libre was closer to what my meter said. Correct? You guys remember? So let's see what that's showing and is generating the report. All right. So here we are. And let's take a look at this one. All right, so we want to see what the report is for today. All right, so here we are. And you'll see, according to the Libre, for most of today, I've been below 70. The red line that you're seeing there. Let me turn my mouse on so you can see when I draw. So notice right here. Okay, so all the reds that you're seeing, and my Libre has actually been alarming for most of today. Okay, so and let me pull it up on this view. right? So this is my actual reading right now. So the question that you're asking, right, or you should be asking is, wait a minute, Dr. Woode. You haven't eaten, and yeah, it says it's low, but your blood sugar is 67. It's not 0. It's not 1, 2, 3. It's 67, which is close to normal, right? So normal blood sugar is 70 to 99. So why are my blood sugars still in that range? They should be lower because I haven't eaten. Because people think if you don't eat, you're going to, what? Bad things are going to happen. Well, let's go over and let me pull up for you what the meter showed on my Keto Modo monitor. Let me go ahead and pull that into my phone, and then we'll show you that here in just a second. So it's syncing. All right, here we are. So this is what my meter shows. And down at the bottom there, you'll see glucose of 66 and then ketones of 3.6. 66 and 3.6. So my ketones are high. Normal ketones, or ketones that are therapeutic, nutritional ketosis, let me say it that way, is anywhere from 0.5 to 1.5. So things below that means I don't have any really ketones. When the body, when you finish eating, within 4 hours or so, your body's digesting food. It digests that until about 18 hours. At 24 hours or so, the amount of food that you ate, the carbs, the fat, the glucose, the sugar that you ate is being burnt up in the liver. And after about 24 to 28 hours, the body no longer has that store of energy that came from the sugar that you ate, the carbs that you ate. And so now it has to find a source of energy somewhere else. And the source that it finds is ketones. So as the blood sugar goes down, the insulin level goes down, which is one of the big things that we want. The insulin level goes down. When the insulin level goes down, the sugar is gone, the glycogen is gone, the body goes and it finds ketones. And because it's burning fat now, and the ketones, when it burns fat, it produces ketones, and the ketones is what it uses for energy. And what you're seeing is my body now switching, or it has switched, because I've been 71 hours. I have not eaten anything, so I'm not putting any carbs in. My glycogen is gone, essentially, and now the body's using ketones to burn. And that's what you see on the screen. That's the glucose that you're seeing there of 66. And then my ketones are 3.6. Now let's take a look at this graph. And you'll see on the graph, as the blood sugars drop, and the blood sugars are that tan line that's going down, as the blood sugars come down, my ketones go up because the body no longer has sugar to use. So ketones are being produced, and the ketones are what you're seeing there going up. Right, so that ketone of 3.6 and blood sugar down here of 66. Amazing how the body works. And then I'm sure that one of the things that you may have been following is, well, what's going on, Dr. Woode? We love to see the blood sugars, but what's going on with the weight, right? And this is my graph. This is my app that I use. And let's take a look at the trends. And you'll see there over, let's see, this is on the 31st of January. This is on the 1st of February. And today is what's today? Today's the 12th. So on the 1st, that's when I went away. Well, I went away on vacation here. It was my birthday. I went to 193. And then during vacation, 195. Yeah, that's a 2 pounds, right? And then since I've been back, 192. And then this morning, 191. So I want you to notice, not only are my blood sugars being controlled, but my weight is improving as well. So let me say that again. Not only are my blood sugars being controlled, but my weight is improving as well. And along with blood sugar control, insulin levels down, the amount of medication I take is down, my weight's going down, the insulin is down, so that means that blood pressure, high cholesterol, obesity, metabolic syndrome, all the things that we talk about improves. And one of the things that I want you to see, and I'm going to hop back over to this graph because I want to go back to this report. And if you saw my short that I did a couple of days ago, you'll know that right here I was in Jamaica and had a Jamaican beef patty. Yeah, right there. Right. So the question is, what does a Jamaican beef patty do? And notice that, I ate the beef patty around here. Right around here. And my blood sugar spiked up. So at 439 or 434, I think it was, my blood sugar got above 180 and it went up to 216, I think was the highest that it got there. Got to 216. And then by 624, we were back down below 180, right? So within the space of 2 hours. And then look, it continues to drop. So not only does fasting allow you in the moment, y'all, to get better blood sugars and to decrease the insulin and to decrease the weight, but days after, right? So look at this. So it spiked up there. And so my body is hyper responsive right here. So my blood sugar dropped below 180 after eating the beef patties and drinking the coconut water. And it continues to go down. And then into the next day, look at that. So I'm still getting the residual response from the fact that my blood sugars were controlled during the fasting. Okay. All right. Jeff, let's see. Jeff says, how many times per day do you prick with the Keto Mojo? Very good question, Jeff. So with the Keto Mojo, I actually do it. Let me back up. So I was doing it twice a day, right? Because I wanted to know what it was in the morning and I wanted to know what it is in the evening. When I'm fasting, I only do it once a day. Because when I'm fasting, I know that the ketones are up. So there's no reason for me to really check it unless I'm really, really interested or unless I'm doing it here on the show. But during the time when I'm doing my regular intermittent fasting, I do check it more frequently. But during the fast itself, I really don't check it that often unless I'm doing, for instance, when I do live, when I do a check-in, when I want to record something so you guys see what's going on, then I'll check it and let you know what it is. Because I know I'm in ketosis because I'm fasting. And I check it, once I get into ketosis, I really don't check it again until it's like I'll do it at 24 hours, 48 hours, and maybe at 72 hours when I break the fast. But during the other times when I'm not doing that, I do check it because I adjust the food that I eat sometimes based on whether I'm in ketosis or not, because I want my ketones to be at least 0.5 or higher. And that helps with blood sugars. It helps with weight. It helps with metabolic syndrome. It helps with all the other things that we talk about. All right. All right. So that is our goal for our diabetes, right? We're going to put our diabetes in remission. And tonight we spent some time talking about heat. How do we get out of the heat? How do we get out of the heat? And I want to, let's see, let me pop over here really quickly, guys. So I want to give you, in addition to what we're doing in terms of the challenge, right? In addition to what we're doing in terms of the challenge, that is being able to work up to 24 hours. I was going to say 72 hours. No, not 72 hours. 72 hours of fasting. What I'd like you to do is I would like you to become more familiar with this heat, right? How do we get out of the heat? Right. So that's I want you to, when people talk to you about, hey, eating, say, I'm trying to get out the heat. I'm trying to get out the heat. Right. In fact, right now, put in the comments, say a hashtag heat. Hashtag HEAT. Okay. All right. And then I'd like to give you an exercise. I am actually going to create a document with this so that you can use it. So two parts to it. So I want you to, for 1 week, right, over this next week, right, get a small notebook or use an app. And I have lots of different apps, and we'll probably do a show where we talk about apps that you can use. And what I want you to do is divide it into 4 sections. And the 4 sections are HEAT, right? Habit, emotions, access, and taste. And I want you to write down, right, the times and situations where you find yourself eating out of one of those. All right, you write down, hey, I ate. It was just a habit. It was just time for me to eat. Or I want you to write down when you reacted to from food, you reached for some food because of emotions. Or, man, I just ate that because it was just there, right? You access, and then pay attention to the foods that you crave, right? Oh man, I ate that because I was not hungry, but I just wanted it. Okay. And then I want you to reflect on a daily basis as you're going through the week. So remember, we got four quadrants, HEAT in each one. And you're going to note the times when you are eating and you know that you've eaten because of one of those things. And on a daily basis, I want you to reflect. At the end of the day, take a few moments and review what you wrote down. Look at the patterns of specific triggers that lead you to eat outside of just when you're physically hungry. Make sense? Come on back next week. We're going to share some of that information. I want you to put it in the chat. Even over the week, you can put it in the comments, right? Because we're going to talk about that. And then here is your management tool. This is how you manage the triggers. How do you manage the heat? How do we get out of the heat? Okay? Once again, divide your sheet into 4 sections. And I want you to list the triggers that you've identified under each of them, under each of those quadrants. And then I want you to say, hey, what is the plan that you have for managing habits? What is your plan when, hey, I know I'm eating this out of habit, so I'm not going to eat when I watch TV. Okay, so that's a plan for habit. What am I going to do when I know I'm eating out of emotions? Right? I'm going to work on developing a more healthy coping mechanism rather than eating. So you're going to write that down. So you're coming up with plans for each of the 4. How about access? What's the plan for access? Well, when I go to the grocery store, I'm not going to buy whatever that thing is, right? So what is your plan? And then for taste, how do I mitigate the fact that, oh, I just love that Pringles. I just love that cookie. I just love that brand of whatever, right? So what are some healthy recipes that you can use at home for doing that? What are some other foods that you can buy at the grocery store? And then begin working on those. Okay, so we're going to, first of all, for the week, we're going to draw on our paper, right, 4 different squares. And within the square, HEAT. And every time that I eat out of habit, every time I eat out of emotion, every time I eat just because it's there, out of access, every time I eat because of the taste, I'm going to jot those down. And then I'm going to come up with a plan for how do I deal with that particular trigger? How do I deal with triggers of habit, triggers of emotion, triggers of access, and triggers of time? Got it so far? Awesome. All right. And so Teresa put, Teresa put down HEAT hashtag. That's right. And Jeff, thank you for being here. Dimitri, man. Hey, man, how you doing? Hashtag HEAT. That's right. So we got to get out of the heat. Get out of the heat. That's what we're working on. Getting out of the heat. So y'all, remember our goal, right? Our goal is we are putting diabetes in remission, reversing diabetes We're getting off of some of this diabetes medication. New year, new you. That's our goal. And all the things that we're doing, the discussions that we're having, is how do we move in that direction? Some of you are out there and you want to sprint, you want to run, you want to get this done tomorrow. I encourage you to work along with us, because I want you to develop habits, develop behaviors, develop ideas that you can do for the rest of your life. That's what we're working on. And so, as always, my ask is this. Number one, I want you to do the challenges that we're doing, right? So our challenge this month is for us to fast 1 day a week for 24 hours. From this show, we're going to be doing the heat exercises, right? Figure out, hey, when am I eating based on one of those things, and come up with a plan for it, right? That's the challenge. And then my other ask is this. Come back, engage with us, join this community. The community grows, the community is better, the community works when you are here, when you share, when you let other people know, hey man, I'm struggling with this, or Dr. Woode, you said this thing was going to work for me. This is the challenge that I'm having. How do I address that? Join the community, and then let somebody know what we're doing. You've got a friend, a cousin, a mama, uncle, an aunt, somebody, a coworker who is diabetic, who is dealing with diabetes, who's helping somebody with diabetes, even your physician. Let them know what's going on here on the channel. Invite them to join us as we move forward together. Now, in the next couple of weeks, you're going to see an advertisement, a link. I'm going to do a Zoom masterclass, right? Right now, we're kind of talking by texting, and I love that. But I'm going to do a Zoom masterclass. You get to come on. I get to see your face. You get to see my face, and we can actually talk with each other. You can ask questions about where we are so far in the journey, right? So come on out, join me. You'll see that coming out here in a little while, over the next week or so that you could sign up for that. Come on, enjoy it. Be a part of the community. Let us know how things are going. And you can, in that space, ask me anything about your diabetes and the things that we're doing, the fasting and so forth. Make sure you're paying attention to the shorts that we do, the check-ins that I do here on the channel, because I think those are very instructive. If you've not done so yet, make sure you get over to the website. Dwain Woode MD is the website. I'm going to pull that up here really quickly. Yeah, there we are. And you can see all of the things we've got going on. Dwain Woode MD. 7 Keys to Success is a book that ebook that I wrote. Great information there on how to be successful. Unmasking the Sweet Truth About Sugar. If you'd like to work with me on a more personal level, you can sign up for our Next Level coaching program that's there on the website. And then, of course, our blog. Our blog is an amazing space where I write additional content that supplements the things that we do here on the show, right? Our continuous glucose monitor is the game changer in battling diabetes. Is glucose ketone index, what we just saw on my app, is it the secret to conquering diabetes? Could fasting be the key to unlocking better health and longevity? Understanding the power of knowing your why. So all those things, make sure you get out there and make sure you are utilizing all the resources that we have available to you. All right. So hashtag heat. Survivor Spirit says good stuff. Yes. Thank you for that. Folks. You know, I'm so excited. I'm geeked. I'm pumped about all the things that we're doing. I wanted to make sure that you are taking advantage of all of it. We're back here. We're back here next week for our show. You don't want to miss it, because we're going to be talking about some more stuff that helps us put our diabetes in remission and reverses our diabetes, gets us off medication. I want to always make a plug for those of you who are out there. You're saying, hey, I'm not diabetic, so this stuff is not for me. That is not true. Because as we're talking about what do we do for diabetics, this works for you as well. You've got metabolic syndrome, history of coronary artery disease. You're at risk for coronary artery disease. You have obesity, weight problems, polycystic ovarian syndrome. You have had a stroke. You've had a heart attack. You've got some stents in. All of those improve. You got non-alcoholic fatty liver. Oh, yeah. So I want you to join us as well. But if you know somebody with diabetes, make sure you let them know. We're talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. As always, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology, y'all. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and create the life you've always wanted and go to the next level. And in this year, new year, new you. Good night. We'll see you at a check-in, or we'll see you next week at our show.
BD, and I am excited to celebrate this anniversary for Dwain Woode, MD. It was a pleasure to come on the channel a year and a half ago to collaborate with Dr. Woode. If you haven't already checked out his content, you want to do so. He is a powerhouse when it comes to empowering and educating his community with all things maximizing health and reversing diabetes. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you check out all the videos. Make sure you're part of his community, because you will not be missing out. Congratulations, Dr. Woode. Wishing you many more years of just creating amazing value for your community. And I am excited for you. Thank you again for having me on, and you have an amazing celebration.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our channel. We are focusing on adults with type 2 diabetes. That's what we do here. And we are working on reversing diabetes, reversing the diabetes. And today we have an amazing show, an amazing conversation that comes on the heels of all that we've been talking about. Right? We've been talking about what do we need to do to put diabetes in remission. And today we're talking about a very important, a very significant topic that enhances diabetes management. And that is mindful eating. That's where we're going to be. You know, can I tell you that I was fed up? Can I tell you that I was tired? I did not know what to do. Yeah. I was in medical school. Yep, I'd started medical school, and every day as I got into those last years, I found myself frustrated because of the change that had happened in my life. So if you don't know the story, I had moved from doing computer science, right? So I was teaching at the time and decided I was going back to medical school. And so I had to go back and I had to take all of those classes, you know, the organic chemistry and the biochemistry and all the stuff that I didn't do in college because I had been a math and computer science major. And I'll tell you, it was tough. And as I made it through medical school, with difficulty, by the way, and got into residency, and would have to, for 4 years, show up at the hospital and put the things that were going on in my life aside so that I can be present for patients, so I can be present for learning, so I can be present for all the things that needed to be done in residency. And then finally, y'all, fellowship, 2 years of fellowship, and learning all the while to take care of people who had diabetes, people who had thyroid disease, people who were struggling with other metabolic disorders. And all the time during the process of going through medical school and going through residency and going through fellowship, guess how I dealt with the stress? That's right, I ate. And when I finished fellowship, I remember one of the faculty members saying to me, "Dwain, we're concerned about you." At that time, y'all, I was about maybe 285 pounds. And it all came as a result of this thing that I said I wanted to do, that degree I was getting, the training that was going through. And I had not learned what it meant to take the time to deal with those things in my life effectively. And people around me looked at me. Yeah, right? Because after all, I had through medical school. I had gotten into residency. I had become chief resident of my program. I had finished the program, and then now I was doing a fellowship, and I was leaving the program. I was leaving fellowship and was now opening up a practice. I had made it, but I had not learned some of those skills that I needed to learn to effectively manage my diabetes, to effectively manage my health. Yeah. And so tonight, we're going to embark on a process that that will help. It's called mindful eating. And that's where we are. If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life, y'all, that you've always wanted. And I welcome you. If you're out there, go ahead and say hello. Let us know that you are here. Let us know that you are with us. And we're going to go through, as we get into the course of the rest of the show, there are several things that we do. And you guys know how we do it. I've got my Libre set up. I've got my Dexcom set up, so you guys will be able to see what my blood sugars are here on the channel. I've got my Libre report that's pulled up on the side here. Well, why did I do this? Why didn't I just go ahead and show you what that looks like? I think I got everything. There we go. So I've got my meter on this side. We're going to go ahead and check our blood sugars there in just a few minutes. Over on the side, I've got my report from the Dexcom. And what you aren't seeing right now is what my Dexcom and my Libre meters are telling me my blood sugars are. But we'll get to those here in just a minute. Okay. If you are joining us for the first time, somebody sent this message to you, somebody sent you a link, somebody sent you or invited you to be here, I'm glad that you're here. If you're new, go ahead and put new in the comments, because we'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. Like we do. And if you have questions as we move throughout the evening, as we move throughout the show, make sure that you put those in the chat so that, or the comments, so that we can say hello, and so we can let you know that we are here and that we want to answer those questions. On our YouTube channel, and actually I didn't do that earlier, but let me do that really quickly now. On the YouTube channel, all of the shows that we've been doing, y'all, all the shows in this series are on the YouTube channel. In particular, they are in a playlist that's called How to Put Your Diabetes in Remission. All right, so how to put your diabetes in remission. There it is right there. So make sure that you get out there. Even the ones that we've been doing with the check-ins are there. And I want to make sure that you can do that. Now, one of the things that you can do if people are interested in the show, this particular series that we're doing, invite them to the show, because I'd love to have them there, but you can also send them the playlist and they can begin looking through that. Okay. All right. So let's see. Let's welcome some folks. I see Jeff that's out there. Hey, Jeff, thank you for coming through, man. Glad that you are here. I see Teresa. She says, hi, Dr. Woode and everyone. Teresa, glad that you are here as well. So y'all, let's hop into it. Let's do like we do when we do what we do, right? So let's go over and let's talk about what we're talking about tonight. And tonight we're talking about why is mindful eating the key to reversing diabetes, right? Why is mindful eating the key to reversing diabetes? And that presupposes that it is the key, right? Yes. Why is it the key? Well, so the last couple of weeks have been talking about our plan. So the first thing that we did was we decided that we wanted to evaluate why we want to be healthy. Why do we want to reverse diabetes? That's our first show. We introduced we introduced our fasting as one of the keys to what we're going to be doing. One of the biggest tools that we are using, and that is the fasting. And I have had a lot of you who've sent me messages, sent me questions about fasting. In fact, one of our viewers sent me a message just yesterday, said that she had completed her 24-hour fast and her blood sugars have not been above 120. And off of her medication. Yeah. So she want to know, hey, when do I restart the medication? Right. So that's a question that we'll answer. Then we talked about the heat, right? The reasons that people go to food, that is habits, emotions, access, and taste. All right, we talked about the effect of hormones on our bodies. We talked about medications that we need to try to get off of and medications that we try to get on that can help us bridge the gap. Right? So that's where we've been going. And as we move through this process, there is something that is so important that we need to begin learning how to do, and we need to begin learning how to manage, how to listen to our bodies. During the process of fasting, fasting is not just about, hey, let's fast so we get that insulin level down. Now, it is a big way to do that. It is a major way to do it. In fact, it's probably the biggest way to do it. But during the process of fasting, there are some things that we need to be learning. And during the process of fasting, mindfulness is going to assist us, and not just during fasting, but also as we are eating. Okay. So when we talk about mindfulness, and hello, Jennifer, I do see you there. Hey, welcome. So good evening, all. Glad that you're here. All right. So let's get back to our mindfulness, right? So what is mindfulness? So mindfulness is a transformative approach. It's an ancient practice that emphasizes the importance of being intensely aware of what we're sensing and feeling in the moment without interpretation or judgment. Okay, it's something that's old, and in fact, when you if you let me say it this way. If you watch those old time karate movies, and I'm a big old time karate movie buff. When I was a kid, we watched movies like The Five Deadly Venom. That by the way is my favorite karate movie, The Five Deadly Venom. If you've not watched it, I have no affiliations with with the movie, but that was a big one. Okay, but karate movies, a lot of times you'll see, they'll go up to a monastery and you'll see some monks, or you remember David Carradine, however you pronounce that. Yes, I'm that old, right? And one of the things that I used to love watching those movies is that they would meditate. And I thought they were actually just meditating, right, to quiet themselves. But if you go back and you watch those movies and you read anything about how in the monasteries the monks work, what they're really doing is they were in the process of being in tune with their bodies. They were learning what the body was saying. And often, they were so in tune with what was going on in their body, they could do those amazing feats that you saw in the movies. Now, in the movies, they kind of overemphasize some of those feats. Now, there are real live people who practice karate and ninjutsu and all of those arts that are able to do things in their body that the rest of us would think, oh my God, right? That's supernatural. But the reason they were able to do that is not that it's supernatural, but they were so in tune with their body. So when we talk about mindfulness is that art of sensing and feeling what you are going through, what the body is saying in the moment without interpretation or judgment. Now, that last part right there, interpretation of judgment or judgment, is very important. And I've said so many times on this show that we got to come back and do a show on a particular thing. One of the things that we've got to begin learning and working with in a show on is this thing that's up here. Because everything that we see, everything that we do, everything that we think is an interpretation of what the mind gives us. At any one time, there are thousands of signals that are coming at us, and our brains can't process all of that. And so it basically takes those signals and it filters them, summarizes them, and it gives us what we then think is our reality. And the reality that we have, the reality that we come up with after we get all those signals, is based on the upbringing that we've had, our past experiences, our memories, our emotions. Those are the things that change and alter the perception of what we see. Okay, let me give you an example. I was recently in a conversation. I came into a conversation, and as the person was talking to me, right, I started getting upset. And I was sitting there, and have you ever had this situation where you're kind of talking in your head? It's almost like somebody's talking, and I was talking in my head. And in my head, I'm saying to myself, okay, you're getting upset, you're getting irritated, you've got a choice. Now, the person didn't change what they were saying, they didn't change how they were saying it. In fact, they were very loud. And in that moment, I had to make a decision. And the decision I made was, okay, let me just back off. I shouldn't say back down because I wasn't saying anything at the time. And let me just listen. And as I listened, and as I allowed the person to speak, my anger and my irritation began decreasing. And we finished the conversation, actually had a pretty pleasant conversation. And we ended and came to an agreement. And then I went over to talk to my wife, and I said to her, I said, hey, let me tell you this story. Now, I want you to notice that nothing changed in what the other person was saying or doing. What changed was this. And so our interpretation, or our reality, I guess I should say it that way, our reality is based on our interpretation of a particular thing. So when we're looking at our bodies, when we're feeling what's going on in our bodies, we want to feel it without interpreting it. As we talked several weeks ago about HEAT, H-E-A-T, remember that's our acronyms for those things, those triggers that make us eat. Our habits, our emotions, our access, and our taste. Those emotions that are there, right? They are the things that push us based on, well, I shouldn't say they are. All of those things are things that push us in a direction based on our interpretation and our judgment. So when we're talking about being mindful, we are trying to interpret what's going on in our body, or not interpret, we're trying to sense what's going on in our bodies. And we're trying to listen to what the body is saying to us. Okay. So that's mindfulness. Well, the question is, what effect does modern life have on us? All right. So we have these external and internal factors that influence blood sugars. We talked about that, right? Those hormones that come in. We don't sleep well, so our blood sugars go up. We get upset, blood sugars go up. We're happy, we're sad, right? All those things that push us in a direction. And our modern life is characterized by constant busyness and, of course, these digital distractions. As a result, we become disconnected and we eat. We develop these habits where we're sitting, eating, and we're on the phone. We're sitting, eating, we're watching TV. We're sitting, eating, and we're doing something else. right? And this disconnection causes unchecked stress, and it neglects our physical cues. So even though we're eating, or even though we're doing other things as it relates to food and blood sugars, we're not aware of what the body is saying to us. And this can exacerbate our diabetic conditions. So during the process of fasting, for example, our goal is not just to stay away from the food. Our goal is during the process of fasting, we're now listening, we're being mindful, and we're seeing, what is the body saying to me? I told you the story of several weeks ago when I was fasting. I was getting ready to break my fast, if you guys remember that. And when I was getting ready to break the fast, I was actually thinking about the food I hadn't eaten for the last 3 days. I wasn't hungry, but I was thinking, man, when I get home, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to lay this food out, because I had collected it, y'all. That's the bad thing. I shouldn't say bad thing. That's the thing. I had collected it, right? In anticipation of when I broke the fast. So I was going to go back and eat that. Think about this. The process of going through the fast was with the intention that I was decreasing some of the calories I was putting in, because I wanted to decrease my insulin. But yet, in the process of going through the fast, I was planning to recoup, if you will, right? I was planning to get all that stuff back and go ahead and eat it. So it's amazing. But listening to your body, listening to what the body's saying you during the fast, is something that we are going to be talking about, and it's one of the things that we have to learn. I was telling somebody in the office today that we can get better blood sugars. We can lose weight. We can improve our health. We can reverse insulin resistance. We can decrease our chances of coronary artery disease and all those things. But what happens is we never learn during the process of getting better. We don't learn what are the things we have to do to maintain where we are. And so this mindfulness, mindful eating, is one of those things. So as you're fasting, as you're going through the fast, what you should be doing is learning, what is my body telling me? What is the thing that's actually pulling me to eat? Because I know I'm not hungry. I know I have enough energy stored up in the fat cells that I have that can sustain me. So why am I being pulled to eat that particular food? Am I tired? Am I frustrated? Am I happy? Did something wonderful just happen? And I feel, well, I'm going to celebrate. Right? Because we do that. Right? I fasted 24 hours. Okay, I'm going to celebrate with some ice cream. I achieved that weight loss. I'm going to celebrate. Okay, what is it that my body is telling? What is it that your body is telling you that you need to listen to? Right. So the effect of modern life. And then what about diabetes? So for people navigating the complexity of diabetes management, mindfulness transcends mere stress reduction. Now, mindfulness is a great stress reducer, right? The things we talked about last week, all of those can be improved if we are mindful, if we're listening, and we'll talk here in a few minutes about some of the things you can do. But beyond that, for the person who is managing diabetes, it is a bridge, right, to cultivate profound intuitive connections with your physical self and the decisions that sculpt your life daily. There are decisions that we make that are not mindful, like we haven't considered it, we haven't thought about it, we don't know how we feel about it, or here's a big one. We do know how we feel about it, and we subjugate it. We press it down. We don't allow that feeling to come up because, that's a bad feeling. I shouldn't be thinking that way. Now, your brain, your body will take in a signal, take in a cue, take in something that's happening, and it will interpret it based on how you are All the things we talked about, how you were raised, your memories, and so forth. The feeling that you get, the emotion that you get, nobody can tell you how to feel. The question is, what do you do with it? And often we don't allow ourselves to feel it enough to then begin doing something with it. Because, oh, that's bad, so I'm just going to push it back. Now, you know what happens? You may push it back there. You may put it in the back burner. You may put it in the back of your mind, but it's still there. And at some point, it's coming back out. Right? So this mindfulness is that connection. It bridges the gap between where you are and where we want to be. Because there are all these decisions that we make every day that are going to affect how we manage our blood sugars. And if we're putting diabetes in remission, if we're reversing diabetes, we have to learn the things that we need to be able to do this forever and ever and ever, right? For the rest of our lives. That's where we're heading. That's what we're doing, right? So once again, it is a bridge for what we're doing. Okay, so when we talk about mindfulness, so adopting this mindfulness paradigm, people, right? People with diabetes, people who are have metabolic syndrome, right? We encourage them to inhabit their bodies fully, to recognize and honor the signals. Recognize and honor the feelings, the emotions, the states that you find themselves in, or you find yourselves in, the subtle effects of food. Man, I'm gonna tell you something. So there's this person who works in my office. I hope she's watching right now. Okay, and we are candyholics together. We're candyholics, and just the other day, she was in the office and she was eating some gummy bears. And I just smelled the gummy bear. I smelled the flavor as she was walking by. And my memory just flooded back. So there are all these little nuances that go on every day. A smell, a taste, a touch, right? Some fleeting memory. There are all these things that happen that we don't pay attention to. It's almost like living in the city, right? And you don't see the stars. And you don't see the stars because it's so bright. But if there's a power outage, all of a sudden the stars are there and you're like, man, when did those stars show up? Well, they didn't just show up. They've been there. You just have not seen them. Right? Because other things have been obscuring them. The other things were calling more to you. And the same thing here. Because there's so many things that are going on, often we don't see, we don't feel, we're not able to sense. Because there's so many things in our lives that are pulling at us. And so during the process of fasting, during the process of mindful eating, we get to take care of that. We get to look at it. Okay. Studies have shown that there is potential. I shouldn't say potential. There is benefit to mindfulness. Right. The things that aggregate or aggravate our blood sugars. But when we are mindful, when we are centered, then this is more conducive for better health. If you've not done so, by the way, we did a series that was called Living from the Center, the art of living from the center, the art of being balanced. So this is not just hocus pocus. Mindfulness practices encourage slowing down, a deliberate pause, if you will, right? That allows individuals to make more conscious choices about nutrition, physical activity, medication adherence. When we're mindful, we're able to do that. This heightens your awareness when you are mindful. It allows you to feel, to know, to understand better what's going on in your body. And that in turn helps you deal with HEAT, habits, emotions, access, and taste, so that you can make choices, quality choices, to help in your help with what you need to do in order to be healthy. Okay. All right. So let's talk about a couple of things. Let's talk about some techniques that you can use. All right. And so there are three that I want to talk about. Techniques that we can use to improve health, right? So mindful breathing, body scans, and then mindful eating. And of course, mindful eating is what we're talking about here today. So mindful breathing, body scans, and mindful eating. So mindful breathing involves focusing your attention on the natural rhythm of your breath. There is a natural in and out that happens, right? You observe each inhalation and exhalation. You anchor yourself in the present moment. And this effectively reduces stress and anxiety. If you're paying attention to your breathing, right, then your brain begins paying attention to that. So things that are stressful around you, they don't go away, but your body begins interpreting those in a different way because now it's concentrating on something else. It reduces stress and anxiety. Mindful breathing acts as a bridge to tranquility. It slows down the whirlwind of thoughts and emotions, right, that lead to stress-induced glucose fluctuations. Because remember, we said that stress is the body's a way of saying, hey, you got to get ready to deal with something that's dangerous. The way it does that, it floods you full of hormones. Those hormones go and they find energy, and energy in the body is called sugar. So by paying attention to breathing, we divert the body's attention from the stressful event, from forming those stressful times, from trying to get more energy to deal with that stressful event. It begins slowing that down, and so blood sugars get better. Even a few moments of mindful breathing can serve as a powerful tool to reset and refocus. In the office, I actually sometimes will have people do that. Let's go back to this screen. Yeah, sometimes we'll have people do that. Right? I'll say to them, hey, I want you to right now calm down, right? And I don't want you to just calm down. What I'd like you to do is close your eyes. Close your eyes. And I want you to think, and do this with me right now. If you're watching, right? If you're on the replay, go ahead and do this. Right? I want you to listen. I want you to close your eyes. And I'd like you to think about a memory, a place where you've been that was pleasant, a vacation you've had, a time when you were with your family, a time when you were happy, when you were joyous, when you weren't in pain, but you were just enjoying yourself. And I want you to feel it. If you were at the beach, I want you to feel the breeze as it goes over your skin. If you're in your car, right, I want you to feel the wind as it blows through your hair or over across your face. If you're sitting in a home around a table, I want you to imagine the faces of the people that are there. And then now I want you to listen quietly And I want you to take a big deep breath in and breathe out. In and out. And I want you to pay attention as to how long it takes you to take that breath in and how long it takes you to breathe it out. Breathe in and breathe out. I don't want you to count it, but I just want you to feel it as the air goes through your lips and out as it comes through your nose, through your mouth, in and out. Now, we're going to pause right there. If you take that process that we just did and you do that for a couple of moments. Now, you may be sitting there, you're like, well, that doesn't work. That didn't work for me. If you take that process and you practice it, you'll be surprised at how just those few moments that we just did can enhance and improve your stress level. It can enhance your ability to deal with the stress. And every little bit that we do, y'all, helps to decrease the stress and decrease sugar. And remember, our process of decreasing sugar is not just we want to deal with the sugar, because the reason we're doing that is the more or the less sugar we have, the less glucose we have in our body, the less insulin we're having, because the body doesn't need that much insulin anymore. And the insulin is the issue. That's what we're trying to decrease. Okay. All right. Now I heard some popping going on, so I think some folks have joined us, or people are doing some comments. We're gonna pause there for a minute. We'll come back. We'll talk about the rest, and let's see who we have. Jennifer says, "I made a rule for myself of not eating in the car. Stop those drive-through issues." I love it. I love it. Jennifer says, "I'm from Nebraska, where's everyone else from?" I love it. Okay, Jennifer's asking where's everybody from? Well, I am, as you know, Jennifer, I'm in Huntsville. Okay. Jeff says, "My insurance offers an app, Headspace, which has a breathing and body scan. Great to lower blood pressure." I love it. Yeah. Jennifer said, "Breathing isn't anything I've focused on. Really relaxing." Jennifer, yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Okay. So breathing in, breathing out. Teresa says she's from Georgia. Hey, Teresa. Yeah, we used to live in Georgia at one time. Jeff says he's in Nebraska. Oh, Jeff is in Nebraska, Lincoln, Nebraska. Well, glad that you, yeah. Well, Jennifer, thank you for asking everybody where they're from. I love that. Okay. All right. So breathing, one of those things that we don't often think about. Okay. So breathing, very, very important. Well, so continuing, right? So let's take a look at what this next thing is that we want to look at. So breathing, right? So mindful breathing. The next is body scans. So body scans encourages a sequential awareness of the body. So we just talked about breathing. So one, right, the very first thing we want to do is, okay, we're going to breathe. We're going to pay attention to our breath. Because when we're paying attention to our breath, our body doesn't focus on all the other things that are going on. Pay attention to our breath. This is a sequential monitoring of what's going on in the body, starting from the toes and moving gradually to the top of the head. Okay. When several years ago, I was with my counselor, and he would ask, he would say something, or he would have me tell him a story, or he would have me relay some event that had happened, or he'd ask me or put a situation. And then he would say to me, "Where do you feel that? Like, what part of your body does that come in? Or where does it sit?" So when you're tired, I'm asking you guys right now, when you're tired, when you're anxious, right? What part of your body does that sit in? Is your head hot? Is your ears are your ears hot? Do they feel like they're ringing? Is your heart moving fast? Is it fluttering? Have you ever noticed that sometimes when you get anxious, if you're not, when you finally start to try to calm down, you realize that you're breathing fast? Yeah. So body scan says, hey, I'm going to become aware now of every part of my body. What is going on in the different parts of my body? I'm going to start from my toes. What are my toes feeling? How about the rest of the bottoms of my feet, the top of my feet, my ankles, my shin, my thighs, my knees, right? Where are my hips feeling? What's going on in my stomach? Right? And we kind of work our way up throughout the body. Now, the process of doing this helps you now to be able, if you're consistent with it, once again, we're going to give you a challenge here in a little while. If you're consistent with this, y'all, right, you begin now learning what different parts of your body feels like, or what it feels like when certain things happen, right? Are you feeling tense? Right? What are the sensations? Is it warm? Is it cold? Do you feel some tension? Is it relaxing? Right? And we're not trying to change it at this point. All we're trying to do is trying to become aware of what the body's telling us. So body scans enhances our awareness. It reveals how stress and emotions manifest in our bodies physically. Because right now, for most of us, we think it's all up in our head and in our heart, right? That's it. Oh, yeah. But do you know that stress can cause headaches? Stress can cause nosebleeds. Stress can cause pain. Stress can cause sleeplessness. Stress can definitely cause high blood sugars, right? So regularly practicing this leads to a greater awareness of what the body's needs are and how the body responds to various things. Yep. Right. So mindful breathing, body scans, and then, of course, what we're talking about tonight, and that is mindful eating. Mindful eating. So mindful eating transforms your meals into an exercise of mindfulness by fully engaging with the act of eating. I want you to say that again. Let me say that again. Right? It transforms that experience into an exercise of mindfulness. And it helps you to fully engage when you're eating. Most of us, like Jennifer was saying, right? She doesn't eat in the car anymore. But a lot of times we eat in the car. We go to the drive-thru, we get the food, and we start eating. And we're not aware, actually, sometimes of how much we eat because we're eating, doing something else. So in the mindful eating, we want to notice the food colors, the smells, the textures, the flavors. Right? We want to chew slowly, settle down, let it settle, put your utensils down, and enjoy the experience. It enhances the dining experience, and it fosters a deeper connection with your body. Because if you're just rushing through, you don't know what that stuff feels like. Right? It hits your lips and then it's gone. What does it feel like when you swallow it? What is the sensation? What is the thing that you like? Now, you see, I don't have a bottle of Diet Coke because I drink. So hey, hands up. And when I think about soda, right, or pop, wherever you come from, when I drink it, it's that burn that you get in the back of your throat. And I didn't realize that until I started paying attention. I'm like, what is it really about this thing that like has taken me by storm? And at the time, it wasn't the Diet Coke, by the way. It was like for real drink. but it's that burn that I got. And I would not have known that had I not taken the time to be mindful and listen and feel. When I drink juice, I think I've told the story here before. When it hits the back of my throat and I could feel, and I like nectars and punch, right? So I don't like, I'll drink it, but I don't like thin. You know how they like watery juice? I like kind of something with a little bit more body. But that feel of it kind of going to the back of my throat, the sweetness that goes with it, sometimes with a little bit of sour, right? But I like really, really sweet stuff. And just the act of that going down, right? And just feeling and tasting and the sweetness and across the tongue and all of that entire experience, right? I had to learn that when I drank stuff, that's what I was looking for. That's the feeling. That's the taste. That's what I was looking for. That's what I wanted. And then the question is why? Right? That's a whole nother conversation, right? But being mindful allows us to find these things out about ourselves. In this case, we're talking about mindfully eating, but it allows us to find out why it is that certain things, certain foods do these different things to us. How does our body respond to it? And mindful eating can, of course, prevent overeating. It promotes better blood sugar control, right? By encouraging smaller, more intentional portions. Now, you're going to always go back and get more, but when you're mindfully eating, you're like, okay, let me get this. Well, let me anticipate, or not anticipate, but let me sense what's going on in my body. Let me feel it. And you enjoy the experience of that food much more, and the likelihood of eating more comfort food goes down because the food that you ate was satisfying because you enjoyed it. Mindful eating. So breathing, body scans, and then mindful eating. And so then now, how do we create, y'all, a mindful eating practice? And here are some things that I want to go over. Mindful eating practice. We want to pause before we begin to eat. Get the food, sit down, and pause. This means then that you have to have your schedule together so that you're sitting down and you're not just grabbing stuff in the car. You're not just, hey, let me eat this cookie on the way home. Let me eat these things late at night. Right? But you're sitting down to have a meal and you're going to pause. Hey, I'm about to eat. I'm going to take a moment. Right? In our home, we pray before we eat. Right? That's our pause. Right? Engage your senses as you're eating. What does it taste like? What does it feel like? Do I like the crunchiness? Do I like the sweet? What is it? What does it feel like going down as I swallow? Eat slowly, right? Sometimes in modern day, we like two chews and it's gone, right? In the old days, they used to tell us to chew a lot. I don't think I ever did that. I don't know. How many times did they used to tell us to chew, by the way? If you guys remember. How many times was that? Chew it before you swallow, right? And then listen to your body. One of the things that we have to learn during the process of fasting, for example, is what does it feel like to be full? Most of us have no idea what full feels like, or satisfied. I shouldn't say full. What does it feel like to be satisfied? Because what we do is we eat so fast that it packs the stomach, and the stomach, most of us think that it has to be tense before we are full. I was talking to a lady the other day, and we were talking about hunger. And the sensation of hunger is actually an interesting thing. Most of the time, what we feel is not hunger. And people say, well, my stomach is growling. Well, your stomach is growling because it's used to having stuff in it. And when it doesn't have anything in it, it growls. That doesn't mean, though, that you're hungry. It just means your stomach is empty. Right? So a lady said to me that, hey, if I don't eat, I get a headache. Well, you probably get a headache because your body is used to having a certain level of blood sugar. It's used to having that high octane sweets running through your blood. And when it drops below that, then the body responds with a headache. That doesn't mean, though, that you need the food to avoid the headache. That just means that we need to get to the point where our body is not used to having such high sweets, so such high glycemic foods. Right? All right. Next, eliminate distractions. Eliminate distractions. That means turn off the TV. Don't have your phone. Like at our house, there's a rule. You can't have your phone at the table while we're eating. All right, we go out to a restaurant. We don't have the phone. We don't use the phone. Eliminate distractions. Don't do puzzles while you're eating. Mindfully select your food. Mindfully select your food. So look at, see what those, or as you're thinking about what we're going to eat, then you want to make sure that you're looking at the things that are going to be healthy for you. Don't, for instance, go shopping when you're hungry. And then reflect on the eating experience. Reflect on the eating experience. What was it like? And one great place to do that is if you're coming off of a fast. If you're coming off of a fast, you've already gone through and you've thought about all the things that have been going on in your body. You're sensing, you're doing the body scan. Right? And you can do this when you're not eating as well because you're feeling that. You've done the body scan. You've done the breathing. And you know now how certain parts of your body respond to different signals. And now you've eaten. You've had that experience of eating. You've done the mindful eating. And then reflect. Get your journal out and write down, okay, this is what I felt like. This is what it felt like to have something, taste something for the first time in 24 hours. This is what the crunchiness was like. This is what my stomach felt like. This is what my head felt like. This is what my body was telling me. This is what my brain said as I was eating it. If you look at the fast that I did on, Friday, when I ended my fast, y'all, I was eating some beans. They were pinto beans. And when I ate those, you can watch it. You can see in my eyes and in my voice, it was so good. I had not had pinto beans like that before. They were good, y'all. They were good. Okay, so reflect on all of that so that you know what was going on during that time. Love it, love it, love it. So that is our mindful eating, right? Mindful eating. And we're creating a mindful eating practice. Creating a mindful eating practice. We'll come back to this diagram in a few minutes because I have something I want to say there. All right, let's see what else we got. So so Jeff said, Jennifer says to Jeff, hey, we're neighbors. That's right. You guys are both in Nebraska. Jeff says, my wife's name is Jennifer. Oh, isn't that cool? Jennifer says, great name. And Jennifer said, I need a texture with a crunch. Until I've had a crunch, I'll still want it. I plan on something with a crunch. Fresh celery is a constant in the house. I love that. I love that. So Jennifer, isn't that, I love that you know that. Right? I love that you know that. You know why I love that you know that? Because you don't have to keep searching for that feeling. Right? You know, okay, until I get that crunch, this is not going away. So you've said, hey, I'm going to have celery. Celery gives me the crunch. I love that. I love that you know that. For me, sometimes I'll have carbonated. I used to drink like carbonated water, right, to get that burn. But I've resorted to drinking like Diet Coke. and to get that burn. And I know that about myself. I used to, and in the office, right? Everybody knew, hey, with Dr. Wood is stressed, get him some orange juice. Because once again, remember, orange juice it has that little, it's thicker than some other things. And just that feeling, that flavor, well, it wasn't even the flavor, it was the feeling, the coldness. Now, here's another thing that I've learned. Like if I take water and I put it in the refrigerator, in the freezer, and it gets just before you form those icicles, and I drink that, sometimes I get that same sensation in the back. So it's actually not even the fizz. It's just that almost numb, burning feeling in the back of my throat that I love. Jeff says pork rinds instead of potato chips for me. Pork rinds instead of potato chips. I love it. I love it. I love it. So that is, y'all, that is what we do with mindful eating. Now let's hop over and let's do a couple of things here really quickly so that you can see where I am. Let me do this. I'm going to show you that's what my Dexcom says my blood sugar is. And we're going to go ahead because I want to see, I have not checked my ketones since I checked it the day after I fasted, but I haven't checked it since then. I want to see what that is. But right now I'm going to check my blood sugar. And today I brought a different kind of Lancet. This is one that we use in the office, which is pretty cool. You just screw this part off. Well, actually, I think I just messed it up. Yeah. Well, that's supposed to come out. Let's see if it works. Yeah, it does. All right. And then you get your drop of blood. See what that shows while that's working. I'm going to go ahead and open up the keto strip. And so 100 is what that says. And in a minute, we'll see what my Libre says. Put that one in there. And another drop of blood. All right. What do you think it's going to be? Like 0.5 or less? 0.7. Ah, actually pretty good. So that shows I'm still in therapeutic ketosis, y'all. All right. Remember, for ketones, there are ranges. So 0.5, so less than 0.5 is normal. 0.5 to about 1.5 is therapeutic, and above 1.5 is what's considered 0.5 to 1.5 is nutritional ketosis, and above that is therapeutic ketosis. Let's see what my Libre says. Okay, my Libre says that 79, which is closer to what the Keto Mojo meter says. Let me hop back over here, and I want to pull up my Keto Mojo app because I always wanted you to see what that glucose ketone index is showing. So let's pop this up. Let's do that one right there. And it's syncing, so it's pulling all that data in. And so there we are, 100 for the blood sugar, 0.9 for the ketones, and 7.9 is our GKI. And then here is where our blood sugars are, right? So that's the 100. And notice, right, as blood sugars go up, ketones go down, right? So that's kind of the pattern that you guys know already. So when my ketones were high over here, that was because my blood sugar was low and my body was using ketones to run itself. And as the blood sugars, as I start eating, the blood sugars rise and the insulin goes up, and so my ketones go away, or the ketones go lower. Okay. All right. So let's see. I hope that makes sense. Makes sense to everyone. And this is actually a great place for us to do our thought of the day. So let's go ahead and let's do that right now. All right. So I'm told, hey, the sound went away. The sound went away. Okay. Let's start that over. Okay. So here. Thank you. And my assistants here were trying to get my attention. And I just kept talking. So let's start that over. Here we go. All right, and I am back, y'all. That's our thought for today. And thank you for the messages. Yeah, the sound disappears, so I've got to remember to. There's something I need to fix on my end. But y'all, I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you were able to come and hang out with me tonight. We continue the quest to reverse our diabetes, put our diabetes in remission, eliminate some of the medication that you're on, reverse insulin resistance, deal with our obesity, decrease our risk for coronary artery disease, improve our non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, polycystic ovarian syndrome, metabolic syndrome, high blood pressure, high cholesterol. All of that improves, y'all, as we do what we're doing right here. So as always, our ask is this. Number one, right? We are ending the month of February. We're ending the month of February. And the task for this month was to work your way so you could be able to fast 1 day a week for 24 hours. 1 day a week for 24 hours. If you've been able to do that, you can drop that in the comments. Right? Say yes. Right? Drop that in the comments if you've been able to do that. 24 hours. That challenge does not go away after the month of February. Right? That is now a part of your routine. Right? So 24 hours once a week is what we're planning. I'm going to continue doing my 72 hours, so we'll start that on Wednesday of this week, and we'll be doing those check-ins. All right, so that's number one: 24 hours a day or 24-hour period once a week. That's your challenge. Number two, I want you to show up here. You guys know that it is hard when you think that you're by yourself, and there are so many people that are out there right now who are struggling with their disease, with their diabetes, with medication, with complications of medications, and they think they are by themselves. Here, I want you to show up. And as you comment, as you let us know what you're doing, what's working for you, what's not working for you, I want to hear that, and the people that are coming on want to hear that as well. If you're watching this on the replay, you can also go ahead and drop in the comments where you are, what you're working on, what you're struggling with. All the things that we've done so far in the course of this year, that's our path. If you're watching this, if you've watched that, if you're catching us for the first time, that's the path. There's no mystery on what we're doing. Go back and watch those videos. If you are watching us right now, if you're here on the line, if you're here watching the live, and you're like, well, I'm not quite sure what this other thing was, go back and watch those, because that's the playbook, y'all. Jeff, I want to give a shout out to Jeff. And Jeff, I forgot which show we were doing. I think we were doing the fasting. And I was saying the fasting improves blood sugars, decreases insulin, decreases A1C. And Jeff said, hey, is it cheating if you fast right before you go see your doctor? And I said to Jeff, yes. I said, no, it's not cheating. That is the cheat code. And y'all, what we've been doing, this is the cheat code. If you're old enough to remember, we used to play video games, right? Up, up, down, down, side, side, right? All that stuff, right? That's the cheat code. So I want to give you the cheat code, and that's what we're working on as we move through. So come back and share, right? Community, right? I got on my shirt tonight, right? Educate, empower, and encourage. And that encouragement is from the community. This community grows. The community gets better. This show, this channel is better because of you. Because of what you pour into it and how you interact with us. And then finally, I want you to make sure that you invite somebody to come join us. Let them know that this is a place where they can come and they can be successful, that's what we're working on. Send them a link. Send them the playlist. Send them to our website, so that they will be able to get here and so they can improve their lives. There are 37 million people in the United States with diabetes. Between 430 and 460 million people around the world that have diabetes. In the United States, there are 88 or more million people that have prediabetes. These are people that are overweight, metabolic syndrome, polycystic ovarian syndrome, hypertension, coronary artery disease. You can be someone that helps them to get better. So go ahead and do that. All right. So that is that. As you know, that's always my ask as we get to the show. And then tonight, I want you to go back. And as you are practicing your mindful eating, this is the list. This is what I want you to do. I want you to incorporate this. You'll go back and watch it. And I know I say I'm going to do a PDF. The reason I have not done that is I have not found a place to just deposit all of them yet. Okay, I'll be working on that this week so that we can do this. And so that you can have access to it. Okay. So this is your mindful eating practice that I want you to create and begin using this during your fasts, during your time of eating, so that we can become aware of where we are. Okay. Awesome. And as always, you can find more information on our website, and let's see if I can pull that up really quickly. Yeah, there we are. On our website, and on the website, you'll see, if I can get it to move. There we are. Right. You'll see, of course, our course, Unmasking the Sweet Success. You'll see one of the things I do want to point out is our blog. And the blog, we've got lots of information that we put out there, y'all. What is the impact of hormones on diabetes management, right? So that's based on the show we did last week, but lots of different things that are out there. Understanding, overcoming food triggers. So the blog is always something that's related to or amplifies or enhances the things that we do here on the show. All right. Let's see. I think I heard some comments coming in. Let's see. Teresa, you're fast. Okay. Okay, sound is back. So thank you guys for saying that. Oh, ooh, look at this, Jennifer. I want to say that. Jennifer said, I'm here to learn how to eat for health. I started last March and have lost 88 pounds so far. Have more to go. Jennifer, yay, yes. Awesome. Dimitri said, no sound again. Hopefully the sound is back. Thank you. Jennifer says, sound is back. Yes. I'll work on that. Get that done. Jennifer said, good night, Jeff, Teresa, Steve, Dimitri. Yes. Yes, I fasted one time for 24 hours. Yes. Hand clap for you, Teresa. Jennifer says, Teresa, how was it? Let's see. Teresa said, it felt great. Just have to do it more. Yes. So remember, our goal is once a week. She said, I was doing intermittent fasting for some time. Jennifer says, awesome. My first fast didn't go well, but my last two have been better. Just finished a 36-hour fast. Jennifer. And then Teresa says, awesome, Jennifer. I hope to get there. Oh, definitely. Remember, it's progress, y'all, right? Progress is what we're working on, and we will get there. We get there together. And as always, everybody, thank you for being here. This is our final show for this month. In the month of March, it's probably going to be the second week in March. We will do a special Zoom where we can all get on the Zoom, and I'll put it out so you can sign up for that. Get on the Zoom so we can actually talk to each other verbally. You can ask questions. You can tell what's been going on with you verbally so that we can all together move in the same direction. So we'll be putting that link out. It's going to be mid-March. And we'll get that set and let you know when that comes out. All right, so keep an eye out for that in the middle of March. That's going to be our special Zoom for the viewers. You can come on and we can have a good time together. As always, y'all, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level and create the life you've always wanted. And in this year, new year, new you. We'll see you at the next show, and we'll see you at one of the check-ins. Good night.
And let me say congratulations and happy anniversary to Dr. Dwain Woode here on this channel. Let me tell you, this is one of the guys I'm absolutely excited to be able to partner with him, to collaborate with him. Somebody that I have been on his channel, but I've also had him on mine as well, both on the podcast. In fact, he was one of the first guests on the Why I Go Live podcast. So super excited to be able to record this video and help in the celebration of the milestone for this channel. Dr. Dwain Woode is helping people master their health while reversing diabetes, and he's just taking people on a journey, something that he's wildly passionate about. Well, something that most people don't know is that I also got a chance to work with Dr. Woode as he was getting ready to launch into content world, and did a number of coaching sessions with him. He's part of my community, somebody who is one of the mods, also really somebody who I know who has a passion for what he does. One of the key ingredients to being successful in the content creator space. One of the key ingredients that allows you to have the longevity, that allows you to hit the benchmarks and allows you to experience those milestones is the rock solid why of what you're doing. And the Dr. Dwain Woode is one of those people who has that why, who recognizes that I want to be a catalyst for change in other people's lives. I want to have people experience what I have experienced. I want to have people see and know what it's like to reverse some of these things and master your health. I'm super excited for him and celebrating with him as he hits this milestone anniversary. Congratulations, Doc. I can't thank you enough for your friendship. Can't thank you enough for your guidance and your counsel. You're somebody that I'm looking to be able to take care of some things in my own health journey. Continue putting out content. Congratulations on this milestone. Be blessed, fam.
Afternoon, and you just got out of that meeting and you're rushing home by the end of the day, and you get off the highway, and just as you make the turn, there is that little convenience store. You know the one. The one that has your favorite drink or your favorite snack or your favorite something. And you stop in, and without even thinking about it, you get out of the car, you go into the store, you get your snack, you get your drink, and you're in the car driving home. And then you realize, wait a minute, I decided that I wasn't going to do that today, that I'm not going to stop at that store. But guess what? It happened. And that, my friends, is a habit. You can sometimes tell the kind of day I've had, actually. If you follow me and I make that right or that left off of the highway, and if I go by that store, then the day has been pretty good. But if I stop off, guess what? Yes, it's been one of those days. And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight on our show, New Year, New You. Well, what are these habits? How do we master habits to reverse diabetes? If you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, we educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, New Year, New You, I'm talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we put our diabetes in remission? How do we reverse diabetes? How do we get off of some of those diabetes medications? And that's what we've been doing as we move through the year so far. And we are now in the month of March, y'all. And I welcome you. If you're new to me as well, go ahead and put new in the comments, because I'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. and say that we are glad that you are here. If you have questions as we go throughout the night, go ahead and put those in the comments in the chat, because I'd love to get to those. Make sure you put a Q and a colon in front of them so I'll know how to find those as we're going through the list of questions. And welcome. I see some folks that are already out there, and let's hop over and let's say hello to some folks. I see Teresa. Teresa said, hi, doctor and everyone. Teresa, so glad that you're here. Jennifer said, howdy, y'all. Glad that you are here. Sherry Dampier said, good evening from Brooklyn. Oh, man, Brooklyn. I got to give Sherry. Sherry, that's my neck of the woods, Sherry. I'm glad that you are here. Let's see who else we have. We have Steve Keller. Steve saying hello. And then, of course, Jennifer from Nebraska. We got Jeff, who's out there also. Jeff, hey, man. Welcome. Glad that you are here. Yo. What are we doing? Man, we've talked about so much. We've talked about so much as we have moved through the year so far. And, you guys know the numbers, right? You know the numbers. The numbers are huge. The numbers are high. So let's get into it. Yo, have you heard this story before? I think I've told it before, but I'm going to tell it again. My wife and I, we lived in Ohio, and I was going through residency. And we decided that we were going to go on this health kick, and we were going to lose weight. At least I was going to lose weight. And I started, y'all, one of my favorite things, Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. That's the thing right there. And so I didn't have any Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream for a long time. I mean, weeks and months. I think it was almost a year. And then my wife made the mistake of sending me to the grocery store. And I was in the grocery store, y'all. And you know how they do, right? They put that stuff right on the end cap. And I was walking by. I was minding my own business. I wasn't bothering anybody. I had gotten all the stuff I was supposed to get. And I was on the way to the checkout with my cart. And just as I walked by, I saw the sign. And the sign said, Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream, buy one. That's right. Get one free. Now, here's my story. I'm sticking to this story. And before I knew it, two of those things had jumped into my cart. They had checked themselves out and had ended up in my car. Right. And I'm driving home, right, on the highway, heading, we lived in Miamisburg at the time, and I'm heading home. And then I remembered, right, who's at the house, right? My wife is at the house, and we're not supposed to be eating Ben & Jerry's Cherry Garcia ice cream. Now you're going to have to catch up with me and get the rest of that story. But have you ever wondered why it is that those things that we want to do, right, that health kick that we're on, is so sometimes difficult? Why is it that we end up just falling into some of the things that we don't want to do, and the things that we want to do are the things that don't happen, right? And y'all, that's what's called a habit. And so tonight we're going to spend some time talking about habits. We're going to talk about those things that if we master them, they can help us in our diabetes journey and in the process of what we're doing. Now, why is this important? Well, if you've been hanging around here over the last couple of months, you know where we're heading. All right. Our goal is diabetes in remission, diabetes reversal, diabetes medications away. Right. That's where we're heading. And we've got some tools that we've learned. And we've evaluated. Right. We've come up with our why. We've decided why we want to do what we're doing. Why do we want to be healthy? We are working on, and many of you are fasting right now. You're doing intermittent fasting. You're working your way up to 1 24-hour period a week of fasting. And y'all, guess what? During that 24-hour period, your blood sugar should be so good that you probably don't need medication. And we're going to show you, right, like we do here, we're going to show you I got my meters over here, right? I've got my Dexcom loaded. I've got my Libre loaded. We're going to look at some of those numbers. But we've got those tools. And during the fast, right, we talked about those things that pull us towards eating, right, when we're not hungry, even not during the fast, on a regular basis. Remember our acronym, our model: heat, habits, emotions, access, and taste. And that very first one, those habits, are the things that push us in that direction. It's kind of like being on top of a hill, right? And you're standing right on the edge. And it is just so easy to go over. And once you get too far, once you lean too far over that hill, guess what? It's natural that we're falling down, that we're rolling down that hill. It's kind of like that boulder. You ever remember those old time movies, right? Those silent movies where there's a guy, he's at the bottom and somebody yells, yo ho ho, right? And the boulder or the snow starts coming down, right? It's so easy to fall into that because those are habits. And how do we master those? How do we master those? How do we get into the process? How do we get into the form? How do we get into the mindset of doing what we need to do when these natural things are happening? And so that's what we're spending time talking about tonight. How do we master habits? Mastering habits to reverse our diabetes. Because after all, we are working on decreasing the amount of insulin that our body produces, the amount of insulin that we're taking, the medications that produce insulin in our body, right? Because insulin, after all, makes us hungry. Insulin makes us have high blood pressure and high cholesterol, and we put on weight and all those things that we've talked about. But if we have these little triggers that push us in the direction of eating, then all of that can be destroyed. So what do we do as we master habits? So the first question that we want to ask, of course, is, y'all, well, what exactly is a habit? Right? So what is a habit? So a habit is one of those things that is kind of, it's unconscious, right? They're those small decisions and actions that we repeatedly perform, often unconsciously, that shape our daily lives. Right? These are the things that happen automatically. It's kind of like you driving to work, right? You could drive to work the same way, and you've done it over and over and over. You're going to school, you're going to the grocery store. In fact, today I was on my way from work, and I was supposed to stop off at the store on my way home to pick something up. And I made the correct turn to go to the store, right? I was going to go to Walmart, right? I made the turn to go to Walmart, and I just drove right by it because I was so used to heading home. And I'd made it so far past the store, I said, well, I'll get that tomorrow. But you're driving, you get in the car, and you're driving to wherever you're going, and you don't even have to think anymore. And you find yourself at that place. You find yourself at the job. You find yourself at the office. You find yourself at the grocery store. You find yourself at mom's house, dad's house, your son's house, your cousin's house, because it's automatic. And you don't realize it until you pull into the parking lot or the parking spot. That is the power of habits. That's the power that they bring to us and the power that they sometimes seem to take from us. Because if they are so automatic that they push us in a direction that we don't want to go, what about if we could harness them so they can push us automatically in the right direction? And that's the beauty. Because what we want to do is we want to break those habits that are pushing us in a direction that takes us away from our goal, and begin forming those habits that are automatic, y'all, that push us in the right direction. Now, some people will say, and I've heard this argument before, that if it's a habit, it takes the power away from us. Right? And one of our viewers, right, Jeff, I'm picking on you, Jeff. I remember one night we were talking about fasting, and Jeff said, is it cheating, right, if I fast before I go to see my doctor? And I said, yes, it is. But that's the cheat code. And this, y'all, is the cheat code right here. The cheat code for making things automatic is the habit. If I don't have to think about it, but it's pushing me in a direction I want to go, thank you for that cheat code. That's what I want. I want to make it so that I almost don't even have to think about it anymore. And it has become a natural part of what I do, a natural part of me, right? So that's a habit. So what causes habits? What causes habits? And I am going to combine a couple of things here, right? So the habit loop is, cues, our response to the cue, and then a reward. That is the normal habit loop. But in the Atomic Habit, the writer, right, the author, comes up with actually a couple of other phases, right? So cues, cravings, responses, and rewards. And I want to give props to him, because this is not new to me, but it falls right in place with what we want to do. So what causes a habit? So at the heart of every habit, y'all, is a loop or stages that comprise cues, cravings, responses, and rewards. Cues, cravings, responses, and rewards. Okay, and that's what they are. Cues, cravings, responses, and rewards. So let's talk a little bit about the cue. So the cue is really a trigger. And this is what initiates the habit. This is what starts the habit in the first place. It's a piece of information that predicts a reward. So a piece of information that predicts a reward. This trigger tells your brain to go into automatic mode. You get in the car, for example, to go to work, and you turn the key, and almost your brain takes over. You don't remember the turns, you don't remember the stops, you don't remember, right, all of that stuff, except that, hey, all of a sudden I'm at the office. All of a sudden I'm at the grocery store. I'm at the mailbox or the post office. I'm at church. I'm at my son's house. I'm at my daughter's house. It is automatic. So once that cue, once that trigger happens, we fall directly into this path, if you will, and it's almost like getting on the top of a slide. You remember those old slides? Yeah, I remember going down. So you get on top of the slide, and and I remember, right, when my son was young, we'd take him to the top of the slide, and he when he was young, a little younger, he was afraid to go over, right? So what we had to do, we got him right, on the part where he's just balancing, and we just sit him there. And we say to him, just lean over. Because we knew once he leaned over far enough, gravity would then take him straight down the slide. And that's what happens with the trigger. The trigger happens. There's this cue. There's this thing that happens that says to the brain automatically, okay, let's go down the slide. Right? And recognizing cues, these are crucial, because they are the things that launch us into this habit loop, or these phases that we're talking about, that take us into the habit and take us into the behavior that sometimes can sometimes derail us if we are not careful, but help us if we harness it. So example of cues, right? So you see the running shoes next to the door. It triggers your thought of going for a run. Now that's an easy one, right? And that's the one we want. That's the cue we want to build. That's the cue we want to get there. That's the process we want to go to. But often that's not the one, right? The cues that we get is, hey, it's 2:00. Let me have a snack. And for, or I've told you the story. I fly into LaGuardia or JFK, and I leave, and I don't even have to think anymore. I automatically go pick up a hot dog or a piece of pizza, a slice of pizza, or some Chinese food. It is automatic, y'all. It's becoming less automatic, by the way. Okay, I'm working. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. Right. So those are our cues. Right. So seeing your running shoes, you go for a run. So in the context of diabetes, a cue could be the time of day, like I just said. Like mid-afternoon, when you typically reach for a sugary snack. Hey, it's 3:00. Hey, it's my break. Hey, it's whatever. And we just reach for it without even thinking. It's an automatic process that we go through. So the cue happens, and then the craving. So the craving is the motivational force behind every habit, y'all. Because if even if you had the cue, even if you saw the cookie, or even if it was 2:00, or even if it was, hey, I'm flying into New York, if there wasn't the craving, if there wasn't the motivation, we would ignore it. So the motivation, the craving, it's not the habit itself that we crave, but we crave the change in our state that it brings to us. So what does it bring to us? What feeling do we get from it? When we talk about the heat model, the heat said that we eat because of habit, emotions, access, and taste. So that emotion, those emotions, they fall into several categories. And here they are. We find these emotions again because they're the things that are going to reinforce what we're going to do. So we got the craving. You saw the cookie. It's 2:00 in the afternoon. I'm at the airport, right? We went bowling. We went to the movies. I'm hanging around out with my family. That's the cue. But the craving itself is the motivational force that says, okay, now let's act on it. And understanding the cravings, this is essential because they're the driving force that push us to respond. They're the things that say, hey, yeah, let's go do this. Right? So we don't crave the habit of eating a chocolate bar, but we crave the feeling of satisfaction and pleasure that the chocolate bar brings. Like I could never, maybe some of you are out there. I don't eat cookie dough, but there are people who eat cookie dough. My thing is Ben and Jerry's. I'm just gonna say that, right? I was in here. When was it? Oh, probably about a year ago. And I was up late because I'd been woken up. I was sleeping. They called me from the hospital. There was a patient in the ER that they needed to ask me about. So I woke up and I was tired. Okay. So I dealt with it and now I'm up and I was getting ready to walk back into the bedroom. And at that time I did have some Ben & Jerry's ice cream in the refrigerator. And my brain says to me, man, you're tired. Now it should say I'm tired and I should go to bed. Isn't that what it should have said? But guess what? It says you're tired. Have some ice cream. I'm not quite sure how those two went together, but they did. And I felt better. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Sometimes we say, oh, when we eat the stuff, it doesn't make us feel better. Yes, it does. That's why we do it. Right. And here we're talking specifically about food, but there are other habits that we have that bring us some relief, some pleasure, something else that's going on. So there I was tired and the ice cream made me calm and I was able to go to sleep. I went back to sleep. Right. So we don't crave the chocolate, but we crave the feeling that we get from the chocolate. So we got the cue, we got the craving, and then y'all, we have the response. Now the response is the actual thing that you do. It could be a thought or it could be an action. When we're talking here, we're talking about an action that we do, but the thought can lead to other actions, right? So an action could be, hey, it's 3:00. Hey, it's 2:00. Hey, it's the afternoon. Hey, it's whatever. And we go get snacks. Or we could think, hey, when this is done, when I'm finished watching this movie, we're going to go to dinner. So we have a thought and action. So the response occurs depending on how motivated you are and how much friction there is associated with the behavior. If it's easy to do, then we naturally do it. It's kind of like being on that slide, being on the top of the hill, that boulder that's going to roll right down. If it's an easy process, then we do it, right? If it's not easy, we don't do it. It's kind of like having an easy button. If it's easy and there's high motivation, remember the motivation, right, is that craving, then you're more likely to do it. So the higher the impact, the more likely it is. to happen. And then finally, y'all, the reward. The reward is the end goal of every habit. So we don't just have habits just to have habits. The habits bring something to us. The habits bring a benefit to us. Even habits that we call unhealthy habits. Because you would say to yourself, and I've said to this myself all this time, I know the result of eating the ice cream. Like, I know my blood sugar is going to be high. I know my weight's going to go up. I know, right? So we know those things. But the reward that we get overpowers the knowledge that we have. Right? So that's what's going on. There is this feedback loop that we've developed that says the thing that I'm getting immediately from doing this behavior far outweighs the detriment that it causes. Right? So the reward is satisfying. It satisfies our cravings, right? Because remember, the cravings are the things that push us, and it teaches us which behaviors we should remember. Like, which are the ones that make us feel good? Now, initially, and this is a whole other, gonna have lots of conversation about this. So when you first, like, for instance, let's take somebody who's never eaten chocolate. I don't know where we would find that person, but we can't. Somebody who's never eaten chocolate. Like, they don't already know that chocolate is going to make them feel good. Right? So there's not that connection yet. They don't know that the ice cream is going to make them feel good. So the first time they eat the ice cream, then they get that burst of whatever, sweetness, and they feel good because the ice cream, the chocolate, it releases the sugar. And sugar, y'all, makes the body feel good. The body likes it. We get that dopamine burst that comes out, right? That reward of eating it. It may even cause our cortisol level to go down a little bit. It calms us. And so the next time something happens, the brain says, hey, you remember that stuff that we had? Right? You remember that donut? You remember that Krispy Kreme? You remember that Dunkin' Donut? I'm from New York, so that's why I say Dunkin' Donuts, right? Down here, they have Krispy Kreme donuts. Right? Here's the thing. I used to work at Baskin Robbins, y'all, when I was growing up. Yeah, I used to work at Baskin Robbins right there on the corner of Nostrand and Flatbush. We call it the Junction. There was right now there's what is there now? I think there's a Target there. But yeah, there used to be a Baskin Robbins Dunkin' Donut, and that's where I worked. Yeah. Let's talk about cravings, talk about temptation, right? And so the body says, hey, you remember that stuff that we had? Let's go get some more of that. And so we get some more of it, and this time we get the same burst, right? It feels good, it tastes good, we get that sweetness, we get that burst of dopamine. So the next time something happens, here's the insidious part. The body doesn't even wait for you to eat the thing for you to get the dopamine. It pumps some dopamine out in preparation for you to have it. So even when you're like, I'm not going to have it, I'm not going to have that, dopamine comes out and it's flooding your system. And the body says, we like how that feels. Let's go get it. And we get it and we're hooked because it remembers. That's what's going on when we're talking about habits. The body remembers what was there and it says, hey, let's go get that. Let's go get that stuff. And because it feels, y'all, amazing. It's like, man, it's like it's in 3D. I can't believe what just happened. Could you imagine how that made me feel? That taste? let's get some more. So what are some examples? We feel calm after an argument and after we eat cookie dough. Right. Now here's one that I feel a lot, right? It doesn't have to do with food, but it is a reward. And this is my example to show you that it does not have to be food. We talk about food. We're talking here about diabetes, but you get a sense of accomplishment after completing a task. Like when I finish here tonight, after I finish talking with you guys and I get off, yeah, I get that buzz. And I've said to you before that if you found me after a show, after I've done a live, you can like plug a light socket. You can plug a light bulb into me and the light bulb will probably glow, because that's how much energy I have in anticipation of coming on. Right? I get a dopamine burst because I love this. Right? So there's that cue, there's the craving, there's the reward that comes from it. Right? So it doesn't have to be just food. Right? That's how we form all kinds of habits. Right, because there is a benefit that we're getting from what we're doing. Right, and my benefit of being here is community. Right, you guys have heard me talk about community. Right, we educate, we empower, and we encourage. Right, beautiful community. So those are some examples of that reward that we get, and so we go through that loop, if you will, the cue, the craving, the response, the reward. And after a while, y'all, it just becomes automatic. And we ask ourselves, how did this happen? Right? It becomes more and more automatic, because each time we have it, each time we go through the process, the body gets better. We get more. We feel better, and every time something happens. Now here's what happens sometimes, and let me pop over to this screen and let's talk a little bit about this. So it started out because we wanted to feel better after that meeting, right? So that was the initial thing. Say that was the cue. 2:00 in the afternoon. It's 1:00 in the afternoon. I'm hanging out with some friends. I'm hanging out with whatever the reason was. And so we formed this loop. And after a while, the body remembers what it felt like to have that thing. So now the body takes you and it makes you use that same process for other stuff. It started out because you were frustrated. It started out because it was afternoon. It started out because it's 3:00. But now you're tired. And the body says, hey, I wonder if that stuff we had last time could make us feel better when we're tired. Hey, I'm in pain. Hey, I wonder if that stuff we had last time could make me feel good now that I'm in pain. Hey, I don't want to talk. I don't want to have that conversation. Hey, I don't want to face this particular thing that's happening. I wonder if this stuff will calm me down. You see what just happened? Not only do we form a habit, because now it's automatic, but we took that habit and we extrapolated it across multiple domains. And we ask ourselves, how did that happen? And it happened because of that process: craving, response, reward, or cue, craving, response, and reward. That's what's going on. So cues, y'all. What are some cues, right? So cues are those things that trigger, right? By identifying the cues that trigger our routines and the reward we're looking for, we can start to unravel and rebuild our habits in a way that supports our diabetes management. And just like we had the heat model, I want to give you 4 things. Reasons reasons. So habits, why those habits form. Number one, they form because of time. And you've heard me say it over and over here, even tonight, because of time, right? It's, I don't know, 7:30 a.m. I eat because it's breakfast time. It's 10 o'clock, so I eat because it's snack time. It's movie night, so I eat because it's movie night. Now, here's the thing. You could have just had dinner. You could be full, but if you go from the dinner table and say, hey, tonight's going to be movie night, you go from the dinner table and you go and you sit on the couch, you turn on the TV, and we pop in popcorn. Why? Because it's just what we do. Now, let me pause and say this. What we're talking about here, this is the process of the triggers. These are the things that happen. These are the habits. We're not saying whether eating popcorn with movies is bad. Okay? That's not what we're saying. But I want you to understand what pushes you, what pushes us in the direction of those things, so that we then get to make the decision. Now, I'll tell you, my son loves popcorn. As a matter of fact, there's this thing that he makes. It's cinnamon checks with popcorn with brown sugar, right? That he makes. He loves that for movies. Now, I'll have a handful. I don't have as much as he does, but right. So I sit there and I have some. Why? Because my son made it. Now we talk and say, hey man, I can't. I'm not going to eat all of that, but I have some. And this is where sometimes we can become derailed. And you've heard me say, when I was in Jamaica last month, 2 months ago, you'll remember that I was doing a fast. I was doing one of my 72-hour fasts. And while we were there, we ran into some friends and we went to their house, right? Friends that we'd known them for a while, maybe 20 some years. We didn't run into them. We actually arranged to see them, right? It's because they lived there. And so we went to the house, and my friend, I was sitting down talking to him and his wife, and while his wife got up, she made some juice and she handed me a glass. And guess what? I was in the middle of a fast. I drank it. Right? So in your process, I want you to make sure that your management of your disease is fitting into your life. So you're not sitting at the corner eating rice cakes and celery. There's nothing wrong with those, right? When everybody's sitting at the table enjoying fellowship, right? Because sometimes that process of sitting at the end of the table can derail us because it makes us isolated. Right? You show up at somebody's house, hey, I can't eat any of your food because I'm fasting. Well, first of all, don't tell anybody you're fasting. You don't have to. Right? You can sit and have a conversation and say, okay, thank you, whatever. Right? Don't make it a thing. Right? Don't make the way you eat a thing. Make sure people, the people you know are fine. You're with your family. Make sure your family's with you, right? And that's it. Just go about your business on a natural, normal basis, right? You don't have to advertise to the world that this is what you're doing. All right. So that's you guys got me on one of those things I like to talk about. Okay. All right. So it's 7:30. I'm going to eat because it's breakfast. It's late night. I'm going to have a snack. Right? So these time-based triggers can often lead us to go down that habit process, right? Without actually being hungry. The next trigger for habits is location and context. Our environment is full of cues that can trigger us. At my office, right? So we have the pharmaceutical reps who come in. We have people who come by, patients who bring stuff to the office, right? And if I'm not careful, I walk by the break room and there's some pie sitting there. Maybe they brought some cookies during the holidays, right? So there are the cues that are there. right? Even here in my office, I've had to take the nuts out of here. I don't have any. Well, actually, there's some right there, but I had to take the cashews and the almonds out because, right, if they're sitting here, guess what, y'all? I'm eating it. Yeah, I know you're saying, oh, Dr. Wood, if you were stronger, if you were like, yeah, you wouldn't eat it. No, I'm going to eat it because it's right here. So I take it away from me. And that's going to come in the next slide because we're going to talk about how do we fix some of this stuff, right? The next thing is, what was the preceding action? What was the thing that happened before the thing you did? Right? The sequence of events sometimes pushes us in a direction. That can be a trigger. And here, once again, there's that emotion part that comes from our heat model. A stressful meeting leads you to snack. So if every time you come out of your meeting, you're grabbing something to eat or grabbing something to drink, guess what? It's the meeting that's preceding it that's causing the habit, that has caused the habit, because your brain says to you, hey, we just left the meeting. We know we're not hungry, but this stuff that we did last time was so good. Let's do it again because it's going to help us out. And then other people around you have an amazing ability to affect your behavior. They impact what we do. Family, friends, colleagues. I told you guys, I don't go down to the cafeteria at the hospital anymore. Not for lunch. I may stop by, see if anybody's in there later, but I don't go down at lunchtime. Because it's a social environment, right? We're sitting around with my colleagues, these guys and gals that, I kick it with, and we eat. So while you're talking, sometimes you don't have the presence of mind because it is a fellowship time and we're just grabbing. Oh, Dwayne, try this. Oh, let's do this. Oh, right? No. Right? So other people have an ability to affect us. So how do we break? How do we break habits and form new ones? So breaking old habits and forming new ones, it's not easy. What did I say, y'all? It is not easy, but it can be done. It is definitely possible with the right approach. Whether it's planning your meals, incorporating exercise into your daily routine, which we'll be talking about exercising. We've not addressed that yet. Or improving your medication adherence. Small changes can lead to big results. There is a book, of course, as soon as I said that, so I talked a little earlier about the atomic habits, and this one is called The Compound Effect. Dan Hardy, I believe, is who wrote the book. And he talks about how small changes can lead to big results. Often we think that, that bag of chips that I ate, that's not going to mean anything. Oh, that piece of cookie or those nuts that I ate, they're not going to mean anything. But guess what, y'all? They add up. They add up and they can cause us lots of issues down the road. Because remember, every time we put something in our mouths that have carbs, then our blood sugar spike. When the blood sugar spikes, then the insulin spikes if our body makes insulin. Or if our body's not making enough insulin, then we've got to treat it by taking more insulin from outside to bring the blood sugar down. Or we have medications that we've taken, pills or other non-insulin shots that are producing insulin in our body. And the reason we've got to produce the insulin is because the blood sugar went up. The blood sugar spiked. So these habits that we have of snacking, going to food, then those habits cause the rise in blood sugars leading to the insulin. And remember, we are not so much concerned about blood sugar here. We're concerned about the insulin. If we manage the insulin, y'all, the blood sugar will take care of itself. Now, for those of you who are new to us, that's a new concept for you, right? because we've been concentrating, all you've been told is concentrating on sugar. Now, sugar is important. The blood sugar is important, so don't get me wrong, right? Because it is the blood sugar that causes the damage. But the incident or the thing that's causing the resulting blood sugar to be high is the fact that the insulin is not functioning properly. And the insulin is not functioning properly for lots of different reasons. Okay? So breaking the habit, right? We want to make sure that we're putting some things in place to begin breaking that. So let's look at some of these triggers that we've been talking about, right? So phase one. And so these are the triggers, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 that we just went through. So time. How do we fix that one? We monitor our daily routines and we note the times when we are engaging in certain behaviors. In this case, we're talking about food, and ask ourselves, am I doing this because I need to or because it's just the time? Am I doing this because I have to, because I need to, or is it just time? Does that make sense? So the first thing we've got to do is we've got to be aware, right? Okay, these are the groups of things that cause a habit. My time, right? The location, and we'll go through the others in a minute. But what's going on? This thing that I'm doing. And notice, I'm not telling you to stop doing it. So in my office, as sometimes my patients or people that I'm talking to, they'll look at me kind of, inquisitively, because I'll say to them, I'm not telling you to stop eating cookies. I'm not telling you to stop eating ice cream. And they're like, what do you mean? I said, what I'm asking you is to find out why you ate the ice cream. Because the ice cream did what it's supposed to do, right? What do you think the purpose of ice cream is? The purpose of ice cream is to taste good. Right? Purpose of ice cream is to raise your blood sugar. That's what it was designed to do. So the ice cream did its job. The question is, why did you eat the ice cream? So often we try to take food away from people without finding out why they went to the food. Because if we figure out why they went to the food and we fix that problem, guess what? We wouldn't have to worry about ice cream or cookies or cake or candy or donuts. Right? Am I doing this because I need to or because it's just that time of day? Right? Remember, time is one of the things that push us to eat. Number 2, right? Location. Right? The environment that we're in. So I told you that I had to change my environment. My wife is a big helper in this. Sometimes I get annoyed. I have to say it. Because, we'll have people over and, we'll have, cake or juice or whatever it is. And if I go out to the store, I come back and it's all gone, y'all. Right? It's like the secret police came in and they packaged it all up and they took it away. Like she'll send all the stuff with people. Like I'll go drop somebody home who may not have had a ride and I'll come back and all the juice is gone. I was like, you couldn't have at least saved me like one, but you know what? She knows. She knows me. And so that's her way to help me. Honey, thank you. Even though sometimes I'm not always happy. Yep. Little bit of juice. I'd like to have a little bit of juice. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. Sorry. Right? So what are those things so we want to minimize the cues in our environment? During fasting, one of the things I don't do, I try not to do. I did it last week actually, and I think it didn't do me well. So I was fasting. I was probably 2 days, 48 hours in, and I didn't bring, because I told you I use unsweetened tea, so I didn't bring any to the office, and so I went down to the cafeteria to get some at lunchtime. Not the physician lounge because I don't go there, but I went to the main cafeteria in the hospital. And I walked down there, and as I got off the elevator and started heading towards the cafeteria, guess what hit me? That's right, the smells, right? Those cues, right? So all that stuff. All right. And then, so clean your area. So number one, figure out why you did it. Is it just time? And we need to change that process. We need to break that process. Number two, is it the area? Right? Clean our area. Number three, what was the thing that happened right prior to this particular habit, this particular thing that I do? Trace it back from the unhealthy thing you did and find the preceding action. And then once you do that, you want to create a new, healthier chain, right? So when you come out of the meeting, right, don't go in the direction of the vending machine, right? Sometimes we plan, it's like, okay, I'm going to keep these Skittles in my desk so I can have some after the meeting. Well, you've just planned to reinforce that habit. Right? Make a different plan. Don't just fall off the slide. And then people, evaluate the people that are around you. Evaluate the people that are around you. Do you find yourself every time you're with these particular folks that you eat, every time you're with this group, you do this, right? Whatever the habit. Right here, we're talking about food and diabetes, right? But this can be applied to everything. And what you want to do is you want to start joining communities, right? Hey, shameless plug, right? You want to join communities where the people that are in the community are doing the things that you want to do. Now, you may not be able to change what's going on at home or the people that are in your immediate circle. Create a bigger circle so that the things you do are now normalized. How many of you have done something that you weren't like gung-ho about doing, but you did it because the group that you were with did it? Now, I'm not talking about crazy bad stuff, right? I'm talking about, right? But even that, right? You did it because you were in the group. That's the power of community, y'all. So surround yourself with people that are doing the things that you want to do. And if you do that, then you can manage the habits, manage the triggers, manage the things that are going on. Yep. Does that make sense? So that's the plan. That's how we overcome. That's how we beat the trigger. That's how we get through. That's how we modify. That's how we get triggers to help us, not triggers, but habits to help us reverse our diabetes. Because the things that we do, every little bit counts. Every little bit counts. And as we go through the process, right, of what causes a habit, right, we got to hit these things: the cues, the cravings, the responses, and the rewards. We got to work with those. And we've got to begin dealing with the triggers. And remember what those triggers are, right? Those things that make those habits automatic. Things we do because of time, because of location or context. What preceded bringing us into this situation, this habit that we're in, and then the people that we are around. Yo. All right, well, let's see we got some folks out there, and let's hop over and let's see if we got some questions, got some comments. I saw a lot of folks come in. I heard those. Let's see. Jeff, we said hi. Sherry from New York, yes. Teresa, I guess you were laughing at my story. Was that the story about the Ben and Jerry's? I'm assuming. And hey, Key's here. Key Washington said we are a work in progress. Yes, we are. Yes. Key says yes. I live an hour from Vermont. And in the 90s and got hooked on Ben and Jerry. Really? Key. Yes. Isn't this something else? Okay. See, I'm starting to salivate. Jennifer says our neighbor has a dairy. They sell their own products. I buy buttercream, plain yogurt, sometimes the ice cream too. They had a hot chocolate flavor for Christmas. Hot cocoa flavor for Christmas. I sent my husband most times now. See? Yeah. I sometimes don't go, right? Teresa said, Jennifer talking about access. LOL. That's right. She has it right next door to her, right? Teresa said, you are so real and we appreciate that. Teresa, it's interesting that I was sharing with someone just recently, and I think maybe I've said it even here, that one of the best things that I ever did was to begin was getting comfortable enough to begin sharing my story. You know why? Because when I didn't share my story, it was so easy, right? And then you guys may identify, it's so easy to hide. Yep. But what community does, right? What community does is community not only supports you when things are rough, but community calls you to be better. So my guys who I went away with, we were sitting around talking, and I was sharing some stuff with them. And so what you also need is community that will be real with you. So I was sharing something with them, and I was expecting them to like come down on my side, blah blah blah, and they're like, "No, man, look, listen, right?" And I was like, "Wait a minute, that's not really what I want to hear." Right? Sometimes you have those people, and that happens when people are real. When people feel comfortable enough to say, hey, this is what's going on. And that's why I love where we are. I love this community that we're building, because we get to say to each other, hey, look, this is where we are. This is where we're heading. And to say, this is where I'm failing, or this is where I'm not doing so well. And so I love that. So thank you for that, Teresa. Appreciate that. All right. Well, let's take a look at some numbers, right? So I've been talking the whole time. Before I do that, let me ask you guys some questions, right? Questions. Number one, are there some places here that you saw yourself, right? What triggers you? What triggers you in your habits? Is it time? Is it location or context? Is it your environment, right? Is it some event that happens, some routine thing that happens? Or is it the fact that you are around people who may not be at your place yet, right? Some people move at different paces, right? So phase 1, 2, 3, or 4. Where do you think you are? Drop it in the chat, right? Drop it in the comments. 1, 2, 3, or 4. All right. So as we do that, let's hop over, because I want to take a look at my blood sugars. If you guys remember, we ended our fast back on Friday evening. And here is what my Libre is saying my blood sugar is right now. Let's fix this right here. 96. My Dexcom is saying that my blood sugar is 117. And remember, there's that difference between the two. And it seems like the Dexcom tends to be about 15 points or more above the Libre, right? Which is why I have these 2 meters that we're going to use here in just a minute to show what our blood sugars are, right? Teresa says, hiding is easy. I saw myself in timing and certain events. Yep. Let me change this so we get your comment there really quickly. Yeah. So we have to identify what are the things that we personally need to work on. All right. So let's take a look at some of these numbers. Let's see. Let's grab. And like I told you guys, I have a contour meter. And I have a contour meter because this is the one that we currently use in the office. We've used things like One Touch, Vario in the past, but this is where we are. Okay. And so we've got that. Let's go ahead and take a, I'm going to try this finger. I know. Let's see if I poke that enough to get a drop of blood. Another drop here. Okay, so that's 90. And then this guy says 107. So right now the contour, right, is the highest. Well, it's between. What was the Dexcom? Yeah, so Dexcom is 119. So the contour is actually between the two, right? All right. So that's that. And let's go ahead and let's see what my ketones are. Remember, we ended the fast back on Friday. I think I checked it this morning and it was 0.5. So I'm going to see what it is now. Oops. Did I get I think I need another drop of blood, y'all. Okay, let's try that again. All right, there we are. Come on. There we go. What do you think it's going to be? All right, 0.4. All right. So let's talk a little bit about ketones again. Remember, ketones are the things that we want to happen. Ketones are the things that we want because it's at that point that our body switches from burning carbohydrates and it starts burning ketones. Well, obviously. All right. So ketones, if your ketones are less than 0.5, that means you're not in ketosis, which I am not right now. 0.5 to about 1.5 is therapeutic, nutritional ketosis, and above that is therapeutic ketosis. So during my fasts, I am usually between, well, higher than 0.5, definitely. That first day, maybe I'm 0.5 to 1.2, and then as we get into day 2 and day 3, then we get higher. It is at 24 hours where the body stops burning glycogen and starts burning fat. So right now, our goal, if you remember, is 24 hours once a week of fasting. And we'll come back. We'll talk about that here in just a minute. All right. If you are out there, go ahead. If you have questions, pop those in. This is a great place for us to do our thought of the day. But I see, let's see, Teresa says... Okay, so that's the one that she said earlier. I see myself in timing in certain events. Yeah. So if you're there, go ahead and drop that in the comments because we'd love to know where you see yourself. And if you are fasting, or if you've been fasting, drop in the comments how far you've been able to go. Right? Have you been able to do the 24 hours? Are you at 18 hours? Are you at some other number? Because we'd love to hear and see where you are and to celebrate you, by the way. All right, so we want to celebrate where you have been. All right. Okay, and so let's hop over and let's go ahead and do our thought of the day. And our thought of the day is this: you can only go as far as your systems. You can only go as far as your systems. In the process of reversing our diabetes, in the process of life, really, the things that we do and the things we can accomplish are amazing and they're very grand. We can do one-offs. We can bear down and we can white knuckle it and we can have some success. just by sometimes almost willing it, right? And almost holding our breath. But that only lasts for so long. If we want sustainable, long-term benefit, if we want long-term improvement, if we want improvements that we can do for the rest of our lives, the things that we need are systems and structure. You can make a cake. You can cook a dish. You can put up a house. Sometimes just by happenstance. But if you want the house to stand and be solid, if you want that dish that you make to be consistently good, if you want that cake to be the way people like it, then you got to have a recipe. You got to have a process. You got to have a plan. So in your life, as we are working to put your diabetes in reverse, in remission, and reverse your diabetes, to get you off medications, to decrease the burden of all of the chronic diseases you have, are you putting systems in place that allow you to have the benefit that you need to get better? So you can only be as successful as the systems you have in place. So my encouragement to you is to find systems that are taking you where you want to go. Find systems that will help you in that direction. Find systems that you can put in place, like we've been talking about habits. Those habits that we break that are unhealthy, we want to replace them with systematic habits that take us in the direction we want to be. And that's our thought for today. All right, everybody. Wow. And we've made it to the end of another show. Let's see. Jennifer says, actually, Jennifer, let's do it this way. Jennifer says, started fasting last November, had done several 24-hour fasts, 2 48-hour fasts. Last week, completed a 72-hour fast with you. Yoo-hoo! She said that she felt fine. Let me go back to her note. Until she started refeeding, then woo, that was difficult. So Jennifer, what aspect of refeeding did you find difficult? Was there something? Did you start out slow? As a matter of fact, why don't you pop in the chat and let us know what it was that you ate when you first when you broke your fast. All right, what did you eat when you broke your fast? She said, I broke my fast in the evening. I ate late, protein snack. The next morning, I was hungry, very hungry. Okay. Okay. So I think, let me address a couple of things there, Jennifer. And so for everyone, and when we're breaking the fast, as Jennifer has seen us do, we want to start slow. Okay. One of the things that I propose is that we start fasting in the evening, right? So that you are sleeping for a big part, particularly if you're doing it's just the 24-hour, so that you are sleeping for a big part of the fast. Okay, so if you start in the morning, then you've got you got the whole day ahead of you, and then another 12 hours and so forth. But if you start in the evening, by the time you wake up in the morning, then you have already gone 8 hours or 9 hours into the fast, which is a great thing. One of the drawbacks of ending the fast in the evening, however, is that we don't want to eat a lot at night, right? So we tend not to do that. However, if we're coming off of a fast, a particular 72-hour fast, and we break the fast at night and we don't eat that food that we ate, even though, for instance, Jennifer, you ate protein, that protein still stimulates some insulin. right? And the protein gets your body moving. So the body says, hey, there's some food in there. And it now comes back to try to begin digesting that food. And the spike in insulin makes us hungry. And if we don't put enough food in there, then by the time you go to sleep and wake up the next morning, you're going to be famished. Okay. So that's one thing to be careful of. And I think I ended, was it 6 o'clock I ended my fast? Yeah. Yeah. So it's 6. So I have gone now to starting the fast at 6 and ending the fast around 6 o'clock. That way I still have, traditionally when I do my regular non-fasting days, I try not to eat after 6, 8 o'clock. On fasting days, when I'm breaking the fast, I do eat after that because I want to get enough in. So I break the fast with like bone broth, and you guys may have seen me break it with nuts and beans. And then I wait about an hour, hour and a half, and then I have another meal that has more stuff, and then I go to sleep. Right? I don't eat another one, but enough food so that, because now the body wants food because you've given it some, and it can make you very famished, Jennifer. But Jennifer, I'm so excited. I'm elated that you were able to fast with us and you completed the 72-hour fast. So I love that. For those of you who have not done a 72-hour fast, I'm going to give you some information here in a minute about what we want you to do and where we are. So last time we were here, I told you I was going to do a Zoom, and that Zoom, let me get in here and so this is a Zoom meeting where you can sign up, sign in. We can actually talk to each other. And I'm going to, let's see, where is that? Here it is. I'm going to put that into the chat. I'm going to put the link into the chat, and then we'll have this come up again. We'll put it out on the website so that you guys can get out there and do that. Okay, now where is it? Give me just a second here, guys. I gotta grab it. Huh. This is interesting. Here it is. Okay. All right, so I'm going to put this in. Now where is my... I thought I heard, so Teresa said, Jennifer, great job. Yeah, great job on the 72-hour fast. She said, thank you. All right. So guys, I'm having a bit of an issue getting this into the chat. Why is that not allowing me to do it? Okay. What I'm going to do is, let me do this. I'm going to put it over here. So it should pop up here in just a sec. Okay, hold on. Okay, there you go. I think I got it in. All right, so that link that you see there, and you'll have to register. It's a Zoom that we're gonna do, and you can sign up. That's going to be on March the 14th. So not this Thursday, but it's gonna be next Thursday at 7 o'clock. At 7 o'clock. Okay. Let's see. All right. So you should have seen it. If you're on YouTube, you should see that out there. Let me. Oh, here we go. Okay, so you should see that coming up there if you're on YouTube and all the other platforms as well. Okay, awesome. All right. Teresa said, I haven't successfully done one yet. Okay, Teresa, it's a work in progress. Okay, it's a work in progress. All right. Did you guys see that? If you see that link, somebody say yes, because I haven't seen it pop up yet. Okay, here, let me see. I'll try to put it again. Okay, good. So Steve says yes. Awesome. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. All right. Yeah. So if you click on that, you'll sign up, you register, and like I said, 7:00 on next Thursday, the 14th. We're gonna go. We're gonna have we'll have the Zoom. We can come in. You guys will talk. We're gonna broadcast me on the channel, but you'll be able to talk to me in the Zoom. Okay, and then we'll go from there. All right, so to my asks, right? So this is what we do every week when we come on. The first ask is for you to go ahead and join us in the challenges, right? So we've asked that you work your way up to fasting for one 24-hour period once a week. Remember, we're decreasing the amount of insulin in our body, and that has ramifications for so many different things. Remember, it's not just for those of you who are out there in diabetes, we're putting your diabetes in remission. We are reversing diabetes, but also it helps to solve lots of other issues. So number one, fasting for 24 hours once a week. Wherever you find yourself right now, go ahead and start where you are. So if you have not done 24 hours, that's okay. Let's work on, if you're at 8, go to 10. If you're at 10, go to 12. If you're at 12, go to 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, and then 24, right? So once a week, that's what we're moving. We're looking for progress, not perfection. Number two, come back, join the community, right? The community is better. The community is enhanced. The community grows when you're here, right? We get to encourage each other. Well, we come to encourage in a minute. We get to encourage each other. We get to build each other. We get to see where each other are, and we get to learn together. And then finally, there are so many people out there that you know, people that have diabetes, and you can help them by sharing this link. Invite them here. Let them know what we're doing here on the channel. I love coming on. I'm so excited to be here with you. As I always say, this is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, take charge of your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. We'll see you at our next visit and next show, and then we'll see you at our check-in in our 72-hour fast. Good night, everybody.
Hi, my name is Suzanne, and I'm so excited to say to Dr. Dwain Woode, happy 4th anniversary for Dr. Woode and his YouTube channel, where he educates us on so much great information about reversing diabetes and reaching our own unlimited potential. I discovered Dr. Woode on LinkedIn first, and then migrated over to his YouTube channel, where I am fascinated with his real-time reporting about his 72-hour fasting, showing us his actual blood sugar results while that's going on. Really fascinating. And then he teaches us cooking, even with tofu, and even talks to us about how to relate to family members who are struggling with eating or diabetes and the best ways to support them without making them feel bad or shameful. So he is just a beautiful soul, a big compassionate heart, and he's really just authentically out there telling us about how to keep our own selves healthy and not only talking the talk, but walking the walk as well. So happy anniversary, Dr. Woode. I'm so glad I found you this year, and I look forward to watching more of your inspirational videos. New year, new you. Thank you.
Just tired. That's what she said. And I didn't understand what she was talking about. I'm just tired of people telling me to eat this and not to eat that. I'm tired of going to one website and reading one book and going to another doctor and hearing something totally different. That's what she said. And as she talked, I finally understood because I had been in the same situation. You listen to a podcast, you go to a physician, you read a book, maybe you take a class, and it seems like everybody is saying something different. And it seems that no matter what you try, no matter what you try to implement, no matter how hard you cut back or exercise or whatever they were telling you to do, it seems like it wasn't working. And the blood sugars kept getting higher and higher and higher. And yet everybody says, go home and eat better. Well, what does that mean? What does it mean to navigate this space, this nutrition space with diabetes? And that's what we're going to be talking about tonight on this episode. Hey, if you're new to me, I'm Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. That's what we're working on. We're talking to adults with type 2 diabetes. How do we put your diabetes in remission? How do we reverse your diabetes? How do we get you off of some of those diabetes medications and help with all of those associated issues, those problems, those comorbidities, as they say, those other disease processes that come with metabolic disease? If you're new to me also, go ahead and put new in the comments because we'd love to welcome you with a hand clap and some music. And say hello. If you have questions, go ahead and put those in the comments because we would love to get to those and answer them for you as we go throughout the night. And that's what we're talking about, y'all. We're just excited to be here as we move into this new month, right? We're in the second quarter of the year. Can you believe it? Now, the first 3 months, the first quarter, we got into the new year and everybody hit the ground running. You know, back in December, people were buying treadmills and getting gym memberships, and they were buying cookbooks, and they were signing up for meal delivery programs. But March is just fast, and the first quarter is gone, and some of those treadmills are under the bed. The elliptical is out back, and there's clothes hanging over them. Those dumbbells, oh yeah, they're hidden somewhere right now. And the last time somebody saw you at the gym, I don't know when that was. But you know what? As we get into the second quarter, do you know what usually happens in the second quarter? Second quarter is when you get your win. That's when you get that second win. And if you find yourselves right now where you have said, man, this stuff that we've been doing, I'm starting to drop off. I'm starting to fall behind, right? I want you to get your second win. I want you to come along with us because we're going somewhere and we are heading in a direction to make ourselves healthier. Well, welcome y'all. I do see some folks out there. Hey, just want to say hello. Some shout outs. I see Teresa. She says, hello, Dr. Woode and everyone. And then I see Steve. Hey, Steve, what's going on? Glad that you guys are here. If you're out there, whatever platform you might be looking at us Right now, I think we're screwed. I shouldn't. I think we are streaming to X and LinkedIn and Facebook and YouTube, of course, and some other platforms. If you know someone that's over there on Instagram, tell them to come on over here and hang out with us. And you guys know, as we do, right? As we do, we're going to go ahead and we're going to look at some numbers. I have my monitor over here, and you'll see that on the screen. I've got my glucose monitors, and we'll take a look at those here in a minute to see where I am. We've been, I think the last time we talked was I was getting ready to, well, I had broken a fast, and we were just checking in to see how things are going. If you're out there and you have been fasting as we're going through this, I want you to drop those in. Let us know what's going on. Let us know what's been happening in your life. And have you, right? Here's a question. I want you to put yes or no, right? Yes or no question. Have you had the occasion to sit with somebody who talked to you about nutrition? Right? Have you ever sat with someone, a doctor, a nutritionist, a family member, who talked to you about nutrition? Yeah, go ahead and put yes in the comment if you had that happen to you. And we're going to hop right in, y'all, and we're going to get to it and start talking about our discussion tonight. We're talking about navigating nutrition, y'all, particularly as it relates to diabetes. And always, as I say, as we talk about diabetes, we're also talking about all those other disease processes that are out there, right? So navigating our nutrition with diabetes. Now, the person that I was telling you about, the patient I was describing, that patient is actually a representation of a lot of people that I see. It was not unique to her. In fact, I have felt similar thoughts, or had similar thoughts, and felt similar ways, that it doesn't seem to matter what is going on. There's always something different. There's always something different. It seems like there's one fad that comes and then that fad goes away, and then another fad that comes and then it's back and forth. Okay. But tonight we're going to be talking about navigating nutrition, a guide to diabetes friendly eating. That's where we're heading. And, in this episode, we're going to delve into the crucial role that nutrition plays in managing diabetes. It's a blend of personal insights, scientific evidence. We explore how dietary choices directly impact blood sugar levels and overall well-being. So as we journey through the world of diabetes, and this world of diabetes-friendly eating, right? We're going to spec some practical tips. We're going to see some myth busting. We're going to talk about that. And then we're going to get some empowerment. Remember what we do here, right? We educate, we empower, and we encourage as we move in the direction of saying, okay, how do we do a good job of this process? Now, remember where we're coming from, right? And I think that is worth having a thought. Remember what our goal is. Our goal is to reverse diabetes. Our goal is to put diabetes in remission, get off of medication. And the tools that we've learned so far, right, a large concept that we have is that in the process of managing our diabetes, we want to make sure that we minimize two things. One, the spikes in our blood sugars. And the spike in the blood sugar actually is not the main thing, but the main thing that we want to do is we want to minimize the spikes in our insulin levels. Okay, we're going to minimize the spikes in our insulin levels. So why is it important to understand diabetes and food and nutrition, right? So it's crucial for managing blood sugar levels. And you want to do that effectively. So if you don't understand how different foods will affect your blood sugar and how they affect what happens in your body, then it's difficult to make choices. It's pivotal in controlling diabetes by influencing blood sugar levels. It also influences weight and our overall health. Remember, an ancillary to the things that we're doing, a side effect, a byproduct of us managing our diabetes and controlling blood sugars is the fact that all those other disease processes, non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, metabolic syndrome, obesity, all of that gets better. And all of that can be influenced by our nutrition, right? So a diabetes-friendly diet focuses on consuming a balanced mix of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, and emphasizes whole foods, fiber-rich fruits and vegetables, and minimizing processed foods. Hey, wait a minute. Let me come here. So listen, in everything that we do, in everything that we're going to talk about as we continue to lay the foundation for where we're heading, one of the concepts, or two concepts, and I was going to say one, but I guess I'm going to separate them, but two concepts that I want you to get is the concept of whole foods and the concept of processed foods. Right? Whole foods mean things that are as close as possible to their original form. Let me give you an example. If you have a carrot and you eat a carrot, chomp, 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 chomp. I wish I had one. I should have brought one as a prop. Chomp, 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 right? That is a whole food because you're eating the carrot as close as possible to its normal form. Now, you can take that carrot, you can chop it up, you can fry it, you can steam it, right? All of those things. You can grill it, but as close as possible to its natural form. Or you can take that carrot and you can put it in a blender and you can juice it and you can drink the carrot juice. Now that carrot juice, people say, okay, that's healthy. And yes, I don't disagree. But think about how we eat carrots. It is uncommon for someone to sit down and eat, chomp, 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 5 carrots, 5 whole carrots, right? But how many carrots do you think you have to juice to get a glass of carrot juice? So notice what just happened. In one instance, we would eat the carrot and probably, I don't know, how many carrots do you think you could eat? If you're out there, yeah, put in, you think you can eat 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carrots in one sitting? Right? Somebody drop a number in. But how many carrots do you think you can eat? Most of us can't eat that many carrots, right? Before we get full. But I tell you, if you juice that carrot, we can certainly drink the glass of carrot juice. Right? So that is not a whole food. Okay? Now, once again, not knocking carrot juice, but just using that as an example. Right? So we want to stay as close as possible to whole foods. And then we want to minimize the processing of foods. Now, take that same carrot. Right? We could take that carrot and we can leave it in its form. And we can take it and we can boil it, or we can steam it, and we can put salt on it. And we can take a package and we can put it in that package, or we can put it in a can and we can preserve it, and we can ship that can, and that can can be on the shelf. I mean, whatever the sell by or date that they put on the can, right? So now you go and get that carrot, and you can pull the carrot out, and the carrot may look like its normal state, but the preservatives and the things we had to do to that carrot to make it stay on the shelf, that's highly processed. So you get the difference between whole foods and processed foods. So we want to stay as close as possible to whole foods, and we want to avoid as much as possible the processed foods. And once again, this, one of the places that we fall down, one of the places that we make mistakes is that we try to go to extremes. We try to go to extremes, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we get into the rest of the show. So we don't want extremes, right? So I notice I keep saying as much as possible, whole foods as much as possible, avoid processed foods as much as possible. That as much as possible allows for situations where that is not possible. Okay, so we want to avoid processed foods. Now, one additional thought is we want to avoid not just highly processed, but we want to avoid foods where let me say it a little differently. minimize the amount of added sugar. Okay? Because have you ever had a glazed carrot? Yeah, buddy. Right. Some good stuff, right? It's sweet. See, as soon as I said that, my mouth started watering. All right. So, so we want to minimize processed foods. And proper nutrition helps to stabilize blood sugar levels, reduces the risk of diabetes and diabetes-related complications, and it supports overall health. So that's what we want. That's the reason why it's important to understand diabetes. Now, how food affect the blood sugar? Now, so different foods affect blood sugars in different ways. Every food impacts your sugar levels. Every food impacts your sugar levels differently. This is an important one because one of the things I hear all the time from diabetics is, Dr. Woode, I don't know why that particular food makes my blood sugar go high, and this other food over here doesn't make it go high. That's because the foods are different. In fact, here's an interesting thought, that the same food, y'all, and if you're out there, you can attest to this, right? Say yes in the comments. The same food eaten at a different time will cause the blood sugar to go to a different number. Isn't that crazy? The same exact food, you eat it at a different point in time, and the blood sugar goes to a different number. Now, remember that your blood sugar at any particular time is not just a representation of the food that you ate at that time. The blood sugar is a representation of the food that you ate, the stress that you may have been going through, the rest that you got the night before, the infection that you may have, right? All of those things combine to give you what the blood sugar is. So it's not just that, okay, I ate one carrot, and that carrot, and I keep using carrot. I don't know why I'm using carrot. Maybe I should say beets or whatever else. Okay, so all those things will have different impacts on blood sugars. And so carbohydrates are the body's source of energy, right? And we've been talking about carbohydrates because everybody knows about carbohydrates, right? Those are the things that the body uses for energy. So when you eat when you eat something that has carbohydrate, the body readily converts that to energy and it uses it. Of course, it saves some of it once the insulin is out, and that's the crux of the problem, right? When that insulin comes out, the sugar that comes from the carbohydrate, some of it goes, yes, to run your heart and lungs and brain and all the things that you've got to do to stay alive right now. But part of it, when insulin comes out, goes to storage, and that's where the weight comes. Yeah, so carbohydrate. So fats have a slower absorption, so they don't cause as big a spike as sugar or carbohydrates when you eat them. And the fats go into the body packages them up, and sends them for storage. And then, of course, they get broken down at some other points to glycerol, as we've talked about before, and free fatty acids. The glycerol is what's converted to sugar, and then the free fatty acids go off and they cause some other problems that we've talked about before. Of course, proteins are also slowly metabolized, so they're not as readily metabolized as carbohydrates. And remember, there are three macronutrients: carbohydrates, proteins, and fats. And proteins are broken down. They help with satiety. So when you eat protein, you feel full longer. That's why a lot of times I talk to patients when they come in, or clients, and I'll say to them, "What are you eating? What have you eaten?" And they'll say, "Oh, I had a salad." I said, "What was in the salad?" Right? Because all they had was some lettuce and some tomatoes and maybe some cucumbers. I said, "Well, hey, there's no protein in there. What's the source of protein?" Because you're going to be hungry, because there's nothing in there that will help to maintain stable blood sugars, right? First of all, and will help you kind of not be hungry, right? That's satiety. And then foods that have a lot of fiber. Fiber is another one. And we don't talk a lot about fiber. In fact, in my practice, it was not uncommon for me to leave fiber out altogether. And often that's because the people that I'm talking to, their blood sugars are so high that it's not a fiber problem. It is a pure carbohydrate problem. So there's no reason to talk about fiber. Like if you're eating, let's see, what can I pick on? This, there's a place here that had this chocolate lava cake that had like chocolate coming out of it and there's caramel on it and it had a whipped cream and a cherry. And if you're sitting down eating a chocolate lava cake every other day, then you don't need to worry about fiber. Fiber is the least thing on your mind. First of all, let's stop eating all those chocolate lava cakes. I don't know why I picked on that one, but hey, I did. That's probably because I liked it. I like the chocolate lava cake. Okay, so that's carbohydrates, fats, proteins, and carbs and fiber. So here are some key dietary considerations for people with diabetes, right? So understanding the relationship between diet and diabetes is crucial. And for what we want to make sure that we're doing is we're learning a group of processes, right? So I want to give you a group of things that I want you to be considering. And these are going to you're going to hear them from me, from other people that talk to you about food and nutrition and what you should eat, right? But I want you to kind of remember that everything is with context. Everything is with context. And I want to make sure I say that because there are quite a few of them. We're going to run through them quickly. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, but I want you to know this because you're going to see these again, right? You're going to see them again from me. You're going to hear them as we go through our process here on the channel, and you will hear other people talking about them as well. So monitor your carbohydrate intake for blood sugar stability. Remember, anything that you want to change, anything you're going to address, you want to make sure that you are monitoring it, that you're recording it, that you are doing a good job of checking on it. Okay, so monitor it. You want to include high fiber foods. Right, make sure you're doing that because the fiber, just like proteins and fats, are slow in rising or increasing your blood sugar. Then the fiber will actually blunt the rise in blood sugar. So one of the benefits of eating whole foods. Let's go back to my carrot. I know I keep talking about carrots, but that's okay. That's the one that comes to my mind right now. So when you eat that carrot, when you eat the carrot itself, you get the carrot, the fiber that comes from it. You get the juice that comes from it. You get the minerals that come from it. Right? And the fiber that's in the carrot actually helps to minimize the rise in blood sugar. It almost like dampens it. But when you drink the carrot juice, all the husk, right, the fiber that was in the carrot itself, it's over in the trash, unless you're making, I don't know, carrot cake or something, right? I know, I went to carrot cake. That's okay. Right, so unless you're doing that, then that's not there. And so all you're getting is the pure carbohydrates that come out of that carrot. And that's the carrot juice. You want to choose the glycemic index foods to minimize spikes. Now, we haven't talked about glycemic index, and we'll come back and we'll do a show on glycemic index. But glycemic index has to do with the ability of a particular food, right, to raise the blood sugar, how quickly the blood sugar rises as a result of eating the food. And that is a marker of glycemic index. And we want to eat low glycemic index foods, or at least that's the recommendation, right? So once again, all these are in context, and we'll put them in context as we get into this month. This month, by the way, if I didn't say that, guess what we're talking about? That's right, we're talking about food. All right, limit saturated fats and sugars. You want to focus. And I'm going through this, but you guys aren't seeing my slide. Yeah. So limit saturated fats and sugars. Focus on whole, unprocessed foods, as we talked about before. Whole foods, unprocessed. Monitor portion size. Oh yeah. Put a pin in it. So I have been to places like, well, this past Saturday night, I went out. My wife and I went out, and we had a program. And the food that they had, the portion size was not big. In fact, I think it was probably an appropriate portion size. But y'all, when they brought it to the table, I looked at it and I was like, where's the rest of the food? Why? Because I'm so used to going somewhere where the portion sizes are huge. Right? There's a place here, I won't call it, but they sell pasta. And when you go there, it's like they think that you are the only person in the world that eats pasta. It's big. So we've gotten so used to having these portion sizes that are so big that we no longer can tell. I had a guy who I was talking to earlier, and he said he cleans his plate, right? He's learned to clean his plate. That's what he grew up on, that his mama said, right? So that is what he does. The only problem is he cleans his plate regardless of what the portion is. So whatever they put on the plate, that's what he eats. I said, well, no, we got to start monitoring it, because it's not a you cleaning your plate problem. Right? In fact, I want you to clean your plate. Right? You should eat what you get. The problem is what are we putting on the plate in the first place? Right? So if you put the appropriate things on the plate, then cleaning the plate is not an issue. But if we're putting too much on the plate, then of course cleaning the plate becomes a big issue for us. So monitor portion sizes. Stay hydrated by drinking plenty of water. Choose healthy fats such as avocados and nuts. All right. I have a nut fetish, by the way, y'all. So almonds and cashews. I love them. I love them. I love them. So I have had to kind of take them out of my environment. In fact, there's a bag of almonds right there, and I didn't open it, and finally I opened it, and I think the half of the bag is gone. So, okay, once again, portions. Include lean protein in meals. And then, of course, monitor your blood sugars to see the impact of food choices. One of the ways to get insight into how your body is responding is to monitor. And that's what all this stuff over here is for, right? And we'll take a look at that here in just a little while as we get into what's going on. All right. So those are key dietary considerations. Key dietary considerations. Well, the importance of starchy foods, because these are the things that cause blood sugars to go up. Okay. Big conversation. So starchy foods. Starchy foods help us because they give us energy. We just said that the most ready source of energy that your body has when you eat it is starchy foods. As soon as you eat it, right, there are enzymes in your mouth that as soon as you put something that's starchy in your mouth, the enzymes begin breaking it down. That's why you can put something in your mouth, right? For instance, people who may have low blood sugars, sometimes just getting something in their mouth, the candy that they put in their mouth, even though they don't chew it up, chomp, and swallow it, you put it in their mouth and their body absorbs through the mucosa. It absorbs the sugar, and there are enzymes that start breaking it down. So carbohydrates are a ready source of energy, right? So fiber, so non-starchy foods, right? They give us carbohydrates, give us energy. They actually have fiber in them, and we'll give a list here in just a minute. They have vitamins and they have minerals. So all those things are within the foods that are considered non-starchy. All right. So tonight we're not going to go into the glycemic index of the foods, but we're going to just say, hey, is this a starchy food? Is this a non-starchy food? We'll come back later and we'll talk more about all of those. Okay. So that's what the importance of starchy foods. Well, so what are starchy foods? What are some starchy foods? Okay. Let's see, let me go back here. Yeah, there we go. So what are some starchy foods? So here are some common starchy foods. And these are, hey, do me a favor. Yeah, if you're out there, go ahead and put, what is your favorite starchy food? Right? If you see it up there right now, go ahead and pop it up. Put it in the chat. What is your favorite starchy food? Okay. So when we talk about starchy foods, the first big thing that usually comes to our mind, and it should, because these are the most common when people are talking about starchy foods, and they are grains. These are your rices, right? So white rice, brown rice, wild rice, any kind of rice, y'all, they're starchy. Right? These are the wheat products. That's the bread and the pasta and the crackers and the cookies. Okay, I guess I shouldn't say cookies because that's another group. You guys see where my mind is, right? Right, oats, rolled oats, steel oats, instant oats. Right, when I was growing up, we used to make it from the container with the guy with the white hair. Now they got the little packets, right? The packets, they got cinnamon, they got apple flavor, they've got what else? All kinds of other flavors. Yeah, but we used to have to like take those oats and put them in the water and boil them and cook them, and right. But those are starchy. Those are considered starchy. And of course, corn and corn products, barley, quinoa, millet, and of course all your rye products, right? Rye bread and crisp bread, those are considered starchy. Once again, notice I am not saying that you cannot eat starchy. We're just talking about what they are, right? So starchy. The roots and tubers, right? So potatoes, white potato, red potato, sweet potato, purple potato. If it has the word potato in it, guess what? It's a starchy vegetable, starchy root. I guess it shouldn't say vegetable. Yams, all kinds of yams. Cassava. All right. So if you're out there, if you're from certain parts of the world, certain parts of the country, cassava is a big thing. It's a big staple. It's starchy. Now, as I'm saying these, remember our culture, wherever you were born, whatever family you grew up in, your family cooked a particular way and they used certain grains, certain roots, certain tubers to make their food. And the other mistake that we make as we are talking about being healthy is we demonize certain foods from certain cultures. Right? There are certain things that my family, my dad, right? My dad was an amazing cook. There's certain things that my dad ate. And when he went to the doctor and the doctor said, hey, you can't eat that thing anymore. He's like, what do you mean? I can't eat that thing anymore. Right? So as we discuss how do we change, what are we going to eat? We've got to remember that there are some things that people eat that part of their culture. We just need to figure out how to incorporate those things into what they normally do and how we can build a healthy meal for them. Okay, remember we're talking about what can a diabetic eat? All right, so taro and parsnips and carrots and beetroot. So these are all your starchy foods, I'm going to hop over and we're going to talk about legumes. Legumes, these are your beans, y'all. I almost said beanses. Right, these are your black beans and kidney beans and pinto beans and navy beans and lima beans and beans and beans and beans and beans, right? Guess what? We talk about them as proteins, but they got starch in there. You guys remember when I think I came on, I was breaking my fast on one of those times when I was doing a check-in, and I was breaking it with beans. All right, the reason I went away from beans, in addition to the fact that I was overeating them, was that they were causing that spike in blood sugar. So as I'm breaking my fast and I'm getting to the end of my fast, I want to prolong the ketosis that comes from the fast as long as possible. So I went away from eating things that would bring my blood sugar up, cause those spikes, cause the insulin to come up, and as a result of that, take me out of ketosis. So one of the reasons for going away from beans for the breaking of the fast, the legumes, was that. Okay. All right. So starchy vegetables. So legumes. So beans. All your beans. You got lentils. All right. Lentils are there. You got peas. Split peas. Chickpeas. And then, of course, all the soy products, right? Tofu, tempeh, and so forth. And then other vegetables, your winter squashes. I think the summer squashes are considered to be non-starchy, right? These tend to be a lot more starchy. The winter squashes, your butternut squash and your acorn and spaghetti squash. And then, of course, pumpkin, right? And plantains. These are other vegetables, not necessarily squash. Plantain is not a squash, but plantain is good, y'all. If you've never had plantain, oh, yeah, you gotta have it. You gotta have it. Right. And then, of course, prepared foods. And this goes back to what we were just talking about in terms of prepared, highly processed. Here's your breakfast cereals. Here's your granola bars, pretzels, popcorn. All of those are considered to be in the starchy vegetables. Right. So as you're talking about starchy vegetable, how do you choose what to eat? Right, so these starchy vegetables, they tend to be higher in fiber, right, which can help manage blood sugar levels by slowing down the absorption of sugar into the bloodstream. Notice, even though they're starchy, they provide fiber. Right, so your whole grains, right, is what you want to go towards. Minimally processed, right, so whole grain, minimally processed. And then you want to incorporate the starchy vegetables, starchy foods, with non-starchy foods and protein, and it doesn't say that, and fats as well. All right, that gives you a balanced diet. And one of the things to remember is that if you are eating things that have high sugar content, high starch content, and you pair it with things that are not that starchy, and proteins and fat, then the protein, the fat, and the non-starchy vegetables will blunt the rise that comes from the sugar that comes out of the starchy food that you're eating. Right? So notice what we did. And this is actually a great conversation to have, is the pairing of different food types, different food groups. One of the things I talk about with my patients who come to see me who have diabetes, right, is I say, well, what they said, my blood sugar went up really, really high. I said, what did you eat? And they'll say something like, I don't know, granola or some highly, cookie or candy, whatever. And I said, well, if you had eaten that with a stick of cheese, the blood sugar may not have risen as quickly. Notice what I said, right? So, and if you're out there, I'm not going to tell you to do this, but it might be a good experiment. Right? Get a cookie, right? And see what just the cookie. See what, or a piece of candy. What does the candy or the cookie does to your blood sugar? All right? And then you can't do it at the same time because you have to get blood sugar back down. And then that same piece of candy, you got to have the same size, or that same cookie, and do it with a slice of cheese or a stick of cheese. Right? And eat that and see what happens to your blood sugar. Right. What will happen? What should happen? I guess. Yeah. And once again, everybody's different. So, if it doesn't work for you, don't say that doesn't work, because your metabolism may be different. Now, in fact, I have a guy who I used to take care of years ago, and he could eat ice cream, and nothing would happen to his blood sugars. I mean, they would go up, from 100, maybe 120, 130, that kind of increase. But if he ate carrots, his blood sugar went to 200, 250. Now, I would not have expected that, because I expect the ice cream to have a bigger rise in his blood sugar. Right? But his metabolism was different. And maybe the ice cream, right, the sugar paired with the milk, all right, fat and carbs. I don't know. Okay? So the fat that you're putting in when you're combining non-starchy vegetables or non-starchy foods with protein and fat, it blunts the rise in blood sugar. So pairing different foods together, right, is a way of managing the spike in blood sugar and also managing the rise that results in insulin. And of course, always, regardless of what I say, y'all, right, you want to always add this last one there: no added sugar, or minimally added sugar. So anything that you're going to eat, you want to try to eat the form that doesn't have added sugar. Always. Okay, so even if I don't say it ever again, right, always put that on the list. Added sugar. You want to minimize that. And so then let's hop over and let's talk a little bit about non-starchy foods. Now, let me hasten to say a couple of things. You'll see that we have, protein listed, fruits listed, dairy and alternatives listed. Those are not necessarily non-starchy in the sense that they have little starch. It's just that they are not graded according to starch or not starchy, but I had to put them somewhere, right? Because we need to talk about them. All right, so when we talk about non-starchy foods, let's talk about vegetables, right? Because that's the big one, right? And sometimes it's actually easier to think about what are the starchy vegetables, starchy foods, and then anything else is non-starchy. Does that make sense? So learn the starchy ones, and then everything else would be considered non-starchy. So that way you don't get confused. Because I go, what is this? Is it a starchy? Well, just learn the ones that are starchy because there are less of those. Or the ones that, starchy. There are less of those. And then everything else would be considered to be non-starchy. So when we talk about vegetables, the big group, right, are all the leafy green vegetables, right? All the things, right? The leafy green vegetables. So all the kale and spinach and arugula and romaine lettuce and Swiss chards and all those are considered to be non-starchy. Things like bell peppers, right? Whether it's red or green or yellow or orange, broccoli, cauliflower, cucumbers, these are considered non-starchy. Zucchini. And there's a summer squash, right? Summer squash is considered to be non-starchy. Asparagus, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, any kind of cabbage, green, red, bok choy, celery, eggplant, onions, which is not on the list, garlic, green beans, leeks, mushrooms. I love mushrooms. I think I told you guys about my making some portobello mushroom hamburgers once, or having a portobello mushroom steak. Oh man, that's so good. I'm getting hungry just as I'm talking about this. I'm sorry if I'm triggering you. I apologize. Okay, so those are the non-starchy. And then fruits, your berries, right? Avocado, lemon and limes. Notice what is not on the list are things like watermelon and apples and so forth, right? And these that you see are on the list because these tend to have less sugar, a lower sugar content compared to some of the others. Like all your melons, they're going to have a lot of sugar in them, a lot of carbohydrates. All right. And then dairy alternatives. So Greek yogurt, cheese, almond milk, coconut milk, all of those are considered to be non-starchy. Now, some of the alternatives, you've got to be careful because even though they are unsweetened, the carb content, the amount of sugar, natural sugars that are in them is considered to be a lot. It's kind of like if you take almond milk, right? So how many almonds do you think you have to squeeze and process to get a glass of almond milk? And do you think you can sit down and eat that many almonds by themselves? Right? So once again, this is why I say as much as possible. I kept saying that at the beginning, as much as possible, because we want to make sure that you are understanding that in the ideal world, there are certain things that we do. But in the real world, there are some things that we cannot do 100%. This is when we were talking about access. There are certain people that don't have access to certain food because they live in a food desert, or they live with someone else, and those other people are providing their food, so they eat what is available. Okay. All right, and then when we talk about proteins, of course, your chicken, turkey, fish, eggs, beef. Those of you who eat pork products. right? Those are all considered to be protein. And then, not listed here, but we can also take the legumes and we can actually bring them back here because they do have proteins in them. So they can fall under both. I left them under the starchy vegetables because they provide a bigger rise in blood sugar than I think they provide the benefits of the protein. Not all of them, and once again, it depends on your metabolism. So everything has to be with your metabolism in mind. All right, so what are the benefits? What are the benefits, right? So non-starchy vegetables play a crucial role in a balanced diet, helping with weight management, right? Because we're not having those spikes. And if we don't have the spikes in blood sugar, then the insulin doesn't come out. Insulin doesn't store anything. Right. And so weight management and providing essential nutrients without significantly affecting blood sugars. So they're low in carbs and calories. So these are non-starchy, not necessarily the fruits and the alternatives, right? Lots of vitamins, lots of minerals, lots of antioxidant, all those things that we need. And they can all usually be whole and natural. So all the things that are there, right, you can probably eat them whole or natural, and there is no sugar added, right? Or no sugar added in any of them. All right, so let me hop over, and I think we have, let me see if you guys answer some of those questions, and we'll come back to this discussion here. So let's go back up. Let's see. Teresa saying, yes, I spoke with a doctor and nutritionist. Okay, yeah. Most of us have had some conversation. If we're diabetic, if we have any kind of metabolic disorder, if we have high blood pressure, cholesterol, at some point, somebody's going to talk to you about nutrition. Right? You may go see a nutritionist, or you may your doctor themselves may in the room talk about it. All right. And Deborah Starkey saying, hey, good evening, Dr. Woode. Hey, Deborah, how are you? Thanks for stopping by. Teresa said 1 carrot. Teresa, 1 carrot. I think that's probably true. If they're the little baby carrots, I could probably eat maybe 5 or 6 of those. Deborah says, I love raw carrots. Probably 2 or 3. Okay, wow. 2 or 3. Okay, good. And that, even that, Deborah, would be smaller than the number you would probably juice to get a glass of orange juice, and I mean of carrot juice. And I'm not talking about the, because a lot of times we say we drink the little 2 ounce or 4 ounce glasses, but no, we drink a 6 to 8 ounce glass of juice, right? Jennifer says, howdy y'all. Hey Jennifer, thanks for stopping by. Jennifer says her favorite is potatoes. The taters. Steve Saylor says cornbread, cornmeal. Okay. And Jennifer said, ooh, cornbread, yes. I love it. Okay, yeah. I think one of my favorite is actually cabbage. Yeah, that's one of my favorite vegetables. And I'm not even gonna say one of them. I think it may be my actual favorite vegetable. Like, I'll eat cabbage with anything. Now we don't cook it a lot, but yeah, if it's there, I'm eating it. Okay, all right. So, what are some myths? What are some myths when it comes to food? Okay, what are some myths? So, myth number 1. You must eliminate sugar completely. And this is a myth because that is not true. Like we've just said a minute ago, there has to be balance, y'all. There has to be balance. So, and I keep saying as much as possible, as much as possible, as much as possible. Now, is it great if you don't eat any sugar? Sure. In fact, most of our meals that we eat can be eaten without any sugar. We don't have to have it. We don't have to add sugar. The food that we eat, if we eat the whole food as close as possible to its original state without processing, minimize the processing, no added sugar, then we bring it home and we cook it or we eat it raw and we don't have any sugar, there's going to be absolutely no detriment to you if that's what you eat. And there are people who have decided that. In fact, when I was growing up, my grandparents, for a long time, no sugar whatsoever. Right? That made for some interesting tasting tea and whatever else they were making. But yeah, no sugar. But a myth is you must eliminate it completely. Is it healthy? Sure. Does it help to minimize spikes in sugar, spikes in insulin, and all the things that come with that? Yes. But it's not true that it has to be eliminated. Okay? Well, once again, we'll come back and we'll deal with some of that. Number 2, what's another myth about food? People with diabetes should only eat special diabetic food. And I hear this one a lot. People talk about Glucerna. Well, I didn't mean to call the name, but that's okay. Glucerna or Pedialyte or any of the supplements, any of the meal replacements. And they say, oh, I'm diabetic, I have to eat that. The answer is no. You can eat regular food out of the ground. Right? You don't have to eat special diabetic food. Now, the marketing that's out there would make you think that if you eat this food, if you eat this supplement, if you drink this thing, then your diabetes gets better. But you can do exactly the same thing with eating whole foods that you prepare yourself. And in fact, it's healthier for you, right? They say, oh, we've added this vitamin and that mineral. Well, if you eat a balanced meal, then guess what? You're going to have all the vitamins and nutrients that you need. Next myth. You can't eat fruit if you have diabetes. Once again, this is not true because you can eat fruits if you're diabetic. You just have to understand what the fruit is going to do. And that's why on the list that we had of non-starchy foods, I said that I didn't include certain ones on that list because they have a lot more carbohydrates than the ones that were there. Okay? So here's a concept. Let me pop over. I want to teach you a concept. And I want you guys to learn this phrase. Learn this phrase. If you buy it, you have to pay for it. If you eat it, you have to treat it. If you buy it, you have to pay for it. If you eat it, you have to treat it. What does that mean? When you go to the grocery store and you pick up some stuff and you're putting those in your cart, in order for you to walk out the store and put those things in your car, you have to pay for it. Right? So if you take it off the shelf, you can't take it to your car without giving those people money. Right? So if you buy it, you got to pay for it. The same way, if you eat something that has carbohydrates that will raise your blood sugar, then you have to treat it. Nobody would think about going into a store and taking something off the shelf, sticking it in their pocket, and walk out the door if that was not their plan, right? That's not something that you think about. You're like, oh, I got this thing, I got to go give these people money. Or you end up in the back of the car with those metal bracelets. But we do that all the time with the food. We're like, oh, I'm just gonna eat that. It's like, okay, what are you gonna do to minimize or blunt or improve the blood sugar and the spike in insulin that comes from it? Nothing. Well, what do you mean? It's a barter system. It's a transaction. You eat it, you got to treat it. And treatment comes in lots of different ways, right? We won't get into all that now, right? One way of treating would be to go run around the block, exercise. If you eat a cookie and you exercise a cookie's worth, guess what? The blood sugars are still good. Boom, done. Right? So you can't eat fruits is a myth, but you have to make sure that you are treating it. Okay. And then another myth, diabetic diets are restrictive and bland. And that is absolutely not true, y'all. Some of the best food that I have made, as a matter of fact, this weekend, I told you guys that we had homecoming, alumni weekend. I said not homecoming weekend, but homecoming. And we cooked because we were hosting. And a lot of the food, right, was diabetic friendly. As a matter of fact, what I cooked was diabetic friendly. And it was good. It was so good. As a matter of fact, I think we have some leftovers. I'm going to have some of that right after I finish talking to you guys. It can be flavorful. Remember we did a show last week. We talked about taste as we went through the heat model, right? Habit, emotions, access, and taste. We talked about taste, and we talked about ways to improve the food and make it taste just as good and be healthy. Yeah, you can do that. So diabetic food has to be bland? No, that is absolutely a myth. I need to get a gong so that when we go through these myths, I can say boom and hit the gong. What do you guys think? Yeah? All right. So those are some myths. And so what do we do then? Right? So what are some benefits? What are some benefits of nutrition, food, and the what we see in terms of the non-starchy foods, right? We said that they play a role. All right, so there we go. They play a role in a balanced diet, helping weight management, providing essential nutrients without significantly elevating the blood sugar. All right, so we want to understand carb counting. And not carb counting as in you got to count the carbs, but what is the content of that food? Right? So I don't need you sitting down and counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carbs, but I need you to have a general idea of how that food is going to affect. Like, they tell me that a can of a particular type of soda has 10 to 14 spoons of sugar in it. So knowing that allows you to make different choices. So that is how the absolute sugar that's in there. Understanding glycemic index. How quickly is this blood sugar or this food going to cause my blood sugar to rise? Because the higher it goes, the faster it goes, the more insulin that's coming out. And the more insulin that comes out, the more issues we have with terms of cravings and weight. We want to embrace whole foods, y'all. And we want to incorporate personal preferences. That's what we want to do. That is. So what do we eat? What do we eat? What are some considerations? Number one, we eat things that are whole, and we minimize processing, and we minimize added sugar. Whole foods, minimal processing, minimal added sugar. Why is that the case? Because remember what we're shooting for. We're shooting for minimizing spikes in blood sugar. We're shooting for minimizing the increase in our insulin level. And we're shooting for minimizing craving. Those are the three things that will hinder. Those are the three things that are going to hamper and derail us as we are working to put our diabetes in remission. Let me say those again. We want to go for whole foods. Excuse me, guys. Allergies acting up. We're going to go for whole foods, minimize processing, and minimize added sugar. All right? That's the general premise that we're doing. On top of that now, we're going to take the foods that we're looking at and we're going to combine starchy foods. Or people say, hey, can you give me a recipe? Well, here's the recipe. We're going to take some starchy foods. We're going to combine that with non-starchy foods. Starchy, non-starchy. Because remember, the fiber that's in those is going to blunt the rise in blood sugar. We're going to combine some healthy fats because those are also going to blunt the rise in blood sugar. And we're going to incorporate some lean, good protein. That's going to help blunt the rise in blood sugar and is going to help us stay full long. As we go throughout the month, we're going to come back and talk about, okay, what are some things, how do we put that together? But that's the premise. Non-starchy, starchy, fats, protein. Of course, I should throw in there portion size, right? Let me say that, portion size. We got to make sure portion size. Because is it possible to eat healthy foods to the point where our blood sugars are high? The answer is yes. Is it possible to eat healthy food to the point where we start putting on weight? The answer is yes. Is it possible to eat healthy foods to the point where our blood sugars rise, insulin comes out, and throws everything that we do and everything we learn off? Yes, it is. So portion sizes. So as we're talking about, okay, what do we eat? That's what we eat. That's the plan. That's where we're heading. And we're working to put those diabetes in remission. All right? So if you're out there, yeah, go ahead and if that makes sense, I want you to put yes, 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 yes in the comments. Yes, yes. Say, hey, yeah, that makes sense. Let's hop over now and let's do our blood sugars. And you'll see there on the screen, this is what my Libre is saying that my blood sugar is right now. And here is, okay, I thought I had it up. So let me go back and pull that up. My Dexcom. And the Dexcom, lost the signal, so I'm going to wait for that to come up. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and pop our Libre over again. And then let's take a look at what my monitors are saying. All right, so we're going to start by taking a look at blood sugars. And this is the Contour and my Keto Mojo. Let's get a Lancet. And let's see. I think if I do this one. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. And let's get a drop of blood so we can put that on. Hopefully that worked. Yep, there we go. So let's see what the Keto Mojo is saying. And then let's see what Contour is saying. Oh, and there we go. And my Dexcom just came up. So it's saying that I'm 112. So Keto Mojo, 82. Contour, 97. Dexcom, 112. And then my Libre was at 86. So Libre is keeping with these guys. And, of course, the Dexcom. And as you guys know, the Dexcom tends to be a little higher than the others. Let's see what my ketones are. What do you think my ketones are? What do you think those are going to be? Of course, I need to get another blood because I just wiped it up. Let's see if I can. No. Yep, there we go. We can get a drop of blood still. Okay, so I've not fasted since Friday. Since Friday. So I'm thinking it's going to be maybe 0.9. What do you think? 0.6. Okay. 0.6. All right. So that's where we are in terms of those numbers. And this is where we are with our blood sugars, y'all. So what can diabetics eat? There it is. There it is. As we go through this month, we're going to be spending some time talking more about food and how food plays into what we do. Because as we talked about all of the different components so far, food is a large part, an integral part of that. And so even as we're fasting, right, what we're fasting is we're fasting from food. When we break our fast, what are we breaking a fast with? We're breaking with food. It is there. We cannot ignore it. It is the elephant that's in the room. And often we try to ignore it, but we cannot. If we're going to be successful, we got to talk about food and how the food impacts what we do. Okay? All right. So this is a great place for us to do our thought of the day, y'all. So let me hop over there really quickly. Ba-ba-ba. Okay, let's hop over to our thought of the day. All right, and our thought of the day is this: innovation is the key to better health. Innovation is the key to better health. In any industry, for the industry to grow, they've got to innovate. Within medicine, for medicine to get better in the things that I do, in order for it to get better, in order for us to be able to treat more people, in order for us to have more impact, we've got to innovate. At your home, if you're married, if you have a family, if you live at home with mom and dad and brothers and sisters, in order for the family to grow and improve, you guys have to innovate. Because as the members of the family grow and change, if you don't innovate, then things are stagnant and the family doesn't improve. In order for your diabetes and all the health issues that you have to get better, you got to innovate. And innovate means that you are introducing new ideas, new concepts, incorporating those into the current situation, or sometimes changing the situation altogether to do something better, more efficiently. We've been sometimes doing the same thing for years upon years upon years upon years, and we are not getting any better. We're not getting any benefit. We're not growing. We're not expanding. We're not learning. In order for your health to get better, you got to innovate. Right now, you may be thinking to yourself, hey, I've tried some stuff before. It didn't work. My blood sugars are still too high. I don't like that kind of food that he's talking about. I don't even know how to prepare that food. I don't know where to get the food. In order for you to get better, you got to innovate. And innovation takes education. Innovation takes bravery. Innovation takes courage. Innovation takes you stepping out and looking for and seeking and finding and saying, no, I need to get better. I can't tell you the number of people that I talk to all the time that say, I say to them, why your blood sugar is high? And they'll say to me, because my wife cooked such and such, or my wife is a good cook, or my husband, he cooks well, or my family this, or my family that, or my cousin that, or the doctor didn't do this. Guess what? This is your health. Notice what we say. I educate, I empower, and I encourage people, you, to take charge of your health and go to the next level. So you got to innovate. I want you to grasp this by the throat, y'all. Don't let bad health happen to you. Don't let it happen to you. Don't just sit back and allow things to come to you. You got to find it. You got to go get it, and you got to scrap for it. You got to fight for it. You got to change. You got to do better. You got to learn. You got to get some tools. You got to become empowered. Because innovation, y'all, innovation is the key to better health. And that is our thought for today. All right. Yes. I see Jennifer say yes. Jennifer said, I got it. All right. I'm just always excited when I'm here with you all. I don't know if you guys can tell, but just I love being in the space. We are in the month of March. Month of April. Wow. We're in the month of April. So the second quarter of the year. And a lot of people in the second quarter, this is when, some of the new year things that they said they were going to do, it starts falling by the wayside. Yeah, let's not let that happen. Right? This is where we pick up, where we dig in, and we say, hey, this time that we're about to enter, this time is going to be the time when we do our thing. Right? It's kind of like as we grow, right? So we learn a lot of stuff when we were in our when we were children, right? We're getting through grade school, elementary school, grade school, high school. We learn some stuff in college. We get our first job, right? So that's the first quarter. The next quarter, right, we're applying stuff. We're applying stuff and we're finding our groove. That's where we are right now. We're applying the stuff. We're finding our groove. We've been fasting. We've learned about sugar. We've learned about the medications we want to be on, the medication we want to stop. We've learned about the heat model. We've learned about emotional intelligence. And now we're starting to put all those things together, right? We're in that second quarter. And then we're looking for success, right? Because this quarter, we're getting our groove, right? We're getting in the groove, right? Okay, we got some information now. We've got some empowerment, and our community is building, right? So let's not drop off. Let's dig in, and let's work together. As you know, here on the channel, we've got a platform, and the platform is our Triple E formula for success. We educate, we empower, and we encourage. So education, the shows that we do, the podcast that we have, the blog, the website, all of those things are the education. You cannot change anything if you don't know. You cannot change what you don't understand. You can't change what you don't have data on. So we're educating here on the channel. I empower the tools that we're learning. All right, tonight we learned about eating. We learned about food. That's a tool that you can then now apply to your life. We'll come back and talk about that in a minute. We empower by tools. Fasting is a tool. Emotional intelligence is a tool. The heat model is a tool. All those tools, we get to apply them. We learn about the heat model. Remember, these are the things that derail us. Habits, the habits that we formed, the emotions that drive us, the access, the things that are around us, and taste, the things that we remember, the things that we like, the things that are calling to us because they give us not the thing. I said to somebody just this weekend that we demonize the food, we demonize the behavior, but the behavior is giving us something. We're chasing something, the feeling that it brings. It's not the food problem, it's the feeling, that taste. What does it do? What does it bring back to you? That's what the heat model allows us to pay attention to. And then y'all are called to action. Call to action. Number one, join the challenges. Don't just let the videos come and go. Don't just put them on the back shelf. Don't just listen and not apply. All the challenges that we're doing, and we're going to give you a challenge here in a minute for tonight, I want you to make sure that you're joining them. If you're finding us, if you're finding me, if somebody sent you a message and say, hey, you got to listen to this, and it's the end of the year, it's the next year. If you're just seeing this, that's okay. Start where you are. That's number one. Number two, share your story. When you come on, let us know where you are. What successes are you having? The community is as strong. The community is as big. The community is as important as you are. When you share your story of success, other people get inspired. When you share your story of challenges, other people say, man, it's not just me. When you are here, people see you and say, no, I'm not by myself. So join the community. We're going to have our next community meetup on the 18th. That's Thursday, the 18th of April at 7 p.m. Thursday, 18th of April at 7 p.m. We're going to have that there. And I'm going to send out a link. We're going to do a different platform. So I'm getting that platform already. We did Zoom last month. If it doesn't get ready, then at our next show next week, we're going to just go ahead and do the Zoom. But there's a new platform that I want to use. It allows us to do a lot more. And so we'll have that out to you guys hopefully next week. If not, we'll use Zoom until we get that ready. Okay? So the community, join the community, be a part of it. And then invite a friend. Invite a friend. Be the voice that says, I want my community, I want the people around me, my family, my friends, my coworkers, people on my job, I want them to get healthier. I want them to put their diabetes in remission. I want them to reverse their diabetes. I want them to get better. And you can be the voice to begin doing that by sharing the link. Send it to somebody, copy it, send it out. You know, our pastor used to say, be a digital disciple and be an Android, have the Android anointing. Be an Apple apostle. Let them know that we are here, what we're doing, and that they can get better. I love being in the space. I love hanging out with you and seeing where you are. I love being able to talk with you and share because you are part of my community. And I love it. All right. Well, that's it for tonight, y'all. Glad that you're here. So everybody who's out there, I do see all the folks who commented, so Jennifer and Teresa and Steve and Deborah and let's see who else was out there. And for those of you who are on the other platforms, I didn't see you comment, but always come in, guys. You know, even if you don't have, even if you're not being successful, let me say that if you're not where you think you should be, come in and say hello, right? Just having somebody say your name, right, sometimes is important. Sometimes you're in a situation like, man, this is not going well. Claim your spot. When you get here, say hello, right? Claim the fact that you're here, right? That does a world of good for you. It does a world of good for your heart, for your spirit. There are two minds that are always going at us. Number one is the critic, the inner critic. The inner critic is always telling us the things that we didn't do well, the things that we aren't doing well, the things that we can't do, the things that are difficult for us. The inner critic is always there. And our minds always go to that critic much simpler. But the person that I want you to strengthen is the inner coach. Right? The inner coach. And all the things that we do, when you talk to yourself in a positive way, when you say those mantras, you say, I am my diabetes is in reversal. I am doing a good job of my health. I am fasting. I will fast for 24 hours. When you do all those stuff, the coach, that inner coach that's there, gets ammunition now. So that when the critic starts criticizing you, the coach will say, no. Get out of here. Right? Because this is who we are. This is what we're doing. Part of that is claiming your spot when you get here. When you show up, say, hey, I'm here. Say, hey, everybody. Right? And we can give you a shout out and say, what's going on? Okay? So claim your spot. So our challenge for tonight, for this show, and this is going to be the challenge for the month. The challenge for the month is I want you to look in your pantry, look in your refrigerator, look in your cabinets or your cupboards, in your freezer, wherever it is. And I want you to construct a meal that you think is in keeping with the things that we're going to be talking about. Remember we talked about the meal, the structure of the meal a little while ago? Something that's non-starchy, something that's starchy, good fats, lean protein, right? Not processed, whole foods, no sugar added. And I want you to create that meal so that it tastes good and that it's healthy. Right? So I'm going to have the platform that I was talking about. We're going to be able to do more things where I can put some of these things up for you guys so you can see them and download them and say, okay, that's what we're supposed to be doing. Okay? But that's your challenge for this month. And when you come back, I want you to take, when you finish it, all right, I want you to take a picture of it, and I want you to send it to me at info@dwainwoodemd.com. info@dwainwoodemd.com. And as you come on, we'll ask you, and I want you to share with us what that dish is. Yeah, so that's the challenge for this month. For every week, that's what we're going to be doing. Hey, did you do your thing? How is it tasting? Did you cook it again? Right? And so that's what we're going to be doing for this month. That's our challenge. Awesome. All right, let's see. Teresa says, thank you, Dr. Woode. Info that we can use. Yes, the info that we could use. Awesome. All right. Well, as always, glad that you're here. Glad that I could be here. This is Dr. Dwain Woode. That's Wood with an E. The E stands for endocrinology. Here on the channel, I educate, I empower, and I encourage you to take charge of your health, your life, avoid complications, and go to the next level, creating the life you've always wanted. And in this year, y'all, new year, new you. We'll see you at our check-in later this week, and we'll see you at our next show next week. Good night.